I recently just hit 2,000 days in my hardcore Minecraft world, so to celebrate, I want to recap episodes 9 to 18 in the ultimate Minecraft movie. This harbor is easily one of my favorite things that I've ever built in my 1,000 day hardcore Minecraft world. So my goal for this video is to take it to the next level with a massive expansion across the water. I'll be adding new ships, detailed buildings like a lumber mill for wood storage, and all kinds of little touches to make the whole area feel alive and immersive. Using our elytra, we can hopefully see this a little bit better. So our existing harbor is sort of this area over here, and I want to expand it over to this side as well. And I'm not gonna lie, it is a huge area, so I think we should just get right to it and do some terraforming. I started off by getting rid of some of the weird generation in the water, and then created a flat edge where we can eventually build some docks. And I would have continued, but all 3 of my netherite shovels were about to break, so I had to swing by our Enderman XP farm to repair them all. With that sorted, I got right back to it, terraforming for 3 more hours to get the entire landscape smoothed out and looking good. As for these harsh edges, don't worry, I want to surround them with some boulders as well as a retaining wall. Luckily, I ended up having most of the materials I needed in my storage room already. So after a few days of crafting, spending a bit of time at our moss farm, as well as mining tough blocks, I managed to get everything we'll need to build both the boulders as well as the retaining wall. I figured I'd start with the boulders, so I went ahead and built up the first one. Nothing too crazy, but I think it'll be a nice ending point for the wall once we build it. And with the build style locked in, I went ahead and built a few more of them. Moving right along, I finally got to work placing in the actual retaining wall. It's maybe on the verge of what some people would call block vomit, but I used a lot of different blocks such as tough, packed mud, mossy cobblestone, and basalt to give the entire thing a worn down, grungy feel. And after over 7 hours of grinding away, we finally have the area prepped and ready to go. That was quite a bit of a grind, I can't lie, but it is so cool being able to leave our starter house now and see something across the water. That is so cool. But of course, it's just the start, and the next thing I want to get started on is adding some docks kind of going around the wall, so let's go gather some materials. And surprise, surprise, the first material on our list is spruce wood, so let's chop down a bunch of these trees. Ow. A bit of choppy time is always relaxing though, can't complain about this. And I'm also going to need a decent amount of stripped spruce logs, so we might as well just strip some of these as we go. Alrighty, it's been about 10 or 15 minutes, just got done chopping down a bunch of trees, and I'm making sure to replant a bunch of these so that we can chop down more trees here in the future if we want to. And I ended up getting about 7 stacks of regular logs and 3 stacks of stripped logs, so we should hopefully be good. And moving right along, I'm going to need a bunch of oak logs as well, so once again, let's chop down a bunch of trees. I have no idea how many oak logs I'm really going to need, so I just went ahead and pretty much filled up my entire inventory. I figured it'd be better to have too much than not enough. I mean, we can always just use the extras for other projects. Anyway, back at our house, let's turn some of these spruce logs into planks, and then we can go ahead and turn those into slabs. We can make more as we go, but for now, this should be good. Okay, using those slabs, we can finally get started on the actual dock itself, and I think we just kind of build it right into the boulder that we made earlier. I think that will look pretty nice. Whoops, already misplaced one. And I'm just thinking that 5 blocks wide will look pretty good. I'm pretty sure that's what I did for the other kind of dock that we made, so I'd like them to look similar just so that everything looks cohesive. Already used up our first batch of slabs, but you can see I got a pretty decent section done, and I just left this area open as it's where I eventually want to build our lumber mill. But I have my crafting table on me, so let's place that down, turn a bunch of these into planks, and then make some more slabs. More slabs have been obtained, so let's get right back to it. Okay, if I counted correctly, these should be the last couple of rows right here. And as you can see, the wall does continue down this way, but I'm not really sure if I want to build docks kind of along this river edge, but let me know what you think. Anyway, now that we have the platform in place, I want to start planning out the pillars, and I'm just doing that with all the oak logs we got, and I'm trying to space them all 5 blocks apart. So we have a pillar here, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another one, same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another one, and you get the idea, so I'm going to extend this all the way around the dock. And this should be the last one right here beside the boulder. But now that we have these all planned out, we can break these slabs below the oak log and then extend this all the way down to the bottom of the water. And that's also why I grabbed a bunch of these stripped spruce logs, just so that we can add a tiny bit of texture variation to the pillars, which is, pretty subtle, but it does go a long way. There are so many pillars, so let's not waste any time and get these all placed in. And this should be the last pillar right here. That is super awesome. That actually didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would, and I also have a ton of logs left over. And before I forget, let's add some ladders to the sides of some of these pillars just so that we can actually get up onto the dock platform. I think having one right here will be pretty convenient, sort of where this corner of the dock is. Let's maybe do another one right here. I think another one right here will be good. Maybe another one on this pillar, why not? And let's do one final one over here, sort of near the boulder. So much better now having some proper ways to get up and down. I mean, we could use our elytra, but it's a little bit unrealistic. And on this topic of going up and down, I also want to add a few staircases to get up onto the wall. So maybe we do something like that, just get rid of probably this slab and this slab, and perfect, nice little staircase. And I'm thinking we do a second one right here, so let's do a few of the tough bricks, a couple of stairs, and then we can break probably this slab and this slab, and I don't love how that's like an exposed log like that, so maybe we just swap it out with the tough brick, and yeah, I think that's pretty good. I'll eventually add more details to the dock to make it feel more lived in, but for now, I want to get started on fixing up this giant gap in the dock by building up a lumber mill. Currently, I'm storing pretty much all of our items inside of our starter house, which has been a pretty fun challenge, but there is one main issue, which is our wood storage. Like seriously, just look at this chest, how am I supposed to fit anything in here? And these other ones aren't much better. This one right here is for spruce and dark oak, and this top chest is for oak and birch, which is also pretty packed. So let's get started on getting all the materials. I know I'm gonna need a couple of stacks of andesite, which perfect, I have some in storage already. And I'm also going to need just a few slabs, so we can grab those right now too. Moving right along, I'm gonna need a few amethyst clusters, and sweet, I have a ton. Sometimes having a bit of a hoarding issue really pays off. Okay, I'm also going to need a few acacia logs as well as an acacia button, so we can just grab one plank, turn that into a button, and we're good to go. Also, if you're wondering how I know how many materials I need, I use this mod called Lightmatica as I pre-plan most of my builds, and basically you can create like a blueprint and then it tells you all the items that you need. And as you can see from this one, there is quite a few, so let's get back to work. Okay, I'm gonna need 5 anvils, but thanks to our iron farm, I should have a bunch of iron in here. So let's go over to our crafting table, turn some of this into iron ingots, and then we can make, not 9, but we can make 5 anvils. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna need some blue candles, so let me grab some string, and then I should have some beeswax, I hope. Okay, I only have 5 left. Definitely need to set up a bee farm soon, because that's pretty bad. Anyway, we're gonna need some blue dye, so let me grab some of this lapis, head over to our crafting table, and turn that into blue dye. Then we can make our candles, and then turn those into blue candles. We're gonna need 73 chests, which is kinda disgusting, but luckily we still have a ton of logs. So let's turn all of these into planks if it doesn't totally fill up my inventory, and then we can turn all of those into chests. A little tricky with how full our inventory is, but let's turn all of those into planks as well, and then we should be able to turn all of those into chests. Gonna need a couple of chiseled bookshelves as well. We're gonna need a couple of, what are they called? Yeah, chiseled stone bricks, which I have some in here already, which is great. And my inventory is pretty much already full, so let's grab a shulker box from our ender chest, place it right here, and then we can unload some of these items. And now that we have more space again, we can carry on gathering up more materials. Alrighty, it's been about 45 minutes, and I think 6 shulker boxes later, but we now have most of the items that we're going to need. There still is a few items though, and oh, hey wandering trader, do you have anything cool? No, not really, so goodbye. Goodbye to you too. Goodbye. You gotta do a better job at guarding the door, alright, Asteroid Destroyer? No solicitors. No solicitors. As I was trying to say before we got rudely interrupted by that wandering trader, is that there is still just a few more materials that we need that I didn't have in my storage room. First of which is some wool, and I'm gonna need some brown wool, which is perfect. These guys are already dyed brown. I'm also going to need some gray wool as well, so I brought some dye with me. Just dye, yeah, okay, we can dye the sheep too, and then we can shear these guys. And then using that wool, I want to make some carpet, so we'll do the same thing for this brown wool as well. Okay, that's another item crossed off the list, and the next thing we need is some moss, and I should hopefully still have a bunch in here because we ran the farm earlier this episode, so let's take a look. I'm really hoping we have enough. Oh, come on. Please tell me. Okay, we have some here, and okay, yeah, we have a bunch here. Awesome. I also need a bunch of waxed copper, and this is where I've been getting most of my wax from, but it looks like all the bees have either like died or disappeared. I think they're maybe getting stuck in this cave entrance, which really sucks. Let's check inside of our starter house though, because I might have a few beehives in here. I think I do. Let's check our beehive chest. This one has, okay, this one has 1 bee in it. This one has 1 bee as well. And I'm pretty sure both of these are, yeah, these are empty. What about this one that I have in the item frame? This one actually has wax in it already. This one has, okay, it has 0 bees, but you know what? At least it has some wax in it. We should build like a proper wax farm, but I'm low-key kind of lazy, so I think we just set up another small one inside of the greenhouse. At least they won't be able to escape. This table right here is just kind of decoration. I think we can get rid of this. And then if we dig down, what is this? 2 blocks, I think? And then do campfire, campfire, campfire. And then we can place our bee nests right on top. And I guess we can wax these ones. They have wax in them, you know, why not? And I'm pretty sure there are bees in there, but it's kind of late right now. Probably need to sleep and then they'll come out in the morning. And great, there is some bees in here. Let's maybe just grab one of these torch flowers and come over here, bee, please. And there you go. Look how cute this little baby bee is. That is awesome. Let's also just check out this flower forest over here. Maybe there's a few more beehives where we can pick up a bit more wax. Already I've spotted some, so let's just place down a campfire and go ahead and wax that. And there's another one right here, so we'll place down another campfire and a bit more wax. Let's just take a little walk around, see if there's any more. That'd be very convenient. Okay, I spotted a couple more beehives. That is great. Any wax in this one? There is. Where did it go? Okay, give me that. I definitely need that. And there's also one right here. Just dig under that, place down a campfire, and boop, give me some wax. This was a great idea. There is so many beehives over here. This is perfect. Got another one right here. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Just grabbing a bunch of flowers so that we can breed the bees and then bring them back with us. Alright, bees, get over here. Take that, take some flowers. Okay, yeah, let's breed these bees and then hopefully, well, the sun is kind of setting right now, hopefully they should all go into the nest, and then once they do, we'll place a campfire underneath, break it, and then we can bring the nests back with us. I don't like being out in the dark like this, but let's break all of these nests and bring the bees back with us. Alrighty, I got a bunch of nests. Let's get out of here. And I guess we can take a nap in one of the villager houses. I'm sure they won't mind. Alrighty, back at the greenhouse once again. Let's see if we can add more beehives in here. We can probably dig out like 3 spots right here. So we'll just dig down 2 blocks. And then we'll go campfire, 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 and place down the bee nests. Okay, we got a ton of bees in here now. This is awesome. Let's also do the same thing on this side. Just like that, we have 9 beehives, which is honestly pretty solid. And a few of them already have wax in them, so let's go ahead and grab that all. Some over here too, very nice. Why is this guy spinning like that? Do you see that? What is going on with this guy? Still a bit of a temporary solution, I'm not gonna lie. We should definitely set up a proper bee farm, but you know what? We got 60 wax, which should be more than enough for now anyways. Okay, now that we finally have this stuff, let's de-age some of this copper that I got a while back in a trial chamber. And then we can re-wax that using the wax that we just collected. Go ahead and mine that all up real quick. And then using our stone cutter, we can turn all of those into grates. And we still have some wax left over, so let's wax some of these trapdoors. And I wish that was the last material, but I also need a ton of dark oak wood. Ow. So let's get ow again. So let's gather some of this up. And just like with the spruce trees earlier, I'm gonna strip a bunch of these as I go to save us time later. A bunch of dark oak has been obtained, so I made my way back home, and let's just turn a bunch of this into planks and we can make some slabs, and we're also going to need a bunch of stairs. So close to having everything we need, just a couple more items, both of which are gonna come from the Nether. The first block is basalt, and I'm pretty sure you can easily make a farm for this stuff, but you know, I really can't be bothered, so we'll just quickly gather some up. It's probably a little sketchy digging this stuff up, but I do have fire res on me, so we should be good. Okay, I think that is our sign to not dig any further. That's a little scary. I did get a couple of stacks though, what should be plenty. The second block I need is crimson stems, which should be right here. I really don't need a whole lot, I'll probably just grab like a couple of stacks and then head on home. We can add those final 2 materials to our shulker mess, but with that, we finally have all the materials we need to build the lumber mill. I jumped right in by building the foundation with a mix of mossy and regular cobblestone, stone bricks, and andesite. For the second floor, I went with a Tudor style using dark oak and sandstone for a nice contrast. The roof was kept pretty simple with deep slate and dark oak. To power the lumber mill, I added a water wheel on the side, which was pretty tricky to design but definitely worth it in the end. This thing came out so cool, I am really happy with this. And one of my favorite things about it is that you can easily enter it from the dock, which to me is just such a cool vibe. And heading on inside, you can see I already went ahead and got kind of like the main floor in place and also some of these kind of upper platforms. But first, I'll just quickly show you that if we leave this door right here, it also takes us right onto the dock, and I just wanted to quickly add a lantern right here before I forget. Heading back inside though, we have a bit of a staircase right here, which takes us, higher up of course, and this door right here takes us to like on top of the wall, which is really cool. Heading back inside once more, we have yet another staircase, and if we follow this walkway, it takes us over to this kind of like lookout area. While having an awesome view, it also kind of makes sense from a functional standpoint, just because a worker could, come up here and work on the wheel if something broke or it just needed maintenance. I'm really excited to get started on the interior, but before we get too carried away, I did want to add a few more details to the outside, and considering it is a lumber mill, I thought we could add a small little pile of wood at the side of the building. And right beside that, I was thinking we could make a small cart of sorts, so maybe for the wheels we just do some oak trapdoors. Probably skip like 1-2 blocks, do a couple more just like so. And then in between those, we'll do a couple of slabs. And then in between the slabs, I'm just thinking some trapdoors. And then right here, we can do a couple of gates. And then on top of that, I'm thinking a couple of stairs, just so it kind of looks like they have somewhere to sit. And I feel like hay is always one of those, just kind of classic things to be carrying around. So we'll just do that with some, hay bales, of course, as well as some bamboo slabs, just to give it a bit more detail. And then to make it look a little bit more, kind of secured or like strapped down, I'm just thinking some ladders on the sides, and then at the back we can do a couple of trapdoors. Pretty simple design, but I really like that, and I think it'll look a lot more in place once we eventually build some, kind of proper roads. I just added this larger pile of logs, which I think fits, the lumber mill theme pretty nicely, but to make it look a little bit more secured, I'm just thinking we use some rails as well as ladders. So we'll do the exact same thing right here, a ladder and just some rails connecting over to the other side, and yeah, I think that looks pretty nice. Really going for like an industrial vibe, so I'm thinking we maybe build some large kind of barrels, so maybe just like a 2x2 thing and then do some trapdoors on top. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool, but we can probably make it look even a bit more detailed by surrounding it with ladders to once again look like some sort of strap. I built another one of those large barrels and also added a few smaller ones kind of scattered around, and I'm really liking how this is looking. I'll probably add more details outside later, but for now I want to get started on the interior as I think this is going to be a really cool one. And since we have these kind of 2 different levels, I think we definitely need a railing. This is probably breaking like a million safety violations right now, so let's get this in place. Yeah, that's looking way better, and I also added a railing to this upper walkway as well, so everything should be up to code. And I was thinking this kind of upper platform could be a rest area for the workers, so let's start off by adding a bit of a shelf, and we can just decorate it with an amethyst cluster and a flower pot. And they're definitely going to need somewhere to rest their feet, so let's make a small table. We can put a pressure plate on top, and then right here I'm thinking we just do a bit of a painting. I'm liking that, and in this corner let's just hide a bit of lighting using an indoor plant. And I left a bit of a hole kind of underneath this staircase, so let's just fill this in with some bookshelves as well as chiseled bookshelves, and I did bring a few books along with me just so we can fill these in. I don't really want anything too fancy, since it is a lumber mill, but I think this is a pretty cozy rest area for the workers. Just ignore my shulker mess for right now, we'll get rid of that soon, but we do have some space kind of on this upper walkway, so I was thinking we make another small little seating area. Don't really have a whole lot of room up here, so I think that'll do. We do, however, have a decent amount of space in this corner beside the entrance, so I was thinking we make a bit of a shelf. That's a pretty good start. Let's just maybe do a couple more trapdoors like that, and then we can probably go boom boom. And then in this spot right here, let's do a bit of a flower pot, and right here we can do a lantern. This wall beside the shelf is looking pretty bare, so maybe let's do a bit of a painting. I don't love that one. Okay, don't give it to me twice, please. Yeah, I like that one. I think it fits the lumber mill vibe. And it probably doesn't really make too much sense for this setting, but I think a couple of pots over here will look pretty nice. I think I'm happy with this upper section now, so I want to start adding some details to this lower area as well. And I think we can't go wrong with adding even more piles of logs, so let's maybe add 5 there, another 5 here, and maybe 4 on top, and you know what, let's do 4 more right there. And then using the same building technique as earlier, let's do a couple of ladders and then just do some rails going all the way over to the wall. Okay, I'm liking that. We definitely need some more kind of proper lighting, so let's maybe just do a chain and a lantern right there. And I guess that means we can finally get rid of this temporary lantern, and just for like kind of some fire safety, I guess, let's add a bit of water. I don't really know how much sense it makes, but I guess they could either dump this on something, or if a piece of wood caught on fire, they could throw it in here. Moving right along, this corner could use some love, so let's maybe add a few barrels, which we can detail with stripped spruce wood and maybe a couple of slabs, and then let's just add a lantern right on top. Carrying on with that same idea, let's maybe add a few more barrels in this corner with, I don't know, maybe a campfire on top and a lantern, and let's just extinguish that with our shovel. And we definitely need a crafting table in this area, so let's maybe do one right there, and then we can probably add a few more logs, and then maybe just, I don't know, more campfires, can't go wrong with that. Once again, gotta extinguish all of those. Yeah, that's looking pretty good, and I think we do have some space for a shelf, so let's just build one using slabs and trapdoors. And then so we can actually reach what's on top, let's just do a simple ladder going right up the wall. And then let's just keep it super simple up here. We can probably add a barrel, maybe another one right there, and a chest. Definitely easier to see this from the upper platform, but I think this looks pretty good. Now it's time for the fun part. Let's try to build some sort of machine that would actually be cutting the wood. So my idea is that the water wheel would be spinning outside, and that would cause this thing to turn, which will eventually power the saw that we're about to make. And to look like some sort of heavy-duty like platform of sorts, let's use some anvils. Beside that, let's do a row of spruce slabs. And then right in front of that, let's do a spruce trapdoor as well as a dark oak trapdoor. That's looking pretty good. Let's just build this up a little bit higher using some slabs, and then we can use a stone cutter to look like the actual saw blade. And then to make it look all connected, let's use some lightning rods. We'll do one right there, and then hop over to the other side and do one right there. Definitely not the most realistic design ever, but you can imagine that they're taking these larger logs, sliding them across the platform, they're getting cut up by the saw, and they're just throwing all the kind of, smaller pieces in this pile over here. And then once it's all cut up, they could take it right out this door, throw it onto a boat, and then the boat could deliver it off to whoever ordered it. I'm not really trying to create any super detailed lore for this world, but it is kind of fun just to have those small little storytelling elements that make the world feel alive. We still have a ton of space upstairs, so I want to turn this into a place for wood storage. And let's begin with some of these smaller details, like a railing going around the stairs. That should hopefully keep us from falling down on accident, and right beside that I was thinking we could make a small table, and on top of it let's just put a pressure plate and maybe a flower pot. And then above that, let's make a shelf using trapdoors. And I think it'll look nice if we display an amethyst cluster as well as a campfire. And in this last spot, maybe just a few candles, just like so, and we can light those with our flint and steel. I currently just have a bunch of lanterns all over the floor, but let's get rid of these and build some more permanent lighting. Just gotta get ourselves a little bit higher, and then let me just line up with this pillar, I think. So we'll do a grindstone right there. And then right below that, let's do a fence, we'll do a chain below that, and then a lantern. Yeah, I'm liking that, so maybe let's do another one right here. So once again, a fence, chain, and a lantern. Got 3 of those designs built up, and that should hopefully be enough to light up this entire room. Carrying right along, let's build some carpets, as I think it'll go a really long way in helping break up all of this spruce. And a simple checkered pattern of gray and red carpet should look pretty nice. And it's not a perfect solution, but let's try to cover up some of this andesite just using some brown carpet. Right here, let's just make a small table kind of using one of the similar designs we did downstairs, and on top let's just do a flower pot with an azure bluet in it. And for just a bit more detail, I added a painting. And I don't know why, but I think a couple of decorated pots will look nice here, so boom, decorated pots. Definitely need some greenery in here, so let's make another indoor plant using a composter and flowering azalea leaves, and then beside that, let's just place down a stone cutter. And we probably have space for another table, so let's just make that out of jungle wood. And right on top, let's do a flower pot with a dark oak sapling, and then beside that, let's do a pressure plate and a lantern. And you know what, a painting always looks good, so let's just add one right above the table. We're going to need somewhere to store all of the wood, so let's get started by adding in a bunch of chests. And then to keep it super organized, let's use the logs for each different wood type to indicate what chests will have which wood type in them. And I don't know if it's just me, but it is super satisfying seeing all of the different wood types in a row like this. I also have a small section on the opposite wall, which will be for the nether, I guess it's not wood, like the nether, stems or whatever you want to call them, as well as the bamboo. And I figure if they ever add more wood types, I can just get rid of this table as well as this shelf and make this wider to accommodate them. But with that, I think there's only one more thing to do, and that's bring all of our wood over from our starter house and organize it inside of this room. And I guess I should get rid of all of these shulker boxes, they're a bit of an eyesore. And I can't even begin to describe how excited I am to finally be clearing out these chests. These are an absolute disaster. Alrighty, I did leave a few logs in here just for crafting purposes, but as you can see, the rest of these are all cleared out. And I just put all of them inside of these shulker boxes, so let's tear these down and bring them over to the lumber mill. Alrighty, so I got everything organized and put away, and basically the way that I did this is that each kind of column of chests is for each of these different wood types, and then I did the top chest for the logs, and then the one below that is for like all of the different items that you can craft using that wood type. And then the very bottom chest is just kind of like for overflow, so if either of these chests fill up, we still have space to store the items. And I did that exact same thing for all of the different wood types. So you can see here we have acacia, this next one is for, mangrove, and cherry, and so on. And I also did the exact same thing over here for the nether wood types, as well as for bamboo. But with that, I think we can finally call this lumber mill finished. I am really happy with how this thing turned out. The exterior plus the interior just turned out super awesome. As cool as this lumber mill is, it is looking just a little bit lonely, so I want to get started on building some houses kind of in this region right here. And I already went ahead and grabbed all the materials we're going to need for the first house, which are just in these shulker boxes, so I think let's just get straight to it and get to building. I ended up having to do a little bit of terraforming to make room for it, but once that was taken care of, I got straight to it. The house itself is pretty small, but I really do like the kind of whitewashed look that I went for, which I just accomplished using pale oak and white wool. And then for the roof, I used black stone, which contrasted the white really nicely. First house is in and looking good. I am really happy with how this one turned out. And there was just a couple more details that I wanted to add. First, just a lantern to kind of this covered area on the side of the house. And then to detail the front of the house a little bit more, I was thinking we could add some signs going all the way across. And it's a pretty subtle effect, but it kind of just creates like, I don't know, a bit of a border between the first floor and the second floor, which I really like. And already just having one house in here is making this space feel way more immersive, which has me really motivated to keep building more houses, so let's go gather up more materials. And we are going to need a decent amount of bamboo blocks, so let me just plant a bunch of this, it'll grow, and we can chop it all down later. And this is totally just another one of those cases where I should just build a farm for this stuff, but you know what, that's a future problem. Something else we're going to need is a decent amount of both cyan and yellow wool, so let's make use of our auto wool farm. I think most of the sheep right now are dyed either white or gray, so let's just try to re-dye some of these guys if we can. They keep getting automatically sheared before I get a chance to dye them, so I'm gonna have to take out all these shears, dye them, and then put the shears back. I had to wait like 5 minutes, but it looks like some of these sheep have their wool, so let's dye a few cyan. And then we already do have one yellow sheep, so maybe we just dye this guy yellow as well. So we have 2 yellow, 4 cyan. You know what? That should be good. Just gotta put all of our shears back. Alrighty, the farm is all patched up, so it's just a matter of waiting now to get all the wool that we need. In the meantime, let's gather up more resources, which means another trip into the Nether. And the first block we need is bone blocks, but luckily there's a soul sand valley super close by, so we should be able to get a bunch super easily. Got some more right here. Also, I have soul speed on my boots. I don't know if it's a great idea in hardcore though, as I am flying. That was honestly pretty easy. I already have almost, 3 stacks of bone blocks, which should be enough, so let's move on to the next material. And that material is blackstone, so let's very carefully try to mine some of this up. Even though I have a fire resistance potion, oh my goodness, in my hotbar, this is still really scary. I don't know if y'all can see this, but there is lava like dropping from the ceiling right above me. This is kinda sketchy. I just got done mining out this entire chunk, and we have, how much is that, like 10 or 11 stacks of blackstone, which should be more than enough. And the last block that I need from the Nether is some of this, I think it's called warped, what is this stuff? Warped wart block. Whoa, that is really hard to say. Anyways, I need a bit of this stuff. This is so slow. Is it faster with my axe? No, not really. Okay, with the hoe is way faster. Let me gather some of this up. Alrighty, just like that, I have about 3 stacks, so let's get out of here. Back in the overworld, let's continue the grind by harvesting our wheat farm so that we can craft more packed mud. And I am replanting everything, you know, I am a good farmer like that. Wheat has been obtained, but unfortunately I'm almost completely out of regular mud, so I'm over at a mangrove swamp to gather some up. At least this stuff is super easy to gather up since you can insta-mine it, so just like that, I have pretty much an entire inventory full. Before heading home though, there is one more pit stop we need to make, which is at a coral reef, so we can get some, you guessed it, coral blocks. And I'm not exactly sure how much I need, so I'm just gonna try to grab like a few stacks of each kind, and that should be good. And I'm not really too sure if there's like a better method for gathering this stuff up. I don't really think there is, so oh well, we'll just go with this method. Alrighty, it's been about 15 minutes and I got a bunch of different coral blocks, and as a bonus I also have a bunch of sea pickles as well as the different coral fans, so let's head home. And now that we're here, let's finally use the wheat as well as the mud that we got to craft some packed mud. And we can also turn some of it into mud bricks as well. It also looks like our bamboo has had a chance to grow, so let's harvest this all. Wow, this is super satisfying. I love this. And it hasn't been super long, but I am curious to see how much wool that we've gotten. Let's see. Okay, 23 cyan and 17 yellow. Honestly, not too bad, but I am gonna need just a little bit more. While I waited for the farm to produce the rest of the wool that we needed, I did another long crafting session inside of the house, as well as our brand new lumber mill, to get together the rest of the materials that we needed. That took way longer than I thought it would. Like seriously, I think that was over like 3 hours of crafting, but as you can see, I've placed down all of these chests and they all have the materials that I need to build a house. So that right there is all the materials for one house. If we take a look at this next chest, this is all the materials for another house. But as you can see, there are quite a few chests as I want to build tons of houses. But before we get to building, let's just tear down all of this bamboo. It's a bit of an eyesore and we shouldn't need it anymore. Wow, that was a lot of bamboo, but good thing we have a ton of space in our lumber mill. And I'm also super curious to see how much wool is in here now. It's got to be a ton, right? Okay, yeah, wow, we have over a stack of yellow wool as well as over a stack of cyan, so that is more than enough. Finally, we have all the materials we need, so let's not waste any time and get straight to building. This first one is a pretty simple design, just with a mud brick foundation, birch walls, and a black stone roof. The key point of interest is definitely the tower on the side, and as I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure this is the first house that I've built that has a tower in this world. I'm really happy with how this one came out. I even added a couple of kind of windows in the roof, which I think looks pretty cool. I do, however, want to add just a few more details, and first things first, I think we can build a small cart here, so let's just start with the wheels, which we can make using trapdoors. And then in between the wheels, we'll do slab, slab, and then right here we can do trapdoor, trapdoor, trapdoor. Then for some kind of like handles that somebody could pull, we'll do a gate, and then on top we'll do a campfire and just extinguish that. Pretty simple design, but this is definitely my go-to design at the moment for any time I need a small cart. And you know what, we still have a decent amount of open space in this area, so I'm thinking we build a well right in front of the house. So let's start off by making the foundation using stone bricks and mossy stone bricks, maybe just like that, and then we'll do cobblestone for the rest. And then we can put a slab in the middle, and then we'll do some walls on all 4 corners. And then on top of all of the walls, let's do 2 spruce fences, just like so. And then right on top of that, we'll do some dark oak stairs. Let's see if we can jump to the other side without falling. Sweet, parkour master. We'll do the exact same thing facing inwards. And then we'll do a row of slabs, just like so, and another row right on top. That's looking pretty good. Let's just add a lantern to light up the area a little bit, and then we can simply fill this all in with some water. And there we go, a nice little well for the residents in the harbor. But with those couple of extra decorations in place, let's carry on building more houses. And I maybe got just a little bit carried away as I built 4 more of them in one go. And even though all of the houses are kind of in a similar style, I tried to switch up the block palettes as well as the shapes to make them all unique and interesting. Already this area is shaping up so much, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. And I think my favorite one is this blue house. It's just so vibrant and just makes the whole area feel really alive. But I still want to add a few more details to all of the houses, and first things first, let's just add a bunch of lanterns since, I really don't want a bunch of mobs spawning in the area. That's much better, and in front of this house, I want to create a small planter box, just using some podzol, and then we can surround that with spruce trapdoors, and on top, let's plant some bushes. This white house is probably my second favorite one. I really like this whitewashed look with the bone blocks as well as the mushroom stems and pale oak. However, I'll be honest, this wall right here is looking pretty bare right now, so maybe let's just make a cover using some campfires. Just gotta extinguish these all real quick, perfect. The cover is in place and looking good, but I think we can make it a little bit more detailed using some hanging roots as well as glowberries. And to help light up the area a bit, we can actually grow some of those, and then let's just shear these all so that it, whoops, wait, how do I do this? Okay, I have to shear it first and then bone meal. Perfect, that's what I want, and let's shear that one too. And for underneath of this cover, I'm thinking we just do some beehives, maybe just like that, and maybe we can do a barrel as well, and one more beehive. Already this area is really shaping up, but you know what, we still have 2 more houses to build, so let's get right to it. Oh, that's a wall. For the first one, I went with a yellow theme, which I think turned out pretty fun, and I just accomplished that with bamboo as well as the yellow wool that we gathered earlier. And then for the final house, I used a bunch of the coral blocks that we got in the ocean for the foundation, and I think they have like a bit of a softer tone to them, so I tied into that by using granite, jungle wood, and copper for the roof. Super happy with how these last 2 houses came out, and for just one final detail, let's add a lantern, and then this space is looking a little bit empty, so maybe we just do some kelp blocks. Yeah, I think that looks pretty nice. And as much as I love this new street in the harbor, I'm getting kind of tired of looking at this grass, so let's go collect all the materials we need to build a proper road. And I'm really hoping that I'll have at least a few of the materials already in our starter house. That would be very convenient. Okay, it looks like I have a bunch of rooted dirt already, which is very nice. And I'll also take these mud bricks as well as all of this packed mud. And for sure, I'm gonna need a ton of coarse dirt, so let's take all of that too. That's honestly a pretty good start, and let's just throw all of this into a shulker box. Alright, another block I need is granite. Oh geez, okay, I have like half a stack. That is not gonna be enough. Anyway, let's continue inventorying what we already have. I want to use some brown mushroom blocks, and I have about a stack. We'll probably have to make more of those as well. And I'm probably going to need even more packed mud than what I had in that chest. So let me grab some hay bales as well as some mud, and then we can turn this into wheat and then craft a bit more packed mud. I also want to use some tuff, but yeah, okay, I have a bunch in here. At least that's one material we don't have to worry about. And I'm also going to need just a little bit of mossy cobblestone, and yeah, I have some there too. Perfect. And I also want to use some stone buttons as decoration, and it looks like I made a bunch on accident one time, but you know what? I'll take it. I also want to use some pale moss, and yeah, I have a ton in here, so let's just grab a stack. And to decorate the road itself, let's also grab some of this short grass as well as bushes, and I'll even take some of the dry grass as well, why not? And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need more coarse dirt, so let's just grab a bunch of this regular dirt, and then let's grab some of this gravel as well. And then of course we can just use those to craft some coarse dirt. How many times do I have to tell Asteroid Destroyer that I don't want any solicitors? Get out of here, guy. But you know what, that just got me thinking I haven't checked in on my real life cats yet this video, so let's go do that right now. We're making some great progress on our harbor, but let's just take a second here to check in on our cats. We have Munchie up here, just, you know, chilling. She likes to vibe up here sometimes. And then my other cat, Mittens, is just straight chilling over here. Look at her, she's straight vibing. This is nice. But as always, this is your reminder to like the video. It really helps out the channel, so I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty, that was a fun distraction, but let's not get too carried away as we need some more materials for our pathway. Just turning on our beacon there, and let's go grab some granite. And it looks like there's a bunch out right here, so let's gather this up. Super quick with haste too, so I can't really complain. That took no longer than like 2 minutes, and I already have a ton of granite, which is awesome, so let's head back up to the surface. And the other block we need is brown mushroom blocks, so let's just use some bone meal to grow some of these large mushrooms, and we can easily gather up a bunch of these blocks. With that, we should have all of the materials that we need, which is great, but there's just one more thing to do, and that's remove the existing ground so we can place in the actual road. It took longer than I thought it would to clear out the space, but once it was all dug out, I got straight to work placing in the road. Building roads and pathways are one of those things that's kind of subtle but also makes the biggest change. Like just looking at this now, it's so much more immersive and put together. And I also tried to add some of the different kind of, grass types around, as well as some buttons which kind of look like stones, just to make the entire area a little bit more detailed. We still do have some kind of open areas, like right here for example, so maybe let's just throw down a few more barrels, can maybe do a trapdoor on top, I don't know, maybe another one here and here, something like that. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good, and considering it is a harbor, there'd be lots of just, random junk thrown all over the place, so I think it fits the setting. And you know what, while we're in detailing mode, let's also add some decorations to the dock, and one of my go-tos is using grates to look like crab cages. And for any dark areas, I'm also going to try to dot just a bit of glow lichen around to make the area a bit safer. Another detail I like to add to docks is kelp blocks, so maybe let's just add a few right here. Can't forget to add more glow lichen, I really don't want a bunch of mobs in the area. Let's maybe do a few more of our crab cages right here. And another good detail is hay bales, so maybe let's just do some like that, and we can detail it a little bit using some bamboo slabs. Already that's looking pretty good, but you know what, let's add even more crab cages, can't go wrong with that. And at the end of the dock, let's maybe create a little bit of a seating area using birch stairs, scaffolding, and we can decorate it with a torch flower. And we can even get crazy with it and detail under the dock itself by creating some patches of algae using moss blocks and oak leaves. And the nice thing about moss is that you can plant stuff on top of it, so let's use some bushes as well as short grass to really enhance the effect. This new region is really shaping up, and the view from our island is especially awesome. But we're not done yet, as the next thing I want to make is a crane right in this area, so you know what, let's get right to building. I figured this area would make sense for a crane, as they could be lifting logs either onto or off of boats. I'm definitely no expert when it comes to building cranes, but I'm pretty happy with how this one turned out. I added like a wheel at the back as well as a counterweight, so the idea is that they could turn this to, lower and raise the kind of like winch over here, which right now is just holding some logs, which I think is pretty fitting for the lumber mill. And the view from the dock is especially awesome. I love how it's just like overhanging to the water, super cool. We already do have one boat at our original harbor, which looks pretty sweet, but with how big this expansion is, I think we definitely need another one, so let's go ahead and build one out over in this area. I don't know why, but boats continue to be one of like the most difficult things for me to design, and truthfully, I think this one looks a little bit derpy, but the overall shape and color scheme is pretty cool I think, so let's roll with it. Just one final detail that I want to add, and that's of course more crab cages. I feel like I'm a pirate or something though, this is pretty cool. Maybe it's not the best boat that has ever been built, but the only way to get better at building something is to try, so I think I'm happy with it. I've been playing in this hardcore Minecraft world for over half a year. During this time, I've transformed an island, upgraded a village, built a harbor, as well as an entire desert city. Since my goal for this world is to create diverse civilizations that feel alive and connected, I plan to link all of my builds together through a massive network of paths. Easier said than done though, as some of my builds are over 1,000 blocks apart. I guess that just means that there's no time to waste, so let's start off by connecting our island base to a village we transformed a couple of episodes ago. Okay, this is so awesome. As you can see now, we can just take this bridge. Oh, no way. What the heck? I missed a block here. No! Hold on, I can fix this. Give me this grass block, put that there. Okay, boom, crisis averted. Okay, I was trying to say that we now have a pathway, you know, connecting the two different areas, which is super awesome. I had to do a little bit of terraforming, and I also built, you know, some boulders, which I like to do. But all in all, super happy with how this little area turned out. I think I want to build some like trees and stuff, and I was also thinking we could maybe build like some sort of like mine entrance or something in this hillside. Could look really cool. Those are future projects though. For now, I'm just really happy that we can now access our village with a horse, and I'm excited to eventually be able to access all of our builds with a horse. Okay, I am super pumped to get started on the rest of the pathways, but before we get too carried away, I'm happy to say that I finally updated my game, so let's go find some of the happy ghasts. Okay, so if I'm correct, they should be around these bone structures. I'm not seeing any yet. Oh, we could try to get the new music disc too. Come on, come over here, ghast. Ow, what's hitting me? Get out of here, guy. Get out. Get out! We can do this. I believe. Give me the music disc. Give me the What? It went through him. Oh, chicken jockey. Come on. Come on. Yes! Okay, come on. Let's see if he dropped it. Yes, I see it. I see it. Let's go. Yes. New music disc. What is this one called? Tears. Yeah, we got the Tears music disc. Okay, that is awesome. Let's continue looking for one of these dried ghasts, though. There has to be one around here somewhere. Oh, this is sketchy. Okay, I don't think I've explored this area before. Come on, is there any over here? No, doesn't look like it. Any over here? Nope. Second music disc? Let's go. Oh, no way. There's one of the, what are these called? Dried gaslings, I think? Yeah, dried ghast. Let's go. Let's maybe see if we can find a second one just so he has a, you know, a buddy. And sweet, there's a second one right here. Let's pick that up. And there's a third one right here, but that's a little bit sketchy. Let's maybe just bridge underneath it. Okay, oh, okay, awesome. And you know what? I think 3 of these guys is more than enough. Let's get out of here. I think for these guys to grow up, we need to rehydrate them in the water. So maybe let's just place them down right here. So yeah, sweet. Stay hydrated, guys. And while we wait for these guys to do their thing, I want to get to work building a bridge right here because currently there's no way to get to this side of the harbor. That means we're going to need some materials though. So let's head into our starter house. I should hopefully have everything that we need in here. Oh yeah, and I also did a live stream kind of in between episodes and I did some end city raiding. So you can see we have a bunch of goodies in here, a bunch of shulker shells, which is super awesome. And then in this other shulker box right here, we have a bunch more armor that we found, plus 4 more elytras. But you know what? We got these music discs, so before we get too carried away crafting, we got to hear what this sounds like. Where's my diamonds at? I have some diamonds in here. Let's just grab one of those. Oh man, it has been so long since I crafted a jukebox, but I think it's just wood like that with a diamond in the middle. Yeah, sweet. And then I'm thinking we just place this beside our fireplace. Let's hear what this sounds like. Oh yeah, we're vibing. We're vibing. Okay, that's enough. Oh, you know what? This looks kind of awkward here. What if we remove this, remove the composter as well, and then replace that like that? Yeah, a little bit more disguised. That's kind of cool. Okay, enough distractions. Let's grab some, what do I need? Yeah, I need some brown mushroom blocks. Okay, and I'm also going to need some moss blocks. I should hopefully have some in here. Okay, I do. And I'm also going to need some of this pale hanging moss and hanging roots. I plan on building the bridge mainly out of stone, so moving right along, let's grab some of these, some of those, some of this mossy stone bricks, some of the chiseled, cracked. I'll probably need some walls as well. And then I'm also going to use some of the packed mud. I should have some in here. Yeah, okay, I have some packed mud, and I'll also take some of these mud bricks. And then I also want to light it up a little bit, so I'll grab some of these lanterns, probably just 4. And then heading downstairs, there's just one more thing that I need. I want some of these, yeah, the tube coral blocks. I think will look really cool. Okay, but sweet, that should be... Dude, are you kidding me? Get out of here, man. Get out. Okay, I was saying that should be... Another one? Dude, get out of here. What the heck? Okay, I've been trying to say we should have all the materials we need now, so let's get to building this bridge. Oh, I guess we should check on our gas first though. Hey, look at that, they're getting happy. That is so cute, that's awesome. Okay, these guys should be growing up any second now, but while we're waiting, let's build up this bridge. Of course it's raining now, but look, they grew up. Look at them, they are so cute. I love these guys. This one's even hanging out underneath of our brand new bridge. Look at this cutie. Okay, I didn't really understand the hype until I saw these guys for myself in game. These things are so awesome. Look at them, they're following me around. Oh, I love this. Okay, but while we're here, I did just want to add some lanterns on top of the bridge real quick, just to light up the area. And then I've been loving adding hanging roots and pale hanging moss to the bottom of my bridges, so that's exactly what I'm gonna do here. Maybe we should do one one more there and right there. Yeah, sweet. I think that's looking pretty good. Finally, we have a bridge so we can access our new harbor expansion without swimming or flying, which I'm really happy about. I do just want to get the end of this bridge though connected up to, like, we have a pathway right here. So let's dig out some of these blocks, make some room for it, and we can build a little bit of a path. Geez, I'm starting to learn how to talk, I think. Maybe, perhaps. Okay, awesome. So as you can see, the pathway is all in place. So we can now, just walk across the bridge, follow this pathway, and access the harbor. And I also went ahead and built a couple more boulders in this area, just for the aesthetics, but I think we could probably benefit from even one more right here. So maybe we go like that, a couple more stone blocks right there, and then let's do andesite slab, and then the rest can just be stone slabs. And you know what? Just for a little bit more kind of, texture variation, let's swap these out with tough blocks. I don't know why I'm so obsessed. Okay, Happy Gas, you're cute, but you're kind of like right in my shot. I was trying to say, I don't know why I'm so addicted to building boulders lately, but they just add that, little extra something, which I love. The other side of the bridge though is not looking nearly as good. We still need to build a giant pathway going off in this direction to connect up to our village transformation as well as the island. We'll get started on that soon though. Right now, I want to make some of the harnesses because I'm pretty sure these Happy Gas are going to be growing up any second now. And I don't think the recipe is too crazy. I think all we need is some, we're going to need some leather, and then I think we're also going to need some glass, and then the last material is just some wool. So what colors do we want? Okay, maybe we can do a yellow one, maybe a purple one, and a cyan one should look pretty cool. Okay, that should be everything. So let's go over to our crafting table, and yeah, sweet. Okay, we have some harnesses. So let's do a cyan one. We'll do the purple one next. Let's go, and then we'll do the yellow one. Okay, and then just in case these guys haven't grown up yet, let's maybe grab some of these snowballs just to, hydrate them a bit more. Okay, they're still looking kind of small. Come over here. Have some snowballs. Have some snowballs, little guy. Fine, you guys want some too? Here, have some snowballs. You as well. Oh, he just grew up. I just saw that. Let's go. How do I put the harness on? Just click. Yes, dude, let's go. We're doing it. Oh, this is so cool. Can I just, we can go up. I don't even know where to go, what to do. This is just so cool. Okay, so I think we can just, oh man, okay, we can stand right on top. Oh man, look at this. This is majestic as the sun is setting. Oh man, this is cool. Okay, but maybe let's just fly this one to kind of the top of this like cherry grove hill. That might be cool. Okay, it's getting pretty dark. Let's see. Can I place a bed on this guy? No, I don't think so. So yeah, you can't really like place blocks on top. I see. Come on, Gast, go. There's already stuff spawning down there. Oh man, there's like a million creepers there. Okay, you know what? Let's just stay in the sky. That's fine. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'm pretty sure Happy Gas just kind of, hang out where you leave them. So I'm gonna test that theory by leaving this guy up here, and we'll see if he can, just kind of stay here and guard the top of this hill. Oh man, look how cute this little Ghast is just hanging out in the cherry grove. Let's fly right by. Oh! What? You can hit him. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. Oh, sorry, Ghast. I thought I was gonna fly through you. My bad. Okay, let's see. Have these other ones grown up? Yeah, I think they have. Okay, let me see if I can do this super cool. Okay, throw that on and boom. Okay, and boom. There, nice. Okay, and we still have one more harness. Come on, come over here, guy, and boom. There, we did it, first try. Oh, I love these guys. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do with them yet, so I think I'm just gonna let them kind of roam around the area until I decide. Okay, but in the meantime, I think let's get started on terraforming this area and getting the pathway built up, connecting all the way over to our island. Okay, maybe I got just a little ahead of myself as I was completely out of rooted dirt, so I flew around until I found an azalea tree and then I dug out all of the rooted dirt below it. But with that taken care of, I locked in and smoothed out the terrain where the new pathway is going to go. I got carried away and even dug out an entire river so that we also have the option to boat to and from the desert city if we want to. All that was left to do now was build up a few boulders and then place in the actual pathway. And I wish I was joking, but this terraforming took me close to 6 hours. Absolutely loving the vibe of riding our horse on it though, but I can't help but think about how the final path we need to build is easily 5 times the size of this one. And to make matters worse, I've pretty much used up all of my path building materials at this point, so I had to go out into the world and gather more, like mud from a mangrove swamp and gravel which I found along the coastline. With all of the digging and terraforming we've been doing, my tools were getting low on durability, so I swung by our Enderman XP farm to repair all of our gear. With that sorted, I went back to the overworld and harvested pretty much every wheat farm in my entire world. We're going to need a lot of packed mud for the pathways, so we can combine this wheat with the mud we got earlier to craft a bunch of it. Our giant farm out by the desert definitely came in clutch. It took like 30 minutes to harvest and replant the entire thing, but man oh man did it give me a ton of wheat. I felt like taking a break from collecting materials, so I grabbed the only beacon we have in the world and set it up right beside where the final pathway is going to go. You probably already guessed it, but it's time for more terraforming. I want the final path to run through this area, but there's a hill in the way, so I had to carve out some space for it. But that wasn't the only spot that needed work. I kept grinding and prepped the whole area, making sure it'll be easy to traverse once the pathway is finally in place. It took like 5 hours, but I managed to get an area cleared out going all the way to our desert city. Having the entire area now prepped got me super motivated, so I locked in and got together the last of the materials I needed to build the actual pathway, such as brown mushroom blocks, quite a few stacks of granite, and I even had to go find an azalea tree again to get more rooted dirt. But hey, at least when I hit the cave underneath the tree, I found a few more diamonds. I mean, maybe this is surprising, I don't really know, but I don't have that many diamonds in storage, so I'll take as many as I can get. Juicy blue diamonds aside, we now have every single block that we're going to need to build the final pathway going all the way to the desert city. It's going to be absolutely massive. It took 6 shulker boxes just to store everything, which is kinda nuts. But you know what? Enough stalling, let's finally build the final pathway. And now that the grind is done, we can finally move on to the fun part, which is adding lots of details around the pathway to really help bring our world to life. For example, I purposely left this section of the pathway floating as I thought it could be the perfect spot for a cozy bridge. Before we get to building it though, let's go check in on my cats. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I like to use my cats to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. And I mean, if I'm gonna be shameless, I might as well just let you know that you can get the world download for this entire world on my Patreon or by joining as a member right here on YouTube. Alright, let's get back to Minecraft and build this bridge. I went for a bit of like an overgrown medieval look, and I figured since I have an iron farm, why not create a super unique railing using over 50 anvils. And I thought I'd push myself and see just how unique I can get the terrain around the bridge looking, so I started mixing in various green blocks like moss, green concrete powder, and terracotta to make the area feel really lush. Okay, nobody quote me on this quite yet, but I might be cooking here. All these green blocks are looking super sweet. It's just like this subtle effect, but oh man, does it just make the area feel lush. And the next thing I'm getting started on is adding some kind of like small rocks and boulders around, mainly just using mossy cobblestone, stone, and like andesite I think looks pretty good. As you can see, I've already started adding a few. Oh yeah, and I also want to use tuff, but anyway, let's start adding a bunch of these all over the place. I think one right here will look pretty good. Maybe another one right here, just throw a few slabs on here, maybe some mossy cobblestone there, and just sort of patch up this weird hole with some andesite slabs. We can even use some of this, I think this is, what is this? Lime terracotta in the boulders, I think, just to like look like it's really overgrown, like sort of like moss and algae has overtaken it. Looks super sick. Oh, we could probably even add some moss carpet on top. It's so subtle, but we're cooking. We're definitely cooking. And then maybe right on top, we could even add a fern. Oh yeah, wait, I actually really like that. What the heck? The fern is looking awesome. Let's even add a bit of shortgrass right on top too. I think would look pretty sweet. Yeah, really lush boulder. And then for a bit of contrast, let's maybe just throw a few of these rose bushes around. Okay. Oh dude, I think this is maybe one of the best boulders that I've ever built. Let me know what you think, but as you can see, oh, what the heck? I missed a block here. Okay, boom, crisis averted. Okay, as you can see, I have boulderfied, rockified. I think boulderfied this entire area. It's looking pretty sweet now. Let's keep adding more details though, and for areas like this where we just have kind of like a big flat section of dirt, I was thinking we could mix in a bit of coarse dirt as well as brown concrete powder just for a tiny bit of texture variation. I mean, is this totally overkill? Probably, but I kinda love it. So like right here is probably another good area. Let's remove those dirt blocks and go coarse dirt, coarse dirt. So subtle, but I like it. Okay, moving on, let's add some of these oak leaves to look like some type of bush, you know, just a bit more greenery. Let's maybe do a little bit more kind of right underneath the bridge right here, maybe boom and boom. And I mean, we do have an official bush kind of block in the game now, so we might as well scatter a few of these in here as well. Maybe a bit more over here, and I think this area could use more oak leaves as well. Can never go wrong with adding more flowers, so maybe let's just dot some of these azure bluets around. And I feel like I haven't been using these nearly as much as I should, so I want to mix in some of the wildflowers as well. Oh man, these wildflowers are underrated for sure. I was thinking though, another detail that would mix in really well, especially with the wildflowers, is this leaf litter, so I want to mix in a bunch all throughout the area. I don't know what's with this stuff, it almost puts me in like some sort of trance just because of how many like different orientations and stuff you can do with it, but overall really fun to mess around with. Leaf litter is all in place and looking good, and the next thing I was thinking we could add is more of this moss carpet around, just to kind of add a bit more sort of variety to the area. I don't know, it's gonna be subtle, but look at this area. We're going crazy with it. I reckon it would look especially nice around some of these rocks, just to help kind of blend the line in between the grass and the rock itself. Anyway, let's continue going absolutely crazy with the details, and next up, I just want to add some of these stone buttons around to look like some kind of like pebbles, you know, pretty subtle, but looks kind of cool. And you might have noticed this already, but there's kind of like a cutout channel running through this area, and I want this to be a stream, so I was thinking that we could just remove these grass blocks and replace them with some mud to make it look a little bit more official. And I mean, yeah, we obviously need to get some water in here, but one step at a time. Oops, I just broke some of my terraforming. So let's just carry right along and get all this mud in place. Okay, these right here should hopefully be the last of the mud blocks, and then let me just jump down here so you can see. Once we add the water, I think it can just kind of drop right into here and just go down into this cave. That's a good enough spot for it to end, at least for now. Kind of backtracking though, it's going to end right there, and as you can see, it's just winding nicely right through this area, and I want it to go directly through the bridge, which is going to look super sweet. I eventually want the water to start higher, probably, okay, the bridge is kind of in the way, but like probably somewhere up in this sort of like little hill up there. But for now, let's just add the water in the area we do have set up. Maybe we just start it like right here. And then as you can see, it's nicely floating down, a bit of like a mini waterfall, looking super sweet. Once we get down to here though, it's all just one level, so the water isn't gonna flow naturally. So we'll just have to turn all of this into water sources. Not too big of a deal though, honestly, I still think it's gonna look really, really good. And hopefully this last water bucket right here should do it, and yeah, it's flowing right into that cave. As I said before, definitely want it to end, you know, kind of somewhere more official later, but for now, this definitely works. Super glad we added this water, just really helped break up all of the green, and I don't know, it's just like such a vibe down here now. I love this. Definitely need some details like right along the stream though, and of course the obvious options are some of these firefly bushes, gotta use some of these for sure. And it'd also look nice if we add some sugarcane, and we can just stop those from growing all the way using the string trick, you know, kind of a classic. So maybe we just do another sugarcane right here, a string on top, maybe another one right here, and still have one more firefly bush. Let's just drop you right about there. Overall though, I'm really happy with the shape of this area right now. The last thing I want to do is just add a bunch of short grass around, just to kind of blend all the different details together, and then I think we can finally call this area done. Okay, the short grass was definitely the cherry on top. I mean, just look at this thing. You cannot tell me with a straight face that this isn't super cozy. And you know what the awesome thing is? You can't even see any of it from the bridge. I'm an idiot, aren't I? Okay, for real though, I can't even begin to describe how much I love this area. I almost hate that I love it so much, because I feel like I'm gonna want to detail every area in my world to this degree, which is just gonna take so much time. We obviously won't go this crazy for, you know, every single nook and cranny in our world, but it was definitely fun to kind of push our building skills and see how detailed and cool looking we could make the terrain. But we're not even done yet, as I want to tackle this hillside right over here next. And the nice thing about this one is that we'll definitely be able to see it from the bridge and the pathway, so that'll be nice. Mainly I just want a more natural starting point for our stream. As you can see right now, it's just kind of starting from nowhere, so if we build kind of, you know, a bit of an area up here where the stream can kind of be coming out of, a bit of like a waterfall almost, is gonna look really cool. Before we do literally anything though, I spotted some lava up here. Let's turn all of this into obsidian, because if I don't, there's like a 110% chance that I'll fall in it. Okay, perfect, that's taken care of, and you know what, I'll be extra diligent and throw a few torches down here, just so nothing spawns. You know, look at me being like a good Minecraft player. I'm really proud of myself. Okay, but now that that's taken care of, I think I want to get started by doing some terraforming. You know, this hill is looking kind of weird right now, and I mean, we've barely done even any terraforming in this episode yet, so might as well do a little bit more. Okay, there's still quite a few more details that I want to add, but I think that we cooked again. And as you can see, I've already added a channel for the water going up to here, so let's go up to the very top and add the actual water. Okay, moment of truth, if I add the water right here, hopefully it'll flow all the way down and reach the water that we placed down earlier. Come on, please don't mess anything up. Okay, it's looking good, come on. Almost there, just a little bit, gotta go around this bend, and yes, perfect. Okay, hit the bottom, let's go. Okay, check this out now, we can see the water as we're walking across the bridge. I am super glad that we can actually see this stuff, you know, down here, kind of hard to see what we did, but this, definitely have a good view of it. I still want to add a bunch of vegetation like we did down below, and I have a really cool idea for what we can add at the very top of the hill, but before we get to that, let's build some custom trees. We're definitely gonna need some materials though, so let's swing by our starter house. Really hoping that we have some leaves in here, but I guess we'll see. Okay, moment of truth. Do I have any leaves in here? I have... Okay, geez, I have 33 leaves. That's not going to be enough. I have a little bit of birch as well. And the other leaf type I'm going to need is some spruce leaves. Do I have... Okay, I barely have any of those either. Great. No worries. Let's just go to our ender chest here. I have all my tools in this shulker box, so let's grab our silk touch hoe. Oh, also, while we're here, I have to show you guys this. Check this out. We have 5 shulker boxes of dirt blocks from all the terraforming, and what is this? 6 boxes of grass blocks. Pretty nuts. Anyway, though, let's go grab some leaves. Okay, luckily there's a spot just over here where we should be able to grab all 3 leaf types pretty easily. I've been hard at work grabbing a bunch of birch and oak leaves, but my inventory is pretty much entirely full, so let's throw these into a shulker box just for now. But now that we have some space, let's keep grabbing more of these birch leaves. Okay, perfect. That should be all the oak and birch leaves that we need, and as you can see, there's a taiga biome just over there, so let's go grab some spruce leaves next. Come on, let's nail this landing. Okay, good enough. Pro gamer. And we should get a decent amount of spruce wood in the process, so that is pretty nice. Look at this absolute crime I spotted. I missed a spruce log when I was cutting down trees earlier, I guess, and there's just floating leaves up there. Oh, there's 2 crimes. What the heck? Okay, we gotta deal with that right now. Okay, this is gonna be the real test of my elytra flying skills. Come on. Oh, wait, actually, pro gamer. What the heck? Okay, let's see if we can nail the landing on the second one. Come on. Okay, I'm trash. Okay, come on. Second try, and... Oh, what the heck? Okay, this is getting kind of embarrassing. It's taking me so long that it started to rain. Okay, there we go. And get out of here, floating log. I don't like you. Ow, my legs. Okay, but really, I don't need too many spruce leaves. I think, what is this, like 5 stacks should be good, so let's get out of here. Okay, I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself, but once we build the custom trees, I want to put some of the leaf litter underneath them, but I'm pretty much all out, so let's grab some lava. Dude, why do I only have 2 buckets in here? Okay, the rest of the buckets were hiding in my ender chest, I guess. Thanks, past me. Anyway, let's go ahead and grab all of this lava from our farm. Okay, and then down in the basement, let's just load up a bunch of these furnaces, and then we can get, you know, more leaf litter. Okay, but while we wait for that to do its thing, let's go get the rest of the materials that we're going to need to build these trees. Okay, so most of the trunks I want to build using walls, so let's just go ahead and turn all of these into walls. Cobblestone, we're going to use some diorite, some granite, as well as mud brick walls, and tuff. Where's the regular tuff wall? And tuff. Okay, I'm glad that's taken care of. I swear, maybe I'm just going crazy, but I feel like I hear a wandering trader out here. Where are you? There you are, hiding in the corner. Do you have literally anything useful at all? Oh wow, some pink dye. You want to know what else is gonna die? Okay, along with those walls, we're going to need some wood materials, so let's swing by our lumber mill. Ooh, nailed it. So just upstairs, I have storage for all of the different wood types. I know I'm gonna want to use some pale oak. Do I have some? Okay, I have some fences and fence gates. Perfect. And then I think I'm also gonna use some dark oak and, okay, wait, actually kind of thanks past me. I have so much of the stuff all ready to go. This is pretty nice. I'm also gonna need some logs and I do have some, okay, yeah, I think some stripped. I'll take these and I'll just take like a stack of the regular ones as well. And then the last thing that I need is just some spruce stuff. So I'll take a stack of logs and then okay, some gates as well as some fences. Okay, we're back at our house again because I'm dumb and keep forgetting stuff, but let's grab some of these moss blocks. I'll grab these hanging roots as well and some of this glow lichen. Okay, awesome. And then the very last thing that I need to craft is some chains. Maybe you can guess why, but I'll show you in just a minute. let's hop down into the basement of the blacksmith and okay, perfect. All of our leaf litter is ready, so that should be the last thing that we need. That took a bit more effort than I thought it was going to, but finally we have all the materials we need, so let's get to building these trees. I ended up building 11 trees, which is, you know, a decent amount, but nothing too crazy, and I mainly built birch and spruce trees, but I did add just one larger oak tree for a bit more variety. I really need to start building more custom trees all throughout our world because holy cow does this look nice. It just makes the area feel like so much more enclosed and just, I don't know, cozy and immersive. I really like this. Okay, but we did not make all this leaf litter for nothing, so let's go ahead and dot some of this underneath all of the trees. Here you go, little spruce tree, have some fallen leaves. Dot some around here, maybe even a little bit kind of blue onto this boulder. That'd look pretty nice. Wow, we just burned through that super quick. We went through every single stack, but it's looking pretty good now. I'll be honest, it's not really, you know, the most noticeable thing ever, but I still think it was worth the time and effort, as I still think it looks pretty good. Plus it just adds that tiny little touch of realism. If you remember, we crafted some chains a little while ago, and I was thinking we could use them to make a bit of like a swing hanging off of this tree. So let's just bring these down, maybe a couple more blocks. Yeah, a bit lower so, you know, you can actually get on. And then let's go trap door. Okay, this is a little tricky, and trapdoor. And yeah, just like that, a little bit of a swing hanging off of the tree. I really like that. Call me crazy, but I'm still not done detailing this area yet, so I swung by our starter house again and did a decent sized crafting session to get most of the materials I needed to finish off the area. I was missing just a few things though, so I first swung by the taiga biome again to dig up some podzol. After that, I went to a nearby plains biome and used shears to gather up a ton of shortgrass. Last but not least, I headed down into our custom mine to pick up some amethyst clusters from a geode. Okay, but with that, we should have everything that we need, and I got it nicely organized into some shulker boxes, so you can see right here is all of our different kind of stone items. This next shulker box has all of our different kind of plants and vegetation, and then the final one has all of our miscellaneous blocks. Alrighty, but where should we start? Maybe let's just grab all of these natural blocks, and we'll start with these. I think it'd be good to just start off with the shortgrass, so let's dot this all over the place. I don't even know how many stacks of shortgrass that was, but I added it all throughout the area, and another similar block I was thinking we could dot in is some of these bushes. They looked pretty good down below, so we might as well add some here as well. Bushes are in and looking good, and we definitely got to get some firefly bushes in here, so maybe let's just do a couple there, and maybe boop and boop. Looks especially nice right along the stream. Okay, moving right along, we definitely need some flower action up in here, so maybe let's just do some of our azure bluets in this spot. Maybe get some tulips in here for just a little pop of red. And carrying along with that red theme, let's go rosebush, rosebush, and rosebush. This area right here could definitely use some color, so let's dot some of these orange tulips around. I think that'll look pretty good. And it's not exactly a flower, but I think we could use some of these pale oak saplings to look like some bushes. And the awesome thing about these is that they won't grow up if it's not in a 2x2 area, so no worries about trees growing. And I still have a few more azure bluets on me, so let's just add a few over in this spot. This next one is a little bit weird, but I want to try mixing in some of these warped roots. Looks maybe a little bit out of place right now, but once you see what I'm going to add at the very top of the hill, I think it'll make sense. And speaking of the top of the hill, let's also add some of the warped roots up here too. And to further tie into this colorful theme that we're going for, we can do a mossy cobblestone slab, and then if we waterlog that, we can place some of this bubble coral right on top. It's such an awesome, vibrant color, and because the slabs are waterlogged, the bubble coral won't dry out, which is, you know, pretty nice, because if it did, it'd just be, you know, a kind of gross gray color. And if we're going crazy with it, we might as well mix in some of these amethyst clusters, as I think they'll blend in pretty nicely with the coral. And I don't want to go too crazy with it, but maybe we do just a few more right here. Maybe you can already guess, but I'm really excited to show you what I have planned for the very top here. Before we get to that though, I want to get like a proper way to access this area. I'm thinking just a small walking path connecting to the main road. So taking a look from the main road, I think this spot right here will work perfectly if we just kind of dig this out, replace it with some like coarse dirt and stuff, going all the way up to the top. So you know what, let's dig this out and then get to building. Okay, I think this thing turned out pretty good. It's like obvious enough that it's here, but not like too in your face. I like that it's just kind of like a bit of a hidden pathway, you know? I like that vibe. And just one final thing that I'm doing right here is just adding a bit of lighting using some of these soul lanterns on top of cobbled deep slate walls, just to light the area up a little bit. Okay, but now that we have a proper way to get to the very top, I guess it's time to reveal what my plans are for this area. Ready to hear it, sheep? So I was thinking it'd be really cool if we built some sort of like shrine or ancient ruins up here. So you know what? I think let's just build the thing. Okay, I still want to add more details, but I think this is a really good start. I'm trying to make it look really worn down and old, so maybe we do a few pressure plates and stone buttons right here to look like some of the kind of like rocks and stuff from these pillars have fallen off onto the ground. I even tried to sell that effect a little bit further by making it look like probably this pillar right here has completely fallen over and is horizontal on the ground. But anyway, let's add more of these buttons, maybe a couple right there, and pressure plate, pressure plate. I don't know why, but I think it'd look cool if we include some water up here. Maybe it's just, you know, kind of accumulated in these broken boulders. I don't know, I think it helps with the effect. For even more detail, let's do a decorated pot, and I put some pottery shards on this one. And then right beside that, let's do a regular flower pot and another one right here, and inside we can do some warped roots as well as warped fungus. On the inside of this pillar, maybe let's just do a cornflower, and then over on this side, a couple more flower pots, maybe we do another warped fungus and a piece of bamboo. And I don't really want stuff spawning up here, so maybe we do some of this glow lichen around just to light it up a little bit. The rain is making it feel pretty ominous up here, and let's tie into that even more by going like full on fantasy mode. Let's do some white stained glass, and on top of that, a white candle. Let's remove this grass so we can actually see it, and yeah, I want to do some like floating candles all the way around this. It's gonna look really cool, I think. And I want to do a mixture of both purple and white, so maybe let's just do a purple one right here. And I think you get the idea, so let me get the rest of these in place. Okay, I got the rest in place, and all we gotta do now is light these up with some flint and steel. Hopefully I can reach them all. Okay, this should be the last one right there. I haven't really added too many fantasy elements in this world yet, but after seeing this, I kinda wanna add more. And it looks like the sun is setting, so let's add the final detail, which is a lectern with a book and quill in it. I have some pretty neat ideas of what we could put inside of the book, but before I commit to anything, I want to hear what all of your ideas are. One of the things that I absolutely love about these ancient ruins is that we get a little peek of it as we're passing by on the bridge. I feel like little areas like this are what make me absolutely love a long-term Minecraft world. We've made an absolutely insane amount of progress, you know, getting all of these roads in, all of this terraforming, but it's pretty hard to visualize, so the next thing I want to get started on is building a giant map room. And I was thinking this area right beside the first pathway that we built this episode could be a great spot for it. My idea is to do a big arched entryway right here, and then we can dig a big hole into the hillside and put the maps in there. So you know what that means? Even more digging, and there's no way that I'm going to do this without a beacon, so let's set this thing up. Okay, last layer, throw our beacon right on top, and then we can do our iron ingot. We'll do haste, haste 2, and should be good to go. Low key, I am kinda scared for how long this is about to take me, but I guess there's no time to waste, so let's get to digging. Okay, so it only ended up taking about 45 minutes, so you know, not too bad, and just ignore how scuffed it looks right now, gotta trust the process. Okay, but anyways, you know, we've built so many pathways, we definitely gotta build one, you know, connecting to this thing, so let's get this placed in. Okay, sweet, just like that, we have a pathway going all the way to the inside of our future map room. Next up, I want to get started on the entrance itself, so let's swing by our starter house and grab some materials. I want to use a lot of white blocks for kind of like a grand look, so let's do a little inventory, see what we already have. Hopefully I have a bunch of diorite. Oh geez, okay, I actually have a pretty decent amount, very nice. Probably take some of these walls and slabs and stuff too. Okay, and then to go along with that, I want to use some calcite. I have no idea. Okay, dude, actually this is crazy. I have calcite too. The next block, I know I have a lot of already. Yeah, I have a bunch of these mushroom stems. Look at this. This is such a crazy chest. Like, what the heck? I also want to use some quartz. I think that'd blend in pretty nicely with this block palette. So let's just grab some of these. You have some smooth quartz and just regular blocks of quartz. And then the last block I want to use is pale oak wood. So let's swing by our lumber mill and see if we have any in here. I can't remember if we used it all earlier. I have a few stacks. That'll work. Alright, sweet. That's actually the bulk of the materials that we need, so I'm just gonna, kind of craft this all up into the different items that we need, and then we can get to building. I'm glad we went for the white block palette, as it made the whole thing look really grand, but I did texture it up quite a bit to make it look older and like it's been in the world for quite some time. And I couldn't help myself, so I blended it into the surrounding environment using some boulders, and just, textured it up, added some vegetation, got the whole thing looking really good. Moving to the big room that we dug out, I got started by adding a bunch of pillars using the same white block palette as the entrance. And to save myself a little bit of a headache, I made use of one of our happy ghasts to build the ceiling. Heading inside though, you can see that I have all these different kind of like compartments dug out where we can place some maps. There's still a few more details that I want to add though, so come here happy ghast. Okay, this thing, okay, just stay there guy. Okay, actually come a little bit lower. Okay, stay there, perfect. It's pretty dark here at the moment, so I was thinking we could hang some glowberries off of here, just something like that, and then we can use our shears to stop those from growing. And then if we use some bone meal, we'll get this to, light up a lot. That's really good. These should be the last couple right here, and yeah, we got sweet berries going all the way around. And I think we shouldn't need Mr. Happyghast anymore for this project, so let's just take him back up to the top of the hill. Come on, little Happyghast, back to the cherry biome for you. What a chill guy. Thanks for the help, buddy. Okay, carrying on, I want to put some, I think these are called braziers, I don't know, I just looked it up and I still don't know how to pronounce it, but if we do some soul sand like that and then light this up, we get a really cool fire effect. So let's just go ahead and put one of these in front of all of the pillars. This should be the last pillar right here. Light that up, and yeah, that looks really cool. Guess we can probably get rid of all of these temporary torches now. Moving right along, I want to add a few more details to the very back wall. I already did add some inset areas using some acacia, and up here I even used some gold blocks. Kinda crazy. You might have noticed I left a bit of a hole here, and I was thinking we could add a fountain right in this spot. So let's just get ourselves up there, where's our happy gas when we need it? Let's just patch this up really quick, and then we should be able to do some water right here, and it should fall right down. And that's looking not bad, but I do want to turn all of this into source blocks. I think that'll be looking a little bit better. Okay, yeah, definitely a lot better with it all being water sources. And let's add some decoration right in here, maybe just some seagrass and a few sea pickles to light it up. And then on the edge of the fountain, let's do a decorated pot and a couple of regular flower pots, and maybe one more right there. And we still have a few flower pots on us, so let's add some at the bottom of these inset areas. And then in the flower pots themselves, I was thinking we could do a mixture of saplings, and I'm just using the regular oak, dark oak, and pale oak variants. I'm really liking the vibe of this back wall now. I think I'm happy to call this area finished. I think all that's left to do now is add the actual maps, so let's just prep this area by adding a bunch of glowstone. Okay, something just like that to illuminate the maps once we actually add them. And let's do the same thing on this side. We'll just fill this right in with some glowstone, just like so. And then so we can label the maps, let's just add a pale oak sign in each of these sections. Okay, awesome. Now it's just time for the fun part. Let's go get the actual maps. Luckily, one of the maps that I want to display is pretty much all ready to go. When we built this desert city, also, what are the villagers doing up there? Okay, I was trying to say, when we were building this desert city, we just threw a map in here, so I think let's just grab this and we'll put it in our official map room. I'm gonna make sure that I update all of these though, so that our brand new pathway is on them. And I want to duplicate all of these maps, so let's see if we can maybe buy some from the cartographer. I don't have that many emeralds though, so maybe let's just trade. Yeah, okay, we can trade some iron for emeralds. We should be able to get a bunch super easily. Okay, just like that, we have 61 emeralds, so let's buy all of the maps that we can. Okay, only 12. That is actually not that good. Okay, we'll have to wait for him to kind of refresh his trades, I guess. You know what? I honestly don't really feel like waiting. Let's maybe see if we can just craft up some of our own. So we got some iron and redstone. Over here, I should have... Okay, I have a decent amount of paper. Let's turn these blocks of iron into iron ingots, and then we should be able to craft a bunch of compasses. Okay, 8 is not that many. Anyway, let's turn all of these into empty maps. I mean, I guess that should be enough maps anyways, so let's duplicate all of these. Okay, we now have 2 copies of every single map, so let's put some glass panes in there, and then we should be able to lock one of these so that it won't get updated. I'm not gonna lie, this is already getting kind of confusing, but we should be able to figure it out. Of course, my inventory is already full, so maybe let's just put all of these ones that we already duplicated and locked into here. Okay, perfect. Now that we have some room in our inventory again, let's lock the rest of these maps. Okay, so just like that, we now have a locked and an unlocked version of every single map. So now all we gotta do is place the map inside of our map room. Okay, so let's throw these item frames right on this glowstone. Okay, now we just need to actually put the maps in here, and I'm kind of dumb and didn't keep these organized at all, so this might take me a minute. This is like honestly a jigsaw puzzle at this point. Well, that was a headache and a half, but this should be the last couple of maps right here. This looks super cool though and has me really motivated to keep expanding our desert city. Imagine if we had a ton of builds over in this area. Oh, that'd look cool. Okay, but I do want to label this, so let's go episode 10, and then we'll put the date. I'm not kidding, I'm recording this on September 11th, you know. Alright, but sweet, we now have this map locked in time, and I think we'll probably do like an update every 10 episodes, and we'll just keep expanding down this wall. You know, so right here will take us to episode 50, and if we want to extend this, we can always just push this back wall further and keep adding maps. And then the opposite wall on this side, I want to be for maps of our island base, as well as like our village transformation, so let me get the maps all prepped and ready to go, and then we can fill this in. Here we go, the final 5 maps. Check this thing out, this looks absolutely insane. I love the network of paths just kind of sprawling the area. We were even able to fit our bridge on the map. It's looking super cool. And if you're excited to see what the map looks like on episode 20, episode 30, episode 40, and episode 50, be sure to like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. I've survived over 1300 days in this hardcore Minecraft world, and for some reason I thought it would be a fun challenge to never move out of my starter house. This is starting to bite me in the butt though, as I'm constantly struggling to find space for all of my items. I solved this problem a little bit by creating a lumber mill where I've been storing all of my wood materials, but even that's not quite cutting it. So my plan for this video is to create a secret underground storage room directly underneath our starter house that can store over 1 million items. First things first, I want to get started on the entrance, and I was thinking we could hide it right under this block inside of our bedroom. So let's just dig out a little bit of an area right here, and we can try to do some redstone. This right here should be plenty of room to work with, but maybe let's just throw down a few torches in each of these corners. Really don't want anything spawning down here. And I guess I should have just brought the redstone down here to begin with, but that's alright. Let's get back up inside of our house. And conveniently, my redstone chest is right here, so let's grab some redstone dust, some of these repeaters, and I'll also need to make some sticky pistons, so let's grab some slime balls. Okay, perfect, and I grabbed the rest of the materials that we need, so we should be able to craft up some, we can do a few pistons here. We'll turn those into sticky pistons, and while we're at it, let's also make a few redstone torches. And I think that should be everything that we need, so let's get ourselves back into this room. And with all the materials we needed and the room dug out, I locked in and got the redstone built up. Okay, of course I'm like stuck down here now, but I think it should be working. Let's maybe see if we can just get ourselves back up, maybe right through this block. Just quickly patch that back up. As you can see, there's a sticky piston right there, so let's just hide that with a jungle plank. And then all we should have to do is place a button right there, and if we press that, it should hopefully open it. Okay, and it does. Awesome. The button itself is pretty hidden, blends in right with the floor, and then we can just press that, hop down, and eventually we'll fall right down into the storage room. And I guess the main issue right now is that we have no way to get back up, so let's work on that next. And I do have quite a bit of other stuff built around this area, like other farms and whatnot, so I think I want this to be quite a bit deeper just so we're not bumping into anything. Probably right here is a good level, so let's just light that up with a torch, and then I want to dig a bit of a hallway going in this direction. The hallway is dug out, and then I was thinking we could do a bubble elevator right here, and this should launch us right back into the house. Okay, so I think we just hit the floor of the house, so let's just pillar up right here, and okay, I think this will be a good spot for us to kind of launch back up. And I do want to disguise this as well, but I think we can do so pretty easily, as we should be able to hide some redstone right under this carpet. So the bubble elevator will be right there, and then let's just kind of patch this back up. We'll do a piston right there, then we'll go plank and stripped oak wood, and then we can just hide this back up using some red carpet. that's looking good. Let's also just patch this up using some oak slabs. And then similar to what we did before, we're gonna have to dig out a bit of a room below this and do some redstone. This is an absolute mess right now, but you can see the piston is right there. So let's do a block right below it. And then we need to do some redstone dust leading into that. And then basically all we need to do is just carry this redstone line going all the way down to the bottom where we dug out that hallway. And I am trying to be a good redstoner and place this on top of stone bricks just so that I hopefully don't break it. Also, the redstone line is getting pretty long, so I'm gonna break this one here and place a repeater, and just so there's a little bit of delay, I'll probably click that like a few times. I'll show you why we need the delay in just a second, but let's continue getting this connected up, going all the way to the bottom. Okay, we're making good progress. I think we're almost there. I did, however, just remember that I want to invert the signal, so let's do a full block there and a redstone torch, and I think that should do the trick. Just gotta go a few more blocks around this corner, and as you can see, this is that hallway that we dug out earlier. So right above where our redstone line ends, let's do a full block, and then on top of that, let's do a pressure plate. And I mean, we might as well just patch up the rest of this hallway while we're at it. Okay, but I think if we step on this pressure plate now, it should open up that hole kind of in the floor inside of our house. It's a little bit hard to tell right now, so let's dig this out and we can check. And you know what? While we're digging this out, let's also just replace the walls with some terracotta. I think it'll look a little bit nicer. And it's also so claustrophobic in this hallway, let's make this a little bit taller. Okay, but moment of truth, if I step on this pressure plate, it should open up that hole, and it does. Let's go. Awesome. You know what? Let's double check it, step on it, and it should open up. Closes. Okay, perfect. Step on it. Opens. Closes. Let's go. As I mentioned, I want this thing to be a water elevator so we can easily get back up to the top. So let's just start off by patching this up a little bit more. And then to hold all of the water in place, let's just do a bunch of pale oak signs. And then I think the easiest way to do this is to place some sand at the very bottom first. And then I guess we need to place water all the way at the top. So let's just pillar our way up there. Okay, we're directly underneath the floor. So let's do some water right here and then break this going all the way back down to the bottom again. The water's going all the way down to the bottom now, and we need this to be water sources in order for the bubble column to work, so let's just do some kelp to convert it all. And I'm out of kelp, dang it. Kind of annoying, but we should be able to just grow the rest of it using some bone meal, which I have in my ender chest. Okay, let's see if this works. Just press that a bunch. Okay, I think it grew up all the way to the top. So let's just break that kelp right there. And then we need to get rid of this sand and replace that with some soul sand. And those bubbles are a very good sign. We're about to test my redstone capabilities. Please let this work. So the pressure plate should open the entrance, and oh my goodness, it worked. And as you can see, the hole is completely disguised. You can't even see it. Oh, this is so sick. And then if we want to go back down, all we got to do is press that button, fall down into this hole, and sweet, we're right back into that hallway. And then if we want to go back up, just walk into the bubble column, and sweet, floor closes right below us. Oh man, this is cool. The one thing we should do though is add some water at the bottom of the entrance because I keep breaking my legs. So maybe let's just break out this one, we'll replace that with a slab and do some water. And then you know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and replace the rest of this floor with no! I just broke all my redstone. Okay, the water source is in, and I patched up the rest of the floor, so I think our entrance as well as the exit is fully done now. I mean, I can't help myself though, let's just try this one more time. Oh, that is buttery smooth. Go over here, press the button, drop right back down, boom, right into the water, good to go. This redstone was somehow both easier and harder than I thought it was going to be, but anyway, I want to get started on digging out a giant hole over in this area for the actual storage room. So first things first, let's try to get a beacon set up, and I just need to dig out a little bit of space for that. Hopefully this is enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, of course, one short. Okay, let's get this all filled in. Layer number 2. Final layer right here, and then let's place our beacon right on top. And I low-key just remembered that this thing needs to be able to see the sky, so you know what? Let's dig a hole straight up. Really hoping there's not going to be any buildings above us. I was not really thinking about this, and okay, there's the sky. Perfect. It is dark as heck though. Let's quickly go inside of our house and take a sleep. Yeah, definitely don't want any mobs to kill us. Now that I don't have to worry about a creeper sneaking up on me, let's dig this going all the way back down to the beacon. Okay, perfect. And then let's just throw our iron in here. We'll go haste and haste 2. And now that we can finally insta-mine, let's dig out a giant area for our storage room. It took about an hour, but this should be the entire space cleared out. My idea is that we'll have chests in all of these different compartments, and then we'll have a staircase right down to here to the very bottom where we'll have even more storage. But you know what? There's no time to waste, so let's head back upstairs and grab some materials. I know I want to use some terracotta, and let's see, I have a bit over a stack, hopefully that'll be enough. And down on this level, I also have my nether chest, so let's just grab some of this glowstone. And then I'm also going to need a few things from the very top level, so let's just start off with some of this andesite. Maybe I'll just grab like 3 stacks, and I'll also take these slabs. Moving right along, I know I want to use some lanterns, so let me grab those, and I'll also take these paintings. And then we already did use some in the floors, so we should probably grab a little bit more deep slate. And then if there's any weird walls that we need to patch up, I'll probably use some stone. And check this out, look at all these shulker boxes of stone I have. This is kind of crazy, but let's just grab one of them. That'll be way more than enough. And I'm gonna need a ton of wood materials, so let's quickly swing by the lumber mill. Not before saying hi to our happy ghasts though. What's up, little happy ghasts? Honestly, I cannot remember at all how much wood I have in here. Please just have some. Oh, okay. How much is this? 20 logs? That is not going to be enough. And the other thing I need is a bunch of spruce. Come on, I have to have... What? Dude, I thought I was gonna have like half a double chest or something. Are you kidding me? I only have like 2 stacks. All right. Well, this kind of sucks. I actually have to play the game now and go grab materials. It's not all just in storage waiting for me. Kind of lame. Let's start off with grabbing some wood from this taiga biome. And truthfully, I'm gonna need a ton of this stuff. And I also just remembered I need like over 600 chests. So I'm gonna need a ton of wood. Wait a minute, 600 chests? How much wood is that? How many logs is 600 chests in Minecraft? 1,200 logs? Oh my goodness. I can't do math, so how many stacks is that? Dude, 19 stacks of logs? That is cooked. Keep in mind, I also need a ton of spruce to build the actual base, so just to be safe, I think I want to try collecting an entire shulker box full of spruce logs. I think that's the play. I think I'm just gonna throw some Avatar The Last Airbender on my second monitor and shut my brain off for a while. Let's see how long this takes. Maybe I was just complaining for no reason. That didn't take too long, only about an episode, and there we go, a full shulker box full of spruce logs. We still do need a few oak logs though, luckily not nearly as many as the spruce ones, so let me chop a few of these trees down. Should probably have enough after this tree here. Let's see, how much is that? Okay, pretty much 2 stacks. I think we're good to go. Hang on. I just remembered that we also need some dark oak wood. Please tell me I have some in here. Please. Let's go. Okay, we have definitely enough. Finally, we can get started. Let's press this button, hop on down, and I was thinking we could just start right here with the entrance. First things first, let's fill in this floor using polished and deep slate bricks. Something just like that, and then let's fill in this wall a little bit more, just using the same terracotta. And then in the corners, I was thinking we can do some pillars made out of both oak and stripped spruce, so let's just place those down, strip them, and then we'll do the exact same thing in this corner. Maybe just do like 3 spruce, strip those, maybe do another one right there, strip that, and oak and oak. And then for this other wall, I'm thinking we just use terracotta again, maybe something just like this. Let's do like a square. And then in this part right here, let's just fill that in with some glowstone. The glowstone obviously looks a little bit weird, but I'm thinking we can probably do a painting. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that they added this dog one. That one's cute. Let's keep this one. I also repeated the exact same wall design over here, just a different painting. To cover up this weird gap at the top, I'm thinking we just do some upside down spruce stairs. So let's just extend this going all the way around, just like that. This wall here is still looking a little bit basic, so maybe let's just do a flower pot in each of these corners, and then we can create some indoor plants using azaleas as well as these azalea leaves. Yeah, I think that looks really nice, adds a bit of green. I think that's pretty much our entrance all fixed up. It's looking pretty good, but what's not looking so good is this massive area over here. Maybe let's just start by getting this upper floor in place, and I think we should just surround the entire thing with more of these polished deep slate as well as the deep slate bricks, you know, just going all the way around. We got it going all the way around now, just a few more stairs to place in, and there we go, got a deep slate band surrounding the entire thing. And then then on the inside of the deep slate, I was thinking we could do a row of dark oak planks, so let's place this in. Dark oak is going all the way around now, but I think I want to widen this a little bit at the front. Let's also widen it a little bit at the back, should make it a tiny bit easier to walk around here. And then on the inside of all of these dark oak planks, I was thinking we could do some upside down stairs. Something just like that. And then we of course need a way to get down to the bottom level, so I'm thinking we just do a super simple dark oak staircase. So let's get this extended all the way to the bottom, and let's also fill in the sides, otherwise it'll look pretty weird. So let's just swing over to this other side as well, get this filled in. And then I've been liking the terracotta, so let's maybe include that here, and we'll do the exact same thing on this side as well. And then for the floor down here, I want to do some alternating andesite and stone stairs going all the way around. Last few blocks right here, perfect. And then for this area right in the center, let's just mix our andesite and our stone together. I think it's nice just having a tiny bit of texture variation. I gotta be honest though, this is a lot of gray, so let's see if we can shake it up a little bit, add a tiny bit of color using a carpet, and I'm thinking a checkered design using red and gray carpet will look really nice. Wow, that helps a lot. I'm thinking we could probably add some up here as well. Maybe just some solid red ones though, you know, just to shake it up a little bit. Sheesh, that's looking straight fire. Let's add another one over here, you know, why not? I figured the more color the better. Heading back down to the bottom, let's get started on adding some pillars to help divide up this area into some different sections. I feel like building on 5s is always a good idea, so let's skip 5 blocks there, and then we'll do another pillar. And then same thing over here, we'll do a pillar right beside this terracotta. And of course, we've got to strip all of these logs just to, you know, stick with the theme. Perfect, all of the logs are stripped, but maybe let's just go back, break a few of these, and we can replace those with some oak logs just for a bit of texture variation. The logs are all looking good now, so let's get started on filling in the rest of the walls just using some spruce planks. Eventually we'll be filling in all of these areas with chests, so no reason to go too crazy with like texturing or some crazy wall designs, just regular old spruce will work. Should be the last wall right here. And then where we have this pillar, let's also just do another wall to kind of divide up these different sections and make almost like 2 different compartments. So we can do the exact same thing on this side, just some planks going all the way up. Okay, I think all the walls are in place now, so let's get started on the ceiling, and let's just use some dark oak slabs. That way when we add the chests, we'll still be able to open them. Should be the last few slabs right here, and then at the bottom, let's fill this in with some glowstone. This will keep the area nicely lit up and also look pretty cool, you know, having the chest right on top of this. Looks like I'm about to run out though, dang it. We almost got it all filled in, at least this bottom level, but I'm also going to want to use a bunch of glowstone for all of these compartments up here, so let's go get more. I was going to say at least we can get some sunlight and not be underground for a while, but I guess the nether isn't really much of an improvement. Looks like there's a decent sized chunk of glowstone right here, so let's mine this thing up. Okay, looks like we got 25 out of that, which isn't too bad, but we're probably going to need a few stacks, so let's hunt down a bit more of this stuff. Got some more right here, sweet. I just got done mining a few of the glowstone kind of blobs, whatever you want to call them, and let's see, we have, okay, just about 4 stacks. I think we should be good to go. Oh, I'm getting attacked. I'm actually kind of low. What the heck? There's our portal. Let's get out of here. But now that some glowstone has been obtained, let's go back down here and get this placed in. So just had a few more to place at this bottom level, I think, just like that. And yeah, should be good to go down here. While we're at it though, let's also get all of these sections on the upper level filled in as well. Awesome, these ones are all in place. However, on this level, I also did want to add some in the ceiling. A little bit tricky to reach, probably gonna have to like jump for each of these, but that's alright. Let's get these all placed in. And this should be the last block right there. And while we have this glowstone on us, let's also just place down our crafting table and make a few of these redstone lamps. I don't want to add a crazy amount, but I think just having a few in the ceiling will really help light up this kind of like large open area that we have. So maybe let's just do one directly above us. We'll just dig that out, do a block of redstone, and then a redstone lamp. I got 3 in place on that side, so I'm thinking we just mirror the same thing kind of on this line of the ceiling as well. So let's just kind of mark it out with some scaffolding. We'll have one right there, we'll have one here, and a third one right here. So now all we gotta do is just get ourselves on top of the scaffolding, dig that out, do a block of redstone, and a redstone lamp. Okay, last one, let's dig that out, do our block of redstone and our lamp, and there we go, should be good. As you can see, we kind of have 2 different levels in the ceiling, so I was thinking we could smooth out the transition in between them using some andesite stairs as well as stone stairs going all the way around. So something just like this, I think that's looking pretty good. And then for the rest of this area right in the center, let's simply just fill it in using a bunch of slabs. The slabs are all in place, and what I really like about this is that it makes the redstone lamps not not stick out as far, which I think just looks a little bit better. Okay, similar to what we did down below, I want to get started on adding a bunch of pillars. I feel like this will just help everything feel so much more organized once we eventually add the chests. So something just like this, and as you can see, there's going to be quite a few more sections compared to what we have down below. But anyway, let's get to work stripping all of these. You know, that's kind of the style that we've been going for. Want everything to be consistent. Awesome, all of those are stripped, and if we are going for consistency, we should swap out just a few of these with the oak logs, you know, just so everything looks the same. The pillars are looking pretty good, but there is just one more building trick that I want to try out here, and that's just doing a few barrels at the bottom of the pillars, as I think it looks like some sort of band, just makes it look a little bit more supported. Yeah, I'm liking that, so let's do it for all of these pillars as well. Next up, let's get the tops of all of these pillars connected up, just using some spruce stairs. I think that'll look pretty good. I also just want to add some upside down stairs in between these smaller sort of like 3 wide sections as well. For this very back section though, let's maybe switch it up just a little bit and do a horizontal beam of oak logs going all the way across. And then in each of these corners, let's do upside down stair and upside down stair. And then let's cover the insides of these pillars with some trapdoors. We'll do the exact same thing over here as well. And then at the top, let's also do trapdoor, and then we'll add a lantern right there. And then for this very back wall, let's just fill it in with some terracotta. We've been using quite a bit of this stuff throughout the storage room, so I think it should look good. I also want to use some in the smaller sections, but I am now completely out of terracotta. No worries, I could definitely use some fresh air. I mean, of course it's raining, but anyways, let's go grab some more. I've been grabbing all of my terracotta from this hole right here, so let's make this thing a little bit bigger and grab some more. A few minutes later, and we have, what is this, like 5.5 stacks? Okay, that is completely overkill. Let's get out of here. Alrighty, back down to the dungeon we go. Okay, now that we have some more terracotta, let's get the rest of these walls all filled in. Okay, yeah, the back wall is looking a lot cleaner like that. Let's also just fill in these walls kind of on either side of the entrance. So it should be the last few blocks right there, and yeah, that's looking good. And then pretty much exactly the same as we did down below, I want to get the rest of these walls filled in just using some spruce planks. Last few blocks right there, and let's check this out. Holy cow, it's looking so much cleaner now that we can't see all that stone and stuff. Oh, this is looking good. Moving right along, let's place down our crafting table and craft an absolute gigaton of spruce trapdoors. Truthfully, I am not even sure if that is going to be enough, but anyways, I want to cover up all of this glowstone right here just using the spruce trapdoors. What's nice about this is that the light from the glowstone can shine right through it, but also once we add the chests, we'll still be able to open them. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get all of these gaps covered up. All of those trapdoors are in place, and it's not really like the most noticeable thing ever, but I think it does look a little bit cleaner. Moving right along, I was thinking we could smooth out the transition between all of this spruce and the ceiling just using a trapdoor band going all the way around, so let's get this in place. And for any harsh corners like right here for example, we can probably do like 3 extra trapdoors, and it just rounds it out a little bit. Should be the last few trapdoors just right here, and let's see how that looks. Ooh yeah, I like that. And while we have these trapdoors on us, I want to create a few shelves where we can display both some decorations as well as functional blocks, so let's get these placed in. And if you can't tell by now, I like mirroring things, so let's also do the exact same design by the entrance as well. But you know what? Before we get to adding the actual decorations, let's take a second to check in on my cats. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I like to use my 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. And I'll also let you know that if you want to download and explore my entire hardcore Minecraft world for yourself, you can get the world download on my Patreon or by joining right here as a member on my YouTube channel. Seriously though, thank you so much for all the support lately. Let's get back to Minecraft. Let's begin by adding a few functional blocks like a furnace, crafting table, and smithing table. Above that, let's do a lantern, an amethyst cluster, as well as a flower pot with a dark oak sapling in it. And on the very top shelf, let's do an oak sapling, another lantern, and maybe just a grindstone. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good though. We have both functional blocks as well as stuff that's just, you know, nice to look at. But let's repeat a similar design on this side. We'll switch it up a little bit though by doing an ender chest, a blast furnace, and a smoker. And a stone cutter is also a very useful one to have around, so let's place that down, and then we'll do a blue orchid right here and another lantern. On the very top shelf, let's do another lantern, a flower pot with a dark oak sapling in it, and a brewing stand. And we can even get crazy with this brewing stand. Let's fill it in with a few water bottles because they actually show up on the outside. Very small detail, but I like it. Okay, those shelves are both looking pretty good, and I did leave a couple of holes right here, so let's put some podzol in those, and on top, a couple of rose bushes. Always nice having a little bit of color, and right here, I want to make a small kind of like pedestal of sorts using a lodestone and some upside down polished andesite stairs. And then on top of this thing, let's do armor stand, and armor stand. And this might eventually be a good spot to display some different armor trims once we find more, but for now, let's just do some basic armor. So we got diamond right in the middle. Beside that, on the right, let's do some iron armor. And then to finish it off on the left side, let's do some gold armor. Okay, but with that, this back wall of our storage room is looking super detailed. Really happy with how this thing came out. Yeah, I'm so happy with how that turned out. I think I'm gonna add some similar decorations to this wall as well. So let's do lantern, flower pot with a blue orchid in it, and stone cutter. And on the very top of this one, we can do dark oak sapling, brewing stand, and a lantern. Can't forget our water bottles though. We should switch it up a little bit though, so on this side, maybe let's also include an anvil, and let's also include some sea pickles on this side, you know, why not? But let's just finish off this final shelf with a grindstone, another lantern, as well as an amethyst bud. It's low-key kind of crazy how just a few decorations have really brought this place to life. And let's keep that going by creating a railing going all the way around this area right here. It's going to be pretty annoying if we're accidentally falling down this thing all the time, so I think this will be pretty nice. And I'm just going for a super simple design of alternating fences and fence gates. I will leave this side open just so we can easily go up and down the staircase, but anyway, just to light up the center of this room, let's add a few lanterns on top of the railing. Maybe just a few more over here, bing, bang, and boom. Fairly simple railing design, but I'm liking this. I feel like we are still missing a little bit of color down here, so let's add a few more of our indoor plant designs just for a pop of green, and you know, it'll just make it feel a little bit more alive down here. Okay, yeah, wow, just having a bit more vegetation down here really went a long way. You might have noticed I left gaps in front of all of the glowstone, and that's because I want to use physical blocks to mark all of the different items that we're going to be storing. So for example, all the chests behind this block will be for mud, all the ones behind this one will be for podzol, grass, moss, and pale moss. I think this is going to be a whole lot better than using item frames, as item frames are technically entities, and entities cost lag, so this should help out a lot with that. Plus, you can't tell me it's not satisfying seeing all of the different kind of like variants and stuff of blocks in a row like this. Oh man, it looks good. But anyway, let's get all of these blocks in place, and then we can finally add all of the chests. So on the opposite side here, let's do some smooth basalt, calcite, the mushroom stem, as well as the brown and red mushroom blocks. I was thinking we could group some of the blocks that we get from underground together, like deep slate, tuff, granite, diorite, and andesite. I was also thinking a nether section could be pretty handy, so let's do blackstone, basalt, nether bricks, nether rack, and quartz. And I feel like I'm constantly running out of space for copper just because of how many variants there are, so let's do one for each of the different stages, plus raw copper. And believe it or not, that actually covers the entire top level. Downstairs, I was thinking we could do some of the more niche blocks, for example, snow, endstone, and purpur. And I've been enjoying using coral lately, so maybe let's just break this block, place some water down, and then we'll do the coral on top just so it doesn't dry out. And I think it'd also be nice to have a space for dripstone. Moving right along, I want to do a spot for glass, so let's just remove that, replace it with concrete, and then do some tinted glass on top. I think that'll be the best way to represent it. And then beside that, let's do a bone block, some honeycomb, hay, and a melon. And then the remainder of this is going to be super satisfying, as I want to have a spot for every single color of terracotta. I feel like I'll also end up storing the corresponding kind of like wool colors and stuff like that, as well as having a bunch of chests for every single type of terracotta is maybe a little bit overkill, but man oh man does it look satisfying. But with that, we now have every single spot labeled, which is super sweet. All we got to do now is craft all of the chests. Let's see how much wood we have left. Okay, we have a decent amount actually. This thing was completely full before, but we had to use quite a bit of it to build the actual storage room. Anyways, let's place down our crafting table and turn all of these into planks. I have never had so many planks in my inventory, but let's go ahead and turn all of these into chests. That only gave us a little under 4 stacks of chests, and if my math is correct, we're gonna need 10 stacks, so let's grab more logs and craft some more. So once again, let's start by turning all of these into planks, and then we'll do our chests again. There goes all of our wood, and we still do have a few more logs on us, so let's just make those into planks, and we'll do even more chests. Okay, we're pretty much at 8 stacks of chests, so we're pretty close, and we do have a bit more logs, so hopefully we'll have enough wood. Okay, these are the last of our planks. Please have enough, and geez. Okay, just over 10 stacks, let's go. Well, there goes every single log that we gathered earlier, but it's for the greater good. Now that we have all the chests that we need, it's time for the fun part. We can place all of these in. Well, maybe fun is a bit of a stretch. This might be a little bit tedious. The first side is completely filled in and looking pretty dang sweet if I do say so myself, so let's keep going on and get the other side filled in. Okay, sweet. The entire first level is all filled in with chests, so let's head down to the lower level as well and get this filled in too. Just like that, every single section is filled in with chests, and this place looks absolutely crazy now. And just to be safe, let's make sure that we can open these top chests. Okay, that one's good. Let's check that one. All of these ones should be, totally fine. Let's see. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, but now that we have every single area filled in with chests now, all that's really left to do is grab some of the items from upstairs and bring them down and, get everything organized. So for example, this chest right here is just overflowing with diorite, so let's grab all of this. Then we can just press our button, head back down in our storage room. We just need to locate our diorite block, and then we can open this chest and put all of our diorite in there. Can maybe even be nice to myself and divide up the walls from the full blocks. I mean, we have so many chests, might as well. I'm kind of scared for this part, as getting all of the items transferred over and organized is gonna take so much time. Guess that means there's no time to waste, so let's just grab all of these items and crack on. I guess one of the nice things is that I should be able to clear out some of these shulker boxes. I will definitely take some empty shulker boxes back if I can. Getting everything organized and put away took so much longer than I thought it would, but it's gonna save us so much time in the future, as just having all of our stuff nicely organized is gonna be so helpful. Now that everything's nicely organized and put away, you already know we gotta take a look at this thing with the shaders on. And holy cow, does this look sick. As you can see though, everything's all put away. We have like our gravel here, our clay, our sand. I think you get the idea. I'm so glad we got this project done though. Having this thing right under our house is gonna save us so much time. This desert city is one of my favorite builds in my 1400-day hardcore Minecraft world. It's also home to my gunpowder farm as well as my sugarcane farm. I've really been wanting to build in this style again though, so in this video I'm going to be building a massive cactus farm for an endless supply of green dye. I'll also be adding new houses, market stalls, trees, and other decorations to really expand the city. I am really excited to get started on all of this building, but before we get too carried away, I better explain why I even want all of this green dye to begin with. As of late, I have really been enjoying terraforming, and sometimes I get a little bit carried away and like to mix in all different types of green blocks like wool, concrete powder, and terracotta. Up until this point, I have been getting all of my green dye from this small little cactus farm right here, which looks nice, but it's really not that big. And as the projects in this world get crazier and crazier, we're gonna need even more of this stuff. But with that explanation out of the way, let's get started on gathering up all the materials we need for our bigger, better farm. The first item on our list is acacia wood, so out in the savannah I cut down a ton of trees, and I stripped most of them along the way since I plan on surrounding the farm with an orange themed building. Next up, I went to a dark oak forest and chopped down plenty of those trees as well, since the darker toned wood should contrast the orange nicely. I then made my way to a badlands biome where I proceeded to spend over an hour gathering close to 20,000 red sand. I mainly want to use red sandstone, but it turns out it rarely spawns naturally, so I had to collect 4 sand for each sandstone block that I needed. Kind of a pain, I can't lie, but complaining aside, I set up a beacon and proceeded to gather up 10 or so stacks of brown terracotta. Back at my starter house, I broke down some coal ore I had in storage, and then used that to smelt up a decent chunk of the red sandstone into smooth stone with the help of our super smelter. I went through that pretty quickly, but in reality it took me almost 5 hours to get all of these materials. And it also took 10 shulker boxes to store everything, which is kinda nuts, but here's a look at all of the different materials we're going to need to build the farm. Okay, there is just one more thing that I need, and that's more cactus. It's a little bit ironic that I need, you know, cactus to build a cactus farm, but it is what it is. And luckily we're in a desert, so there's no shortage of this stuff. Okay, with this cactus right here, I should have 2 full stacks of cacti, so we should be good to go. Alrighty, let's get started on the base of the farm, and we just have to come over 11 blocks, which, okay, that is so hard to count while talking, but I think that's 11. Let's also go 11 blocks this way, and then we'll just box off the entire thing to make a perfect square. So something just like that. And then we'll need somewhere to plant the actual cacti, so let's just place down some sand spaced 1 block apart. Okay, last one right here, and then let's fill in the rest of this space just using some birch planks. And then in the very center, we're gonna have our collection system, so let's dig this out, I don't know, maybe just like 3 blocks for now, and we'll go hopper and hopper. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Let's just dig this down maybe a few blocks, and we gotta make our way over to that hopper. Okay, there's the hopper, that's good. We're gonna need a collection system though, so maybe let's do double chest, and we'll do another double chest right below that. And then so the items feed into it, let's go hopper, and then another hopper going into that, and then we can just extend these ones going all the way over. It should be functional now, so maybe let's just go ahead and fill the rest of this in with sand, just so nothing spawns down here. Also, working with sand is such a pain, everything keeps falling down. Why does gravity exist? This thing is kinda lame. It should be functional now, let's just quickly test it. Let's maybe throw our elytra in there, and come on, please end up in the chest, and okay, awesome, I'm a redstone genius. Let's go. Okay, fine, maybe a genius is a bit of a stretch, but anyway, let's carry on by building this farm, and the next step is to build this up a block, and I'm just going to use some smooth stone. Okay, the wall's in place, and I just realized I need to bring up these sand blocks by 1, so let's just do that right there, and yeah, should be good to go. The next step is going to require a decent amount of water, so let's just quickly make ourselves an infinite water source. But with a bunch of water in hand, let's place some water in each of the 4 corners, and this should push all of the items into the very center and put them into the hopper. Looks like that's working, which is great, and the next step is to place down a bunch of fences, and these are what are actually going to cause the cacti to break once they grow. I got rid of all the temporary fences that weren't needed, so I think we should be good to go. And the really nice thing about this farm is, you know, you don't need really any pistons or anything crazy like that. Really simple to set up. That means we're finally at the stage where we can place in all of the cacti. And that should be the entire first layer of the farm good to go, should be all functional now, so let's just surround the entire thing with some glass, just like so. And then to light the whole thing up, let's do a piece of glowstone in all 4 of the corners. And we could just leave the farm like this if we wanted to, but I want to go totally overkill with this one and build a bunch of layers, so let's cover the entire thing up with some slabs. Should be the last slab right here, and I'll just leave the very center open so that the blocks from the second layer can funnel down into the center as well. And I think I'm going to go for 6 more layers on top of this one, so let's lock in and build it up. Alright, we have 7 layers from the bottom to the top, and this thing is looking pretty insane now. And I'm curious, have we gotten any cacti yet? Let's take a look. Okay, alright, 19 in the time we were building it. Not too bad, honestly. Oh, 20. As nice as it is having the farm fully functional now, I want to get started on covering it up with a building because right now it's a bit of an eyesore. So first things first, let's clear out a bit of space for it. It's been a few minutes and I think I got all the space cleared out that I needed to, so let's grab some materials and we can get to building. And we're going to start using a bunch of these orange blocks that we got, so let's grab some of this smooth red sandstone, and we'll also take a bunch of the dark oak as well. And I'm also going to be mixing in a bit of this orange terracotta that I had in storage. I think it's going to fit the block palette nicely. Oh yeah, and we should grab a bunch of this acacia stuff as well. But you know what, this structure is going to be so big, I think there's no time to waste, so let's build up the first layer and I can show you the build style that I'm going for. That took quite a bit longer than I thought it was going to, but the first tier of the building is all in place. I think my favorite thing about it so far is these arches. It really fits the desert style that I'm going for, and I did get a bit of inspiration for these based off of a building that I saw on the bakery server. Not exactly sure who the original builder is, but I thought I'd point that out. And as you can see, the top of the cactus farm is still sticking out, so I probably want to add like 2 or 3 more tiers on top, but in the meantime, let's build these entrances. I left some holes holes so we can get inside. So first things first, let's just build up some stone just like so, and we'll do another row right here. And then I'm thinking we do a mixture of both andesite stairs and regular stone stairs to get ourselves up onto this higher level. And let's finish it off with a couple of walls right here with soul lanterns on top, and last but not least, a dark oak door. Pretty simple design, and I was considering leaving these all open and not having dark oak behind the arches, but I think the contrasting colors of the dark oak wood alongside the orange looks really nice, so I think it was a good choice. I went ahead and got that same entrance design in place on all sides of the building because the whole thing is symmetrical, but the next thing I want to get started on is the inside, because as soon as we open this door, it's just a drop into, yeah, this. So I think let's just get started by building a platform kind of surrounding the entire interior, just made out of some stone that's the same elevation as the doors. Should be the last 3 blocks right here, and I do want to have some staircases on all 4 sides, but before we get to that, I'm thinking we can replace this very bottom layer with some brown terracotta, so let's get this in place. Just ignore the shulker mess, but already this is looking so much better, and let's even patch this up a little bit around our collection system. Might be a little bit tricky, but you know what? Okay, let's just jump down here, remove some of the sand, and we can patch this up with the brown terracotta as well. Okay, wow, that looks so much cleaner, and I'm thinking we can do a dark oak trapdoor right here, which should cover up that hole and blend in with the terracotta pretty nicely. And the good thing is we can still just flip that open, access this bottom chest, and holy cow, wait, we already have 5 stacks of cactus? Let's go. But anyway, where we have these kind of like sand patches right here, I was thinking we could do some staircases, so let's just do some stone stairs and then cover up each side just like that. It's a pretty simple design, but let's just go ahead and repeat that 3 more times for all 4 sides of the building. So staircase number 3 just right here, and staircase number 4, just do a row of stairs there and a row right here. Yeah, this is super awesome. We can just take this staircase up to get to this higher platform where we can go outside, or easily just come down here and access the farm. And just to make sure everything's up to code, let's throw in an acacia trapdoor railing going all the way around the platform. Yeah, this feels much safer now, but what's not going to be so safe is once we throw the roof on, as it's going to be super dark in here, so let's get started on adding some lighting. And we do have some glowstone in the farm, so it should light up this center area, but just in these corners I want to do a wall with a lantern on top. So let's just throw a 3rd one in this corner here, and just ignore our shulker monster again, and we'll do a final one right there. And then we do have these sort of like sticky outy bits above all of the entrances, and I was thinking that could be a great location for some hanging lanterns. So maybe let's just come down like 6 chains. What is this? 4, 5, and oof, this is tough. Oh gosh, this is tough. And 6. And then we'll just throw a lantern right underneath that. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. So let's do the exact same thing right here. We'll come down 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, why are chains so tough? Come on. 4, 5, and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, 6. Okay, maybe this will just be easier from the very bottom, and boom, lantern. I really need to use scaffolding more, but this does look pretty good, and maybe we just throw another one kind of up in this corner as well. Let's do the exact same thing. We'll come down 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then just throw a lantern at the very bottom. As much as I was struggling with placing the chains and lanterns, I did feel like the locations I picked out were pretty good, so I added more going all the way around the interior. Just one more lantern to place in, and there we go. The entire interior should now be mob-proofed. And I know this interior is kind of on the basic side, but I mean, it's just for a cactus farm. I think I'm totally fine with that. I think it's about time to get back to work on building the exterior though. I'm getting kind of sick of seeing the cactus farm sticking out of the top of it, so let's finish up this upper section and get it done. And just like that, the entire building is finished and the cactus farm is covered up. It's looking pretty dang sweet. I did notice though that this villager over here has just been stuck on top of this house the entire time I've been building. Let's see if we can maybe give him a bit of a push here. Come on, villager. Have some freedom. There you go. Sorry, maybe hurt your legs a little there. Okay, distractions aside, this thing is looking super epic. I really like these glazed terracotta kind of highlights at the top, and it's really hard to see, but I also put some copper bulbs up there. And you might have noticed in the time lapse, but I added a bit of a design to the rooftop here, just by contrasting the smooth red sandstone against the acacia wood. And we of course gotta take a look from inside, so let's just pop our head in here, close the door behind us, and yeah, this thing is looking super grand, really happy with this. Okay, and let's see, how much cacti has the farm generated? Okay, nice, over 9 stacks, that's awesome. But you know what, we did not build this farm for nothing, so let's grab a couple of stacks of these and use them in a build. And by use them, I mean that I want to use some green dye, so first things first, let's throw these into the furnaces inside of our starter house. I'm excited to show you what I have in mind for this build, but while we're waiting for that to smelt up, let's head down into our secret storage room and grab all the other materials that we're going to need. So I know one of the things I'm going to need is some brown mushroom blocks, probably just like 2 stacks. And then something else I need is some andesite. I think I mainly just need slabs, so let's just grab those right there. Okay, awesome. And then I am going to need a bunch of tough blocks. Let's maybe grab like, I don't know, 5 stacks, and I'll also take these walls, stairs, and do I have any slabs? I do not. No worries, let's just head over to our stone cutter and just turn like a stack of these into slabs. Should be good. Alright, heading over to the other side of our storage room, I want to use a bunch of different moss blocks, so I'll just take all of those. And then I also just want to use some regular stone, so let's see, let's just take a few stacks of regular stone blocks. We'll take these slabs as well as these stairs and these buttons too. Okay, and then I think the last thing we need from down here is some moss blocks, so I'll take those, I'll take the carpet as well, and then I also want to use some pale moss, so let's just take 2 stacks right there. Okay, turns out I did not have enough moss blocks in storage, so I just popped down into our moss farm to grab a bit more. I let the farm run for a few minutes, so let's see. Okay, we got a couple stacks there, that's pretty good. I'll take a couple more stacks right here, and let's see. Okay, a bunch in here, very nice. Okay, that should be all the moss that we need, so let's just break this shulker box, grab my ender chest back, and go grab the rest of the materials. Oh, wait, I almost just forgot to turn these farms off. If I did not turn these off, the farms would break, so that was a close one actually. Back in our secret storage room, I almost forgot that I need some regular sand, and in this top chest I should have some, yeah, okay, I need like some sandstone, a bit of cut sandstone, as well as the smooth stuff, so let's grab a bunch of that. Okay, sweet, so that should be everything that we need from underground, so let's head upstairs and grab some materials from up here too. So I know I'm going to want to use a decent amount of short grass, which nice to have some there, and I'll also take some of this dry grass as well. And as a matter of fact, I'm also going to need some firefly bushes and a few ferns too. As I'm looking at this though, I don't think I'm going to have enough of the short dry grass, so let's just use some bone meal right here, quickly make some more. I'll grab like a few stacks and then we should be good to go. Honestly, I feel like I do use this stuff enough to justify making an automatic farm for it, but I'm feeling lazy right now, so I'll do that later. Okay, a few minutes later, and we have, what is this, 2.5 stacks of short grass? Should be good. Let's just stay organized and throw all of this different vegetation into a shulker box. Okay, I think pretty much the last of the stuff that we need is all wood materials, so let's head into our lumber mill because this is where, of course, we store all of our wood. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a bunch of birch planks, which, okay, I have a decent amount here, that's good, and I'll also take these slabs too. And then I want to use a decent amount of these stripped birch logs, and okay, at least I have some regular ones. I think let's just make our life easy, place these down, strip them all, cut them back down, and then we should be good. And I really should set up some sort of beacon to help me chop these back down faster, but once again, that's another thing that I can procrastinate. That should be all the stripped birch logs that we need. We're also going to need some oak stuff though, and I don't have any. Do I at least have some planks? Please tell me that. Okay, I have a decent amount of planks. I'll take those, and I'll take these 4 slabs as well. You know what though? I really can't complain. We've gotten super lucky and had almost every single item we needed inside of our storage rooms. So let's just lock in, chop down a few trees, and we should be good to go. Okay, yeah, and I just remembered I am going to need a decent amount of these stripped logs as well. So let's just do that as we're cutting them down to save us some time. All right, I think I got all the logs we're going to need, but I do need more slabs. So let's just maybe make like, I don't know, how much is that? 46 slabs? Yeah, should be enough. It's taken a little bit longer to get all these materials gathered up than I thought it would, I'll be honest, but at least that should have given our cacti some time to smelt, and yeah, it did. Okay, let's grab all of this green dye, and let's just head over to our crafting table, combine this with some white dye to make some lime dye, and then we can make a bunch of, yeah, lime terracotta. Okay, but with that, we should have everything that we need, and oh man, just flying over to our desert city now, seeing this kind of stick up above the houses looks so cool. Alrighty, but what I want to get started on now is adding some kind of boulders, rocks, and vegetation along the river's edge right here, because, you know, it is a desert. I'm fine with it looking kind of bland, but right now it's just way too boring. So I think starting off with like some rocks made out of sort of tough, we'll also do some mossy cobblestone as well, then probably just get like rid of some of the sand, replace that as well, and then as we get higher up onto the shore, I want to replace this with all of our green blocks like moss, the lime terracotta, as well as even like some bamboo. We'll even do maybe like a bit more mossy cobble up here, and I mean we should do some regular grass as well. I've been messing around with this little section for a few minutes now, and I'm pretty happy with how it's shaping up. I was thinking though, just to help kind of transition from the green blocks to the sand at the very top, we could use a few slabs and maybe even some birch slabs for a tiny bit of texture variation. So something just like this. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Just helps kind of smooth it out. Alright, let's keep adding more details. Another idea that I had was to add some of this moss carpet on top of some of the rocks here, just to, you know, greenify it a little bit more. I don't really want to go too crazy with it, just having a little bit in place should really help out, and let's add to that even more by adding some firefly bushes. And something else that should look pretty good is just dotting in a little bit of our trusty regular short grass, you know, can never go wrong with this stuff. And then closer to where we have these sand patches, I want to use the dry grass instead, and we can mix both the tall and the short variants together for a bit more variety. And then something else that should tie in especially nicely with the short grass is some of these dead bushes, so let's add a few of these. I'm trying not to self-glaze too hard, but I think I might be cooking. There was just one final detail that I wanted to add though, and that's a couple of buttons as well as a pressure plate to look like some small rocks. Okay, but with the build style sort of figured out for this little test plot here, I decided to lock in, put my head down for about an hour or so, and just add the same details going all the way along the river's edge in front of the entire desert city. That took a hot minute, but I think it was definitely worth the time as it's just looking so green and lush. It really brought this area to life. And I think it does make sense just mainly having the vegetation along the water's edge since it's a desert, there's not a whole lot of rain, and it's the only area where plants would really be able to grow. But with the riverfront all terraformed, I want to get started on extending our pathway over to the cactus farm, as well as further over this way so we can build more houses around it and add a lot of other decorations to really expand the city. Before we get too carried away though, let's go check in on my cats. I'm shameless as heck, so I like using my two cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. Seriously though, taking a second to like the video is one of the best ways to support this channel, so I do really appreciate all of you taking a second to do it. Alright, getting back to Minecraft, let's just start off by digging out some of the sand so we can place in the actual pathway. The space is all cleared out, and I want to go for the exact same block palette as the rest of our pathways, so let's just start off with getting the edges in place, which I just want to create using some oak planks as well as stripped oak logs. Something just like that's looking pretty good, and then as we get further into the inside of the path, I want to go for lighter themed blocks, so let's get some birch up in here. And then for these final remaining areas, let's just fill all of those in with some brown mushroom blocks. And just one more step, which is to place some mushrooms on top of these, and then if we break it, it actually exposes that inside texture of the mushroom, which blends in perfectly with our block palette. Okay, but awesome, we now have a pathway extending all the way over to the cactus farm. It really helps out just making this thing feel more connected to the rest of the city. But yeah, there was just one more detail that I wanted to add around the pathway, and that's some upside down sandstone stairs, as it reveals this kind of like broken sand texture, which looks really nice on the outside of the path. But you know what, while we're at it, I was thinking we could add just a little bit more vegetation. I mean, is it even vegetation if it's all dead stuff? But you know what, I thought we could add a few bushes, more of the short grass, all of that stuff should be looking pretty good. I think this area is looking pretty good now, and as I mentioned, I did want a pathway kind of going off in this direction where we can build more houses and whatnot, so I think we can just start digging this out right here. And we'll eventually extend this path even further someday in the future, but for now I think we can end it just somewhere here. But with this space all cleared out, I placed in the pathway, and it might look a little bit chaotic right now, but just trust the process. Once we add the buildings, it'll make a lot more sense. Pathways in and looking good, and I even added a bunch of dry grass along the edge of it, so it's feeling relatively integrated into the area. The next thing I want to get started on though is some trees. I think it's gonna totally elevate this area and just make it feel so much more alive, so let's go grab some materials. Oh, but you know what? I am down to my last 2 rockets, which is kind of embarrassing, so let's see. Hopefully there's some gunpowder in here. Okay, 54, that's actually pretty good, and 52, let's go. I guess we've been working close enough to our gunpowder farm where it's had a chance to generate a bit more, so that's honestly really nice. And conveniently, our sugarcane farm is right here as well, so let's just grab a bunch of this. Oh gosh, okay, the chest is overflowing. I guess that's a good problem to have. But anyway, let's just go over to our crafting table here, make a bunch of paper, and then we can make a bunch of rockets. But with our rocket situation taken care of for at least the next little while, let's go grab some materials for all of these trees. Okay, so for these trees, I want to go for sort of like a palm tree, I guess you could say, and I think the jungle leaves will fit that style perfectly, so let's gather up a bunch of these leaves. That honestly didn't take as long as I thought it would, only about 15 minutes, and check this out. I got like 20 stacks of jungle leaves, and I also grabbed a few oak leaves while I was at it too, just to mix in for a little bit of texture variation. And this is pretty nice too. I got over 4 stacks of jungle logs. I'll definitely take that. We're also going to need some materials to build the trunks of the trees, and I went ahead and got most of them together, but there's just a few more things that I'm going to need, and hopefully I'll have most of them down in our storage room. The main thing is granite. Let's take a look here. Okay, we have no shortage of granite. That's good. Let's just swing over to our stone cutter though and turn a stack of these into walls. Actually, I think we need 2 stacks of walls, and then I'll do a stack of slabs as well. And then I'm also going to need about half a stack of stairs too. The other thing I need from down here is some mud brick walls. Do I have any? Okay, 17, not going to be enough. Guess I should take these 3 too then, and let's check our packed mud chest. Okay, I have a decent amount at least. Let's just quickly turn this packed mud into mud bricks, just like so. And then at our stone cutter, once again, we can turn all of these into walls. And luckily, I think that's going to be just enough. Honestly, that's pretty convenient. And the very last thing I'm going to need for the trees is some flower pots, but I'm pretty sure I'm completely out of bricks. So first things first, let's grab some emeralds by trading with our villagers. Yeah, okay. I knew we had some iron trades here. Okay, this guy too, give me some emeralds. I mean, we do have an iron farm, so I have no shortage of iron at all. So I feel like this is the best way to get a bunch of emeralds. Okay, but with 48 emeralds in hand, let's go ahead and trade for a bunch of bricks. We also have another mason right here. Give me some more bricks, please. Okay, but that should be enough bricks, so let's swing over to a crafting table and make a bunch of flower pots. Alrighty, but that should be all the materials we need, so let's head back to the desert city. Let's start off by building the trunk of our first tree, and I think this open space kind of to the left of our cactus farm will work out perfectly. And let's begin by just stacking up a bunch of walls, and we can use a large variety just to make it look a little bit more interesting. Can even mix in a little bit of the mud brick walls, maybe go up 1 more granite, and like, I don't know, 2 moss. And we definitely do not have palm trees where I live in Canada, so I had to look up some reference images for these to get kind of like the structure of the tree correct. I don't know if I did an excellent job, but I think it turned out alright. Not exactly sure how realistic of a design it is, but I think it does look cool and definitely added some much needed life and vegetation into the area. And it's probably pretty hard to see, but I did add some like flower pots with ferns in them to almost look like some coconuts. I don't know, little detail, but it's pretty fun. With the style of the trees now figured out, I went ahead and built 7 more of them scattered throughout the entire city. I'm absolutely loving the vibe of walking through this area now. Just having some of these trees kind of overhanging the builds just makes the area feel so much more immersive. Oh, it's so nice, so cozy. You can see there's another one over here by our gunpowder farm. And I also built a few kind of behind these buildings here. Eventually, I'd love to extend this pathway kind of winding in between these trees and off in this direction, build a bunch of stuff out there. Could be really cool. But anyway, I want to get to work on gathering up some materials so we can build a bunch of market stalls over here, as well as some brand new houses in this section, so let's get right to it. I got extremely lucky and pretty much had everything I needed in my various storage rooms, but even then, it took me almost an hour and a half to get all of the items together. However, there still was just a couple of things that I had to go out in the world to get, like some wax from our bee farm, and this is kinda crazy, but I went all the way to an ocean monument to get a single block of prismarine. And I used that prismarine to craft a wall, and you'll see why later on in this video. You might be asking yourself, how on earth did it take me an hour and a half to get all of these materials, but if you take a look at what's inside these shulker boxes, I think it'll make sense. You can see they're just overflowing with some of the most random blocks ever. Like, look at this, we have all these different banners, carpets, all that type of stuff. And I tried to be somewhat organized, like this one has all of our different wood blocks, this one here has like kind of our vegetation, stuff like that, and this one here is just, I don't even know what this is, wood, mushrooms, I don't know. Anyway, there's no time to waste, so let's just lock in and build up our first house. And I wanted to go for a very similar block palette as some of the other houses in the city, just so everything looks cohesive, so I went for mud bricks, jungle wood, and brown terracotta with a few dark oak and spruce highlights. I'm pretty happy with this one so far. It definitely matches the kind of previous houses that we have in the city, which was the main thing that I was concerned about, but I think we matched the style pretty well. There's just one thing I should quickly do though, and that's throw a torch inside. Definitely don't want anything spawning in there. But with that taken care of, I think there is just a few more details that we can add to kind of spice up the building. So first things first, let's make kind of like a trapdoor sort of enclosed area right here. And then we should be able to just fill that in with some upside down dark oak stairs, which to me looks like some dirt. And then on top, I'm thinking we do alternating cactus flowers. And the whole reason for using stairs was so that we could waterlog them. And that will allow us to place some of this brain coral right on top, which looks like a super pretty like pink flower of sorts. Adding vegetation always makes houses come to life, so let's carry on with that same idea by adding some bushes on top of the roof using regular and flower flowering azalea leaves. And then on this lower roof section, I did use rooted dirt, which will allow us to place down some short grass, which will add, even more color. The front of the house as well as the rooftop is looking pretty good now, but there is this kind of boring blank corner at the back, so maybe let's just spice this one up a little bit using some acacia leaves. Something just like this is looking pretty good, and let's add some like berries or something like that growing on the bushes themselves, just using some resin. This house is really shaping up, and I did add this cover to the side of it earlier, so I was thinking we could add some seating under here. I think it'll look pretty nice, and let's add a lot of color just using some of these crimson stairs. And then for the tables themselves, let's keep it super simple and use some scaffolding. And we gotta decorate the tables, of course, so let's do a black stone pressure plate, a couple of flower pots, and in these we can do a crimson fungus and an oak sapling. This area is looking a whole lot more filled out now, but maybe for just one more decoration we do a couple of barrels, and we can cap these off with a couple of trapdoors. I'm in love with this house. I think this one came out really cool, and you might notice that it is quite a bit shorter than some of these other houses, but I thought that'd probably be a good call just so it's not blocking the view of our cactus farm too much. Anyway, with this first house done, I think let's just carry on and build house number 2. Once again, I went for a super similar block palette, but I did include quite a bit of granite in this one just so it'd stand out from its neighbor, and I did cover the rooftop with a super colorful red and blue cover. Moving straight into some of the smaller details, let's throw a lantern above the entrance, and then maybe beside the door they're just growing a small cactus. Underneath the staircase I left a bit of a gap, so let's fill that in with some water, and then in front of that let's do some grass blocks. And because there's water behind the grass blocks, it'll allow us to place down some sugar cane, and then just to stop a couple of these from growing all the way, let's use some string. I'm liking that, and maybe just beside it we add some azalea leaves, and the really nice thing about these is that they don't lose their color unlike other leaf types, so they still have a bit of saturation, really makes the area feel alive and lush. Moving up to the rooftop, we definitely need to add some details under this covered area, and maybe let's just start off with a few hanging roots, and in this corner, a lantern. And then this area beside the cover itself is pretty empty, so maybe we just do a couple of barrels, and on top of that some pressure plates. To fill out the space below the main covered area, let's make a couple of tables using oak stairs and scaffolding. And then on top of them, let's just do a flower, and on this one maybe just a pressure plate. Really happy with how this second house came out, and I think we do have space for just one more beside it, so let's get to building. And huge shocker here, it's in the same style as the previous 2 houses we made, but different details, slightly different house shape, just to switch it up a bit. And I pretty much got all the small details in already, but I did just want to do a couple of decorated pots right here, and a couple of regular flower pots, and in those we can do an acacia sapling and a torch flower. As you can see though, we have a lantern above the entrance, and over on this side is a staircase which takes us up onto the roof. Oh, that's not the rooftop. I was trying to say on the rooftop we have a small seating area as well as a garden. The vibe in this area is straight up immaculate now. We have all these houses with like the cactus farm just towering over the rooftops. Looks so sick, especially with the trees in place, all the terraforming along the river as well. Okay, but you might notice there's this large sandy area right here, and I think I've mentioned it, but I want to put some market stalls here and pretty much create like a bazaar of sorts. And I want there to be quite a few different vendors, so for the market stalls themselves, I think they're going to be pretty small, and just got to use a bit of dirt here so we can actually place these upside down stairs to create a sort of table of sorts. And then at the back on top of the table we'll go fence, fence, and fence, fence. And then here's where it gets a little bit weird because I want to use some lightning rods, which are a little bit tricky as I want the bigger part to be at the top and the bottom, so we have to do something like that. Anyway, we'll do the same thing over here, just a temporary block, do a rod right there, break that one, and do another rod right on top. And we're going to be building a bunch of these, and just to bring a ton of color into the area, I want to do kind of like different colors for each of them. So this first one is obviously going to be pink, and it is a little bit tricky because we can't place carpets here without having something supporting it, so we'll just do a couple of string, and then we should be able to go carpet and carpet. It's a fairly simple stall design, but once we add all of the, kind of goods and stuff that they're selling, I think it's going to be looking a whole lot better. But with the basic stall design kind of figured out, I went ahead and built 7 more of them, all in different colors, and a few of them are even slightly different sizes just to add a bit more variety. Oh yeah, and I also did make a decent amount of them out of jungle wood instead of oak just to shake things up even more. Returning all the way to our pink stall that we started with, I want this one to be a bookstore, so let's place down a lectern with a book and quill inside of it. And then right beside that, let's do a chiseled bookshelf. On top we can do an amethyst cluster, and let's just display a few books. On the other side of the stall, let's just add another chiseled bookshelf and a regular bookshelf. Can put a few more books in here, and then maybe just another amethyst bud on top of this one here. And then on top of the table itself, itself, let's place down a chest, a couple of iron pressure plates, which to me look like paper, and then in this final spot right here, let's just do a few cyan candles and we can light that up with our flint and steel. Let's have this gray stall beside the pink one selling some spices, and I think we can sell that idea a little bit with some flower pots with saplings in it to look like some basil. And then just to fill out the table, let's do a pressure plate, and to light the whole thing up, let's do a soul lantern up here. I went ahead and built some barrels in front of the stall using some trapdoors, and let's fill these in with red chili powder, green curry powder, and turmeric powder. Definitely no concrete powder in sight, nuh-uh. Okay, moving on to the next stall, I want this one to be selling melons, so let's just place a melon there, and maybe on top just a candle to look like a bigger stem. And then once again, let's just light it up using a soul lantern, and then just to fill out the table a little bit more, let's do acacia pressure plate and another one right there. We definitely need some pumpkins in here, so let's just throw one down maybe right there, and just for like a slightly different type, we could do some red sand with a sea pickle on top. I think it kind of sells the idea. Okay, but beside that, let's do a larger pile of melons, maybe just like with some green concrete powder as well, another melon on top, and we can even throw a pumpkin in here too. And gotta add all the sea pickles and candles just to spice it up a bit. Get it? Spice it up? This black stall right here should be perfect for some candles, I'm thinking, so let's just start off by adding a couple of smaller tables, and on top of that maybe let's do some blue candles as well as some white candles, and then right beside that let's do some orange ones. Maybe over here we can do like a few red, maybe a few more red ones here, and on top of the table maybe just some green ones. I'm pretty happy with that so far, and maybe just at the back here we can hang a soul lantern, and we still do have a little bit of space back here, so let's just create a barrel that has some wax in it. You know, maybe they use these to make more candles, or they could be selling raw wax as well to other people so they can make their own candles. And if we're gonna do that, we might as well just have it that they're selling some straight up honey as well. So at the bottom, let's do some raw gold. I think that'll look pretty good if we look through the honey itself. Super sticky up here, but let's surround the entire thing with some trapdoors to once again sell that barrel look, something just like that. But yeah, I think that's our candle shop done. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so this brown stall right beside the candle shop I thought could be selling some fish and maybe even some fishing rods too. So right in front of the table, let's do a couple of cauldrons, fill those with water, and then just cover them up with some trapdoors, and maybe, I don't know, maybe that one's open? Just trust me, there's totally fresh fish in here, ripe for the taking. I don't know, just trust me. And to resemble some fish kind of laid out on the table, let's do a couple of warped pressure plates, and let's also light this one up with a soul lantern. And then remember that single prismarine wall I had to get a while back? I was thinking we could have some like hanging fish kind of between these two markets, and we can do that with a sandstone wall as well as our glorious prismarine wall. Oh yeah, that was totally worth the 15 minutes it took me to go get that. Okay, jokes aside, let's create a barrel of cod using some raw iron, and if we just surround it, you know, with our trapdoors, it should look like it's inside of a barrel. And then, I don't know why, but if we put some glow lichen on top, it should look even fishier. I think I'm happy with that, so let's maybe just go ahead and make another one, this time out of raw copper, and maybe this one is like salmon or something like that. And oh yeah, can't forget the glow lichen. This stall is turning out super cool. I think we do have a bit of open space at the back here though, so let's just place down a couple of barrels, and on top some spruce trapdoors. Y'all already know that I absolutely love flowers in this game, so let's turn this yellow stall into a flower shop. In this one, let's do my favorite flower, the blue orchid, and then right here in the front we can do an azure bluet, a crimson fungus, a dark oak sapling, and an allium. On top of the table itself we can do a cherry sapling, which kind of looks like a bonsai, and back here a red tulip. Oh yeah, and can't forget to add a lantern. This area is looking insane, and we just have 2 more stalls to go. For this white one right here, let's just keep it super simple, do a couple of cakes, a pressure plate, and on the side, a couple of chests. Just 1 more stall to decorate, and let's go all out with this one and turn it into a super colorful rug stand. I think it'd look absolutely awesome if we do a bunch of banners kind of draped across the front here to look like some of the different rugs that they have on sale. And then in front of that, let's do some larger rugs. We can just do maybe a purple one right here, make it a little bit taller using some carpet, and to look like there's a rod kind of going through it that it's wrapped around, we can use some buttons. So using that same building technique, let's add a blue one right here, a yellow one right here, and can't forget our buttons, boop, 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 and boop. Okay, but come on, you gotta admit, we absolutely cooked here. Check out all these little details. This thing is so crazy packed with stuff to look at. I love this thing. I could not be happier with how this new district inside of the desert city has turned out. Everything just came together super well, and honestly, I'm just excited to keep building out here in the future. After 1500 days of playing in my hardcore Minecraft world, I've built farms, villages, and even cities. But in this video, I want to take my world to the next level by building a giant castle. This is by far going to be one of the biggest projects I've ever attempted to complete in a single episode, so with no time to waste, let's get started. Lately, we've been working on expanding our harbor to the other side of the water. You can see we have all of these houses over here, which are looking super sweet. But right behind that is this big hill where I was thinking could be the perfect spot for our castle. It is a slightly weird area though, like half of it is plains, the other half is a savanna biome, and then we have the smallest cherry grove biome I think I've ever seen. Like, look at this thing, it's just one tree. I almost feel kind of bad for this thing. Regardless, I think this area should still work, and the first thing I want to get started on is building the gatehouse of the castle, which of course means we're going to need some room to build it, so let's just clear out a little bit of space. Can just remove some of this short grass too, and yeah, there we go. I think this is a pretty good spot for our gatehouse. And we're of course going to need a bunch of materials to actually build this thing, so first things first, let's head into our lumber mill. This is where we have all of our wood stored, and please tell me I have, okay, I actually have a decent amount of spruce, which is awesome. However, I do want to use a bunch of the stripped logs, so let's just place down a bunch of these. We can strip them and then chop them back down. And I'm pretty sure like 2 stacks of the stripped logs should be more than enough, so hopefully this shouldn't take too long. Alright, and just like that, we got ourselves 2 stacks of stripped spruce logs. I also went ahead and made a bunch of trapdoors as well as regular doors, so we should be good for our spruce items. However, while we are in here, I do need to grab just a few acacia logs, and I also need some dark oak trapdoors, which, okay, I have 4. I'll just grab some of these planks, we can make a few more. So we'll just quickly head over to our crafting table, go like this, and boom, that should be all the trapdoors that we need. And then the very last wood material is some oak trapdoors, so let's grab those planks, go back to our crafting table, and make a bunch of those trapdoors. And let's just make our life super easy and throw all of this into a shulker box just to stay organized. Alrighty, but that covers all of the wood materials, which is absolutely awesome, and I'm really hoping we'll have the rest of the stuff that we need inside of our starter house. So first up, let's just press this button and drop right on down into our secret storage room. And then I know I want to use a decent amount of andesite, and awesome, we have a bunch in here. Along with the andesite, I also want to use some tough blocks, so let's grab these walls, and then we'll come up here, and we'll also take these stairs. Alrighty, heading to the other side of our storage room, we're also going to need some cobblestone stuff, probably a couple of stacks of blocks, and I'll take these walls as well. And I mainly plan on mixing that cobblestone in with regular stone, so let's just grab one of these, yeah, like an entire shulker of stone. That should be way more than enough. But I'll also just take a bunch of these other blocks that we can craft into the rest of the materials that we need. And that means we just need to take a quick visit over to our stone cutter, and let's just start off by making a few stone brick slabs, and I'll also need a bunch of stairs as well. And then what else? We're gonna need some walls, regular stone slabs. We'll also need a decent amount of regular stone stairs too. And last but not least, we're gonna need 5 stacks of regular stone bricks, which is, you know, quite a bit, but you'll see once you see the size of the gatehouse. And once again, just to stay organized, let's throw all of this into a shulker box. Look at that, look at us staying organized. We're absolutely killing it. Okay, but with that, we are super close to having everything that we need, just a couple more items to grab from upstairs. The first thing is a bunch of flower pots, which great, I have a bunch right there. And then to put in those, we're of course going to need some actual flowers, so maybe let's just go for some, I don't know, some azure bluets. And maybe just to mix into that a little bit, we could also grab a few of these oak saplings. I love how these look in flower pots. Another sort of like niche block I want to use is iron bars, so let's grab a bunch of iron, which we have from our iron farm, turn all of that into iron ingots, and just make like a bunch of bars. Okay, whoa, that was a lot of bars. Okay, whoops. Okay, yeah, I was not expecting to make that many. Can we just throw, yeah, let's just throw a bunch of those into this random chest. You can stay there for now. Okay, but the very last thing I want to use for this build is some dispensers, which requires some string to make bows, and wait, no shot. Am I completely out of string? What the heck? Like, no way that I'm completely out of string, right? Let's see. I have 1 bow, I guess. I can make 1 dispenser. Because, yeah, what's the recipe for these things? If we do, yeah, not a dropper, but if we put a bow there, it turns it into, yeah, a dispenser. And I think for the build, I need 9 of these, which means we either need to go get more bows or get more string. And we don't really have, like, a skeleton dropper or anything like that, but hopefully in this mesa, there'll be some spider spawners. Oh, you know what? I don't even need spider spawners. I could just grab this cobweb, can't I? Yeah, sweet, got some string. And I'm kind of smooth-brained when it comes to doing math, but I think to make 8 more dispensers, we need 24 strings, so let's get all of this. Ah, string number 5, we got string number 6, and number 7, let's go. All right, check this out. This is string number 10, string number 11. Okay, it's way too dark down here. I am scared. Number 16, found a spider spawner and a bunch more cobwebs, so yeah, okay, 33 string, we're good to go. Stupid poisonous spiders. Is there anything in this chest though? A golden apple? I'll take it. You know what? I'm gonna eat that right now. I don't even care. There we go, we're chilling. Okay, but with that, we got all of the string that we needed, so let's get out of here. All we gotta do now is just head over to our crafting table, make a bunch of bows, and then make a bunch of dispensers. Boom, 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 and boom. Alright, but now that we have the area right here flattened out and all of our materials gathered up, let's get straight to building. I wanted our gatehouse to look super strong and reinforced, so I went for 2 identical towers on either side, and then in between that, I created a tall archway, which is going to make a really grand entrance to our castle. I am really happy with how our gate is looking right now. It is a lot of stone, but I tried to include these like spruce highlights with these little windows, which help break it up enough, I think. And we're still not done yet, as there's a few more details I want to add, like these flowers that we picked up earlier just in front of these windows. I think we'll add just a small pop of vegetation, which should look really nice. So let's do the exact same thing on this side, just start with our scaffolding, and then maybe for this one we just do our oak saplings, and then for the higher one, azure bluets. And just give me a sec, I'm going to repeat this for all of the windows. I got those all in place and it's looking really nice with just a small pop of color. I mean, I don't know how realistic it is for, you know, a castle to have flowers like that in front of the windows, but I think it looks good, so let's roll with it. And we have this really nice archway in the middle, but you know, a gate wouldn't be complete unless we add an actual gate, so let's just make our way up here a little bit. And then we can probably start it like on this block here, and basically I just want to go with these iron bars going all the way across. These are a little tricky to place, but something just like that, and then we'll extend this going all the way up to the very top. So let's just go ahead and get these all placed in. And honestly, I think these top ones are just going to be easier to place from the very top. And there we go, the gate is all in place. It's a small detail, but it definitely makes the whole thing look, you know, more like castle-y, I guess you could say. And then behind the actual gate, I want to do like a bit of a door using spruce trapdoors, like a giant one. So let's just start stacking these all the way up. It's definitely going to be a pretty expensive door using all of these trapdoors, but I think it'll be worth it. So I think our first door is starting to look pretty good, but it is kind of like a blob of spruce right now. So maybe let's just remove this row right here, and then let's very carefully replace all of those ones with dark oak. So just flip those like that, and let's take a look. Yeah, it's a small detail, but it just helps kind of break that up and make it look a little bit fancier. And you know what? Because of how big this door is, I think I want to double up on the trapdoors. Like you can see, this is what it looks like with 2, and that's what it looks like with 1. Just having the double makes it look like a little bit sturdier, I think. But anyways, enough yapping, let's get these all placed in. And just like that, we have double trapdoors going all the way to the very top, and it's looking way more sturdy. But anyway, that's only one side of the doors. We got to get this other side placed in, and I'm going to do it kind of at like a 90-degree angle to make it look like the door is propped open. Just got to flip these last trapdoors, and there we go. Both of the big doors are in place. And I think the best way to look at this is from the front. Let's take a look, and yeah, I like that. Basically, it just looks like this door is closed and this one is open, so you know, small carts and stuff could still get through, but nothing too big. And I thought I'd take a quick look at this gatehouse from our Happy Ghast. It is looking absolutely awesome. But of course, this is only one small section of the castle. We still have so much more to build, so let's get right to it. Hang on, before we get too carried away, I almost forgot to use our dispensers. We went through so much work to get these. Basically, my idea is to dig out a bit of a trench right here, and then if we fill that back in with the dispensers like this, it kind of looks like some holes in the ground, and it kind of looks like the gate could slide down into these holes so that it's completely flush with the ground and nothing can sneak underneath. And it'll definitely look more in place once we swap out this grass with like some stone or cobblestone, but anyways, that's a future task. As for right now, I want to get started on flattening this hill since it's going to be kind of in the way of the rest of our castle. I came super prepared though and brought everything that I need to set up a beacon, and I think right beside our gatehouse here will be a pretty central point for it. So let's just place down our actual beacon, throw some iron in there, we'll do haste and haste 2. Alright, but with that, let's lock in and flatten this hill. It took about 45 minutes to get the area prepped, and it kind of looks like a disaster right now, but we just gotta trust the process, and once we start building the castle, it should look a whole lot better. It looks pretty messy right now, but my plan is for this to be a giant courtyard down here, and then we'll have some staircases going all the way up to the very top of the hill, and then this is where I want the keep of the castle to be, kind of in this area. Anyway, we have our work cut out for ourselves, so I think first things first, let's just tear down this beacon. You know, we shouldn't need it anymore, and it's a little bit in the way. Alright, sweet, beacon has been taken care of. And I'm also down to our final 6 golden carrots, so let's take a quick stop by our villager trading hall. I think these guys should sell us emeralds for iron. Yeah, they do. Awesome. This guy as well. Can you give me a few emeralds? Thank you. And then come over here, Mr. Farmer. I will take some more golden carrots, please. Thank you very much. This farmer is honestly the goat. This is where I've been getting all of my food for the past like 1400 days. With our food situation taken care of, I wanted to work on gathering the rest of the materials for the castle. I visited our various storage rooms, grabbing all the items we're going to need and making note of what I still needed to collect out in the world. I'm starting to realize just how big this castle is. Already we're up to 11 shulker boxes for all of these materials, and there's still a ton of stuff that we need to gather up. First of which is some acacia wood. Luckily there's a ton of acacia trees around here, so we should be able to gather up a bunch in no time. It's been a few minutes, and I think after this tree we should have, close to 5 stacks of logs, which should be plenty, so let's move on to the next material. And the next material is yet another tree type, but this time we're after some oak wood, so once again, let's get to chopping. I managed to get ourselves 6 stacks of oak logs, but I do just want to replant some of these trees. I probably shouldn't get rid of the entire forest and just leave it like that, so yeah, let me replant a few of these. Alright, sweet, I think the entire forest is replanted, so let's move on to the final tree type that we need. And you might have already guessed, but I need a ton more spruce wood. I am always running out of this stuff, so let's get to chopping. And I also do want to use quite a bit of these strip logs, so I should be smart here and strip a bunch of these as I'm going. Well, it's been about 20 or 30 minutes, but check out this inventory. It's completely full of spruce. Oh, it's so beautiful, I could cry. As beautiful as it is though, it's kind of hard to do anything when our inventory is this full, so let's throw some of this into a shulker box. As for the rest of these regular logs, let's go ahead and turn all of those into planks. And then first we'll just make a bunch of oak trapdoors, and then we'll do the same thing with these spruce planks, just make a bunch of those, and then same thing, a bunch of trapdoors. Okay, wow, that ended up being a lot of trapdoors. I'm probably gonna need a second shulker box for these. Alrighty, but that should cover all of our wood materials now. And I mean, we might as well just go ahead and add these 2 new shulker boxes to our absolutely massive mess of shulker boxes over here. But moving right along, we need to take a trip down underground, as there's a few materials we need from down here as well. First things first though, let's just throw our beacon on top of our iron pyramid down here. If you didn't know, I only have 1 single beacon in this entire world, so I kind of have to move it around to wherever I'm working. We definitely need to build like some sort of wither farm or something so we can get more beacons, but anyways, we'll save that for another episode. For now, I just want to grab a bunch of these tough blocks, as that's what I came down here for. And I don't really think we need like a crazy amount, so hopefully we can find enough within the beacon range. That definitely had to be one of the biggest deposits of tuff I've ever found. I dug out this entire area. And check this out, I almost filled my entire inventory. That's absolutely insane. No way, I found something even more insane, some diamonds, let's go. Alright, but just quickly, I want to use our stone cutter to turn some of these tough blocks into tough bricks. I think I just need about like 8 stacks. Alright, so with this one right here, that should be 8 stacks. And once again, just gonna throw all of this into a shulker box. Alright, but we're not done down here yet, as I also need an entire shulker box worth of andesite, but hopefully with haste, it shouldn't take too long. It took me about 10 minutes, but I think with this, we should have an entire shulker box worth of andesite, which we do. Awesome. And that should actually be everything that we need from underground, but just before we leave, I want to grab our beacon, as we're going to need it for the very last block that we have to gather. And that block is actually going to be coming from the nether, so let me see, do I have any fire resistance potions? I do, very nice. And you know what, I'm even going to take this one from the item frame. I'd rather have too many than not enough. Alright, but with some fire resistance potions obtained, let's head into the nether. Okay, so the last block that I'm after is a bunch of this blackstone, and I think the best spot to get a bunch of it is going to be the basalt deltas biome. And already, it doesn't take too long to mine, but I do want to try it out with a beacon. And I'm pretty sure I should be able to insta-mine it just with haste 1, so we can just do a super small beacon just like that. I guess there is one issue, and that's that blocks can't be directly above it, so we're going to have to pillar up and clear all of the blocks and then come back down. Digging straight up in the nether is probably a super stupid idea, but we should be alright. Okay, sweet, we just hit the bedrock at the very top, so let's dig this going all the way back down to the beacon. Made it back down to the bottom, and the beacon beam is a very good sign. Let's just go like this, throw a thing of iron in there, we can go haste, and yeah, accept that. Alright, now for the moment of truth, can we insta-mine this? We cannot. Wait, I really thought we were going to be able to insta-mine this with haste 1. Okay, that sucks. Alright, no worries, give me a sec, I'm going to make this beacon bigger. Alright, I just finished making the pyramid bigger, so let's throw our beacon back on top. We'll go like this, we'll go haste and haste 2. Alright, this better work or I'm going to cry, please. Yes, let's go. Okay, we can insta-mine. And I'm getting attacked by a ghast. Great. Okay, and this is kind of devastating to say, but I need 2.5 shulkers full of blackstone, so this is probably going to take a while. I'm going to lock in and mine this up, and it's getting completely destroyed by the lava. Nice. What did I do to you? And to make matters worse, all these guys are mad at me. Okay, this is actually kind of sketchy. This is actually kind of scary. Get off me. You know what? I'm just gonna box myself in here. Those guys can stay mad. I absolutely hate the nether. I'm just gonna try to get my blackstone as quick as I can and get out of here. It's been a good while, but I think with this, I should have my full first shulker box. Just 1.5 shulkers to go. Oh man. Even though we can insta-mine it, which is, super nice, I keep running into lava pockets and, I think the zombie piglins are still mad at me, so it's kind of sketchy, but, I'm slowly making my way through it. But of course, right as I say that, I'm not running into a single thing of lava. That is so typical. Anyway, I'm gonna keep mining all of this up. Hopefully it goes smoothly. Check this out. Shulker box number 2 is now full of blackstone. We're super close now, just need like 15 or so more stacks and we should be good to go. Also, it seems like I'm out of the beacon range, that kind of sucks. Anyway, enough complaining, it's gonna look so sick using this blackstone in our castle, so let's go ahead and mine up the rest of this. It's been a few minutes and check this out. We have not 1, not 2, but almost 3 shulker boxes full of blackstone. I know I went through this pretty quickly, but trust me, that was one of the most stressful things in my entire life. And I'd really like to get my beacon back. Are these guys still mad at me? I don't think so. Okay, that's good. This magma is gonna be a little bit annoying though. Let's get rid of this guy. We're friends now, right? Right. Alright, let's just get all of our iron, get our beacon, and get out of here. Got all of our iron, let's just grab our beacon. Get me out of this biome, this place is just so scary. Finally, home sweet home. I have never been so happy to see our starter house. Now that we have this blackstone though, let's go ahead and craft it into a few different items. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna need an absurd amount of blackstone stairs. Like, look at this. This is over 16 stacks of blackstone stairs. Alrighty, but moving right along, we're also gonna need some of these polished blackstone brick stairs. That is kind of hard to say, but let's craft a few stacks of these. And last but not least, we're gonna need quite a few stacks of these polished blackstone bricks. Alright, sweet. Let's just throw all of this into a shulker box, and then as for the rest of this blackstone, I just want to keep it as is. Okay, but finally, let's head back over to our castle. I can't help but feel like this is going to get really disorganized really fast, but let's add these 5 shulker boxes to our mess here. But with that, we finally have every single block that we need to build the exterior of the castle, which is such an awesome feeling. It was a really big grind, but we're finally ready to go. In an attempt to stick to the same build style as our gatehouse, I primarily used stone blocks, but then for the tower top, I finally used some of our blackstone. I went for a really cool tower with a peak in each of the 4 corners, and then smack dab in the middle, I created an even larger one to cap the whole thing off. We still have a long way to go, but this thing is looking absolutely epic. Like, it's so big, I had to come to the other side of the river even to get the whole thing in frame. What do you think, Mr. Wandy T? Do you like our tower? Yeah, you like it. As cool as our new tower looks though, it's a little bit disconnected from our gatehouse, so I want to get started on building up a bit of a wall. So I was thinking we could start about here just with some cobblestone, and then we'll also mix in a little bit of our regular stone and maybe a tiny bit of andesite as well. Pretty simple block palette, but it should look quite nice, so give me a sec and I'm gonna build this up. I got the wall built up like 10 or so more layers, and I think it's looking pretty good. I think this is gonna be a good height for it, but it is looking a little bit basic, so let's see, can we use our elytra and get up on top of this wall? Come on, first try. Okay, nice, actually kind of gaming. Alrighty, but to spice up the top of this wall, I was thinking we could do alternating stone blocks and tough walls, and maybe even a little bit of andesite as well. That should look pretty good. Just got a couple more to place in. We'll do one more wall there and one more stone block. And you know what? Let's take it even one step further by placing a stone stair on top of all of these full blocks. And taking a look from the ground now, it's a small change, but it definitely makes the wall look a lot more detailed. However, I can't help but feel like this area at the bottom of the wall is still looking kind of plain. I did have an idea though. I was thinking we could put some pillars, maybe just spaced like 2 blocks apart, just using some acacia logs. We'll have one right here, and I think the last one will go right there. And we of course got to build these up, so maybe let's go 2 more logs, and then we can go 1, 2, 3, and 4 tough blocks, and then let's cap the whole thing off with a tough brick stair. Taking a look from the ground, I think that's going to look pretty cool, so let's go ahead and get the rest of these pillars built up. And this should be the last few blocks for the final pillar. Let's hop down to the ground once again and take a look. I think I really like these. Just helps add a little bit of depth since they're sticking out by 1 block. Plus, using the acacia logs and the tough bricks helps break up the color since they're like a bit of a warmer tone, I think, than the stone and cobblestone. And the awesome part is that our gatehouse and our new tower are now connected. It is looking a little bit weird from the back, but that's just because we still need to build the courtyard and everything, but we'll get to that later in the episode. As for right now, I want to get started on building like a bit of a barracks, I guess you could call it, right here, so you know what, let's get to building. I kept this one pretty straightforward, just using the same block palette as we've been using for the rest of the castle. I did, however, add one new element, and that's some iron bars running across the top of the roof. If we just ignore how weird this area looks like without the courtyard in place, I think our barracks is looking pretty good. You might have noticed a few gaps here though, and let's get those filled in right now. Just gotta put a few scaffolding down, just get ourselves right on top, and then for these windows, I've really been enjoying using oak trapdoors. I did try experimenting with glass, but I think these oak trapdoors fit the medieval look a whole lot better. Anyway, let's get ourselves back down to the ground. And heading inside, we should throw a few torches in here. Really don't want any creepers spawning and exploding our build. Okay, but for this door, I wanted to go for one of my classic designs, and that's just using some trapdoors like this. And then right in the middle, we'll do a door, just like that. Then we gotta get ourselves right on top, which could be a little bit tricky, but then we can just do some more trapdoors like that. We'll do another row right here, and I think we just need to go one more layer. And then if we just flip all of those, we got ourselves a door. Looks like decent from the inside, but if we take a look from the outside, it looks a whole lot better. Okay, our barracks is looking super awesome. However, it is super dark out here, so let's go sleep. We are making some great progress though on our castle. I'm so excited to see this thing built up. Look at these guys. If our castle was finished, they wouldn't be able to get in here. What the heck? Hey, at least our gate is working against this guy. He can't get us. Nice, it's actually working. Get out of here. Alright, enough messing around. Let's keep building up this castle. We still had so much to build at this point, so I locked in and began building a skinnier tower beside the barracks with a simple pointed roof. After that, I decided to build another large tower similar to the first one we made. I then connected our two brand new towers with a wall, which was a little tricky to design since it was on a diagonal, but in the end, I think it turned out pretty sweet. Moving right along, I started building up one of the largest buildings of the castle, and I'm thinking this will eventually be the grand hall where big dinners and parties will take place. And of course, I couldn't just go for some boring old rectangle, so I attached several smaller towers to the side of it to make the shape a whole lot more interesting. It took me like 2 hours to build this all up, but I think we can finally say that we're cooking. There was a few more details that I wanted to add to the roof though, so let's see if we can get ourselves up here. Holy, that was kind of crazy. But anyways, we did use some iron bars like right there, so I was thinking we could stick to that theme by doing some kind of on these smaller roof sections. So let's also do the exact same thing right here, just a few iron bars going all the way across. Wow, it looks absolutely majestic up here with the sun setting. We have a great view of our island and our harbor expansion. Oh, this is so cool. I'm getting distracted though. We still have more iron bars to place, for example, right here. And then there's one final section just right here. Alright, sweet. I think that covers all of these smaller roof sections, but I also want to add some bars going all the way across at the very top. Alright, this should be the last 3 right here. What the? How does Spider get up here? Get out of here, Spider. Anyway, to make the very top of this look extra fancy, I was thinking we could do an anvil, a black stone wall, and then right on top of that, let's try to do a nether brick fence. Yeah, that looks really cool. And it looks pretty sweet from the ground as well. Just a small detail, but definitely makes the whole thing look quite a bit more grand. Alright, this area's looking pretty good, but I'm getting so sick of looking at this grass, so I think it's finally time to build a proper courtyard. And I've sort of organized these shulkers into different groups, like this is my wood stuff over here, for example. But anyways, what we're after right now is some different stone types, so we'll grab a few stacks of this stone. What else do we need? Not that, we're gonna need some, no, I have more stone there. What am I looking for? Yeah, we're gonna need some stone bricks. And then let's see, we're also gonna need some, yeah, I'll take a bit of andesite. And then I'm after some cobble. Where's my, okay, yeah, here's my cobble. All right, now that we have that in hand, I'm thinking we build it at the same level as like our gate right here. And I'm thinking I'll just go for like mainly stone, and then we'll just mix in a little bit of this like cobblestone like that, as well as the andesite, and then just a tiny bit of these stone bricks. But anyway, with that block palette figured out, I locked in and placed in the entire lower level of the courtyard. It is a lot of gray just because we haven't added any decorations yet, but still it looks so much better now. And just ignore this area that I left open. I have a plan for that, which I'll show you in just a second. Because first, I want to fix up this right here, which is actually the entrance to this big building. So first things first, let's just do a pillar of stone brick walls, and then we'll do the exact same thing over here, just going all the way up. Let's do a thing of black stone in each of these corners, and then right in front of that, we can do some stairs, and I'm just going to mix the regular black stone stairs with the polished black stone stairs. stairs. So let's just do another row like that, maybe go back to our regular blackstone stairs, and I don't know, maybe one more polished right there. All right, let's hop down and see how that looks. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's just grab our loose stairs there and our scaffolding, and then we can go lantern and lantern. And then I was thinking right here, we could just go for one of our classic doors that we kind of built earlier, so we'll just start off with a bunch of trapdoors. Holy, this looks so cursed, but let's just flip all of these, and then I think it'll be looking a whole lot better. Okay, perfect. And then last but not least, let's just throw our door in. And yeah, I mean, I guess I should address the elephant in the room, and that's that, yeah, this is our interior. It's looking pretty scuffed. I mean, we can barely even get in there. Let's just dig a bit of a staircase, and yeah. I definitely want to do all the interiors in here eventually, but for now, I think we better focus on finishing the actual exterior of the castle. For starters, I purposely left this area open as I was thinking it could be the perfect spot for some stables. So let's just start off by filling in the thing mainly with coarse dirt, and then we can texture it after. Alright, sweet. I got some patches of coarse dirt placed in all throughout the area. Along the edge, I wanted to try something a little bit unconventional, and that's using some dripstone plus acacia logs to kind of blend from the stone into the coarse dirt. It maybe looks a little bit weird from up close, but I think if you take a few steps back, it really does sell the effect. Anyway, it is still looking just a little bit weird, so let's fill in the rest of the area with rooted dirt. I'll also use some podzol, and then for the rest of the area, I just want to use regular dirt. This should be the last few blocks right there. Let's take a step back, and yeah, I think this is a nice patch of dirt. I'm happy with this. As I mentioned though, I want this to be an area for some horse stables, so let's start off by doing some barrels spaced 2 blocks apart. And then let's maybe just end it right about there, right before we hit this tower. And then in between these barrels, let's do a couple of fence gates so we can safely contain the horses. Alright, sweet, that's looking pretty good. And then on top of all of these barrels, I want to do some 3 tall pillars. So we'll just come up 1, maybe 2 and 3. And I think mixing the oak logs in with the stripped spruce logs should look pretty good. The pillars are in and looking good. And then I was thinking on the tops of them, we could do a spruce trapdoor. And then in between them, I want to do some oak slabs. And let's just repeat that exact same design for all of the pillars. Alright, we're making pretty good progress. The horses could definitely escape from right here though, so maybe let's just do a few logs and then we can fill the rest in with spruce planks. So nothing should be able to escape from this side now, and just so that everything's, you know, kind of balanced on both sides, let's fill this side in with spruce planks as well. Okay, perfect. And then just to divide up the different stalls, I was thinking we could keep it super simple and do a row of spruce trapdoors and above that a row of oak trapdoors. So something just like that. It should keep the animals divided, and because it's a thinner wall, it just kind of helps make these stalls themselves feel a little bit bigger, I think, so I do like this. But anyway, let's go ahead and repeat this for all of the stalls. Okay, this should be the last one, and let's just hop out here and take a look, and yeah, sweet, all the stalls are divided. Okay, but this thing definitely needs a roof. You know, if it rains, I definitely don't want our horses getting wet. I'll feel pretty bad. Anyway, let's start off by raising all of these pillars by just 1 more block. And then in between all of these, I just want to do a couple of oak fences. Once we add the roof, I think those fences will just create like a little bit of like a gap where air could be flowing in and out, which, you know, might be pretty nice if the horses are just ripping some mad stinky farts, you know, it would just help get rid of those. Anyway, I'm just trying to make it look a little bit fancier by doing some upside down stairs in front of all of the pillars, and then in between those, let's do some slabs. Alright, perfect. All the slabs are now in place. Back on top of the stable, let's place in the actual roof, and I was thinking just to stick to the same style as the rest of the castle, we could use some black stone again. And just a simple step up like this should be pretty good for ourselves, so let's get these last few blocks in place and take a look. Yeah, I think I like that. But to make the trim of the roof a little bit fancier, I was thinking we could do some campfires going all the way across. And of course, we'll extinguish all of these, you know, don't want our roof on fire. I think our stable is almost done. I did, however, want to add a bit of like an awning to it, just to, you know, once again keep the rain off of the horses. Just got a few more to place, and there we go. And I guess we should also light this area up, so let's do a chain and a lantern just like that, and then maybe we'll skip like every other pillar, so we'll do another one there, and boom, lantern. Got 3 lanterns right there, so we'll just do one more right about here. And of course, a build of mine would never be complete unless we add a bit of vegetation, so let's do a bit of short grass, maybe even use some bone meal to make some of the tall grass. And then I was thinking to help kind of break up the line between the dirt and the stone even more, we could use a bit of the leaf litter. You know, I've been using this technique a little bit lately. I quite like it. It's subtle, but definitely effective. But let's just do short grass, one more there, and bone meal that, and I think I am finally happy to call the stable finished. Hang on, we can't call this stable done yet. It doesn't have a single horse in it yet. The good thing is, I should have a bunch of saddles inside of our starter house. I have this fully dedicated saddle barrel. Wait a minute, this is all just armor. All right, that's fine. I'm just gonna take this diamond horse armor, and then I don't even care. I'm gonna take the saddle from the item frame. Okay, but with that in hand, let's go find ourselves a horse. And holy cow, wait a minute. Our castle looks so sick from here. What the heck? The castle is only like half finished. It's gonna look so sick once we fully finish it. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, I'm getting totally carried away though. Is there any horses around here? No way, there's a horse right behind our castle. Okay, this is meant to be. This is definitely our horse. Just gotta tame this guy. Come on, show me some hearts. Show me some hearts. No, don't kick me off. Give me some hearts, please, my guy. No, don't kick me off. I want some hearts. Why won't you love me? There we go. Okay, he loves me. Alright, sweet. Let's throw our saddle on this guy plus our diamond horse armor. Also, ignore my inventory. It is an absolute disaster right now. Okay, but let's see. How fast is this guy? Alright, not bad, not bad. Let's see the jump. Let's see the jump. Okay, decent, decent. Alright, but eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What stall do you want? You want this one right at the end? Alright, I got you, buddy. Enjoy your new home. Sorry, you're not allowed to leave. This is... Wait a minute. Wait, what? He just jumped right over the... Oh, come on. Man, this guy is finessing the system. I thought this was like the perfect stall design. He's just hopping right over all of these. Look at this. Look at this. What in the world? Okay, I guess we gotta rework this. Let's see. I do have some more oak trapdoors on me, so maybe we just raise this up by like one more layer. Yeah, I think if we raise this by one block, he shouldn't be able to jump over it anymore. This horse, he's making me go through so many more trapdoors. I guess it is what it is. Okay, that's a good sign. He's trying to jump over, but he can't. Oh, that looks so cursed though. Look how high this guy is jumping. What in the world? All right, I might need to rework these dividers at some point, but you know what? These trapdoors will do for now. Well, that was a little chaotic, but I think our stable is finally done. What's not so done is the rest of our castle. We still have this entire half to complete. I'm super pumped to get started on it though, but before we do, let's take a second to check in on my cats. My two cats, Munchie and Mittens, are sort of the mascot of this channel, and it's also my way to totally guilt trip you into liking the video. For real though, taking just a quick second to like the video and maybe subscribing if you haven't already is such a huge way to support this channel, so I really do appreciate it. Alright, getting back to Minecraft, I think it's about time to tackle some of the buildings over here, so let's jump right into it. First up, I built the main keep of the castle, and this is where all of the royalty and important people are going to reside. The shape is very similar to the Grand Hall, but I switched this one up mainly by attaching a huge stone tower to the side of it. With that in place, I was left with a large gap at the front of the castle, so I filled that in with a fortified wall to connect the keep to the gatehouse. At this point, there was just one remaining empty section at the back of the castle to complete, which I decided to just patch up with a medium-sized stone tower and a couple of walls with black stone roofs. With the help of one of our happy ghasts, I then built 5 red flags on top of the towers. My favorite of them is definitely the one on top of the largest stone tower. The curves really do make it look like the flag is blowing in the wind. We still need to add all the small decorations to bring this place to life, but holy cow, is this place really shaping up. All of these walls just make it feel so enclosed and immersive, as well as, fortified, which is probably a pretty good feeling to have when inside of a castle. And you might have already noticed, but we have all of these different tiers of the courtyard. So we have this upper area where we are right now, this kind of in between middle area, and then this very lowest area where we have our stable. And at the moment, we just have these super basic staircases, so I want to spice these up a bit. And I was thinking for sort of a fancy look, we could do some polished andesite stairs on either side, so let's just do 3 more right about here. And then with those in place, I just want to fill in the rest using a combination of stone stairs as well as andesite stairs. This should be the last few stairs right about here, and it's a simple design, but I think it definitely works. And now that that's in place, I want to build a railing using anvils. It's a little bit expensive, but come on, it's a castle. No expenses will be spared. Also, I'm hearing a bunch of mob sounds. Okay, there they are. Yes, burn, burn. Oh, there's a creeper down there. Whoa! Was not expecting that guy to blow up. Is there anybody else down here? Alright, Mr. Zombie, what's up? Get the smoke. I thought I already mob-proofed it down here, but apparently not, so let's just throw down a few more torches. Okay, clean up on aisle 3, let's get this patched back up using some stone and andesite. Okay, but with that distraction taken care of, I wanted to make this railing look even more fancy, so let's go ahead and build a few pillars using tuff and stone brick walls. And I'm thinking we can just space these about 2 blocks apart. And of course it's raining now, but the last thing that I just wanted to do was throw a lantern on top of each of these walls. And it's kind of like a 3-in-1 as it lights up the area, looks super cool, and keeps people from falling off. I'm quite pleased with how this area turned out, so I think I want to go for a super similar staircase right in this area, so let's do our polished andesite stairs, and then right here we'll just do a full block. And then you guessed it, we're going to repeat the exact same design on the other side, so let's extend this all the way down to the very bottom, and then once again we'll just fill in the rest of the area using andesite stairs and stone stairs. With that in place, I built another gate at the top of the staircase. You know, this is where the keep is, and I'm sure the royalty would want to be double protected. I really like how this gate came out. I think my favorite thing about it are these iron bars like above the arch. Just makes it feel like kind of fancy but also quite imposing. And with this staircase and the gate in place, we now have a really nice entry point to the highest tier of the courtyard. However, we do need a proper staircase to get into the actual keep, and you'll never guess, I'm just going to go for a super similar design as all of the other staircases. So once again, let's just throw down a few andesite stairs, and then we'll get some stone stairs and patch that up. And I'm going to be super unique and go door and door. No, not like that. Give me that back and door. What the? What's a cow doing inside of our keep? Get out of here, guy. Fine, I'm sorry for punching you, you can stay in here. Okay, I got distracted from building my door, but as you can see, this place is pretty big, so there's definitely room for a giant interior. Anyway, I just want to finish patching up this door, kind of similar to some of the other ones that we've done, just using our spruce trapdoors. So let's just flip all of these, and then as you can see, we now have a really nice entry for our keep. But I think with that, the base shape of our castle is finally complete, so I want to get started on adding some decorations in here. As you know, right now it just looks super gray, which is a little bit boring. So let's lock in for one final resource gathering session. And honestly, I feel like I'm gonna have most of the blocks I need already in my various storage rooms, so hopefully this shouldn't take too terribly long. I'm mainly just after a bunch of vegetation blocks like leaves, and great, I have a bunch right here, so let's take some of these azalea ones, plus these flowering azaleas. And while we're at it, I'll also pick up these birch leaves too. Okay, moving right along, I'll take these bushes, and I'll also take the dead bushes too. And what else do I want to decorate with? Maybe some sea pickles, I'll take some lily pads, and maybe even a few cacti as well. But anyway, I'm just gonna gather up the rest of the blocks that I need, like some various flowers and whatnot, and then we can get to decorating. I have no idea how this cow got in here, but you know what, I'll just let him chill. For now, I want to get started on building a bit of a flower bed over in this area. So let's just start by ripping out a bit of the courtyard, and then we can replace this with dirt. Okay, so I got that cleared out, and I'm thinking we just go for a very similar block palette as what we did over there. So along the edges, we'll do our acacia logs and our dripstone, and then we can fill in the rest with our coarse dirt, rooted dirt, and regular dirt. That's looking good, and I cannot help myself, so once again, I'm just gonna dot a bit of this leaf litter right along the edge. And because I want this to be a bit of a flower bed, I was thinking we could start off with some short grass, and we could probably mix in a few of these bushes as well. Okay, but moving right along, I want to throw some alliums in here for a nice pop of purple. And something else that'll blend in really nice with the alliums are these lilacs. I think the colors go really well together. Already, this is looking so good. The color of the bushes and the short grass is a little bit weird just because we are in a savanna biome, but honestly, I don't even mind it. Anyway, I did just want to add one more thing in here, and that's just a few dead bushes, just to switch it up a bit. I was pretty happy with how the flower bed was looking at this point, but I wanted to take it to the next level, so I built a large birch tree and 2 small spruce trees. This flower bed plus tree combo brought so much life into the area that I couldn't help myself, and I built 3 more of them scattered throughout the courtyard. And of course, I tried to make each of them unique by using different types of flowers and vegetation, as well as just switching up the shapes and trees. It's truthfully kind of shocking how big of a difference this made. Just having a few trees in here, it totally brought the area to life. And you might have noticed I started adding some of these bushes around, and I want to keep adding more to kind of like sections like this. You can see it's just totally gray, really boring, so if we dot some of these leaves in here, it should really help out. But I'm just going to keep adding these all over the place, like even this upper courtyard area has some kind of like dead spots, like right here for example. So wait, whoa, what is that? A pig? Why does that look so weird? What is up with this pig? I must have buried him in here when I was building the castle. I'm sorry, pig. You wanna get out? All right, you know what, pig? You can stay in the walls. You can oh, okay. All right, you're out. All right, you're out, but you gotta move, pig. I want to place down my leaves. Can you get out of here? Thank you. This pig is distracting me. I'm just trying to get my leaves in here. I want to stack these fairly high. Again, we'll get some of the flowering ones as well, just for a bit of color. But yeah, something just like that adds a tiny bit of color to those dead areas. I think it's gonna help out a lot. As you can see, I scattered more bushes all throughout the courtyard, and it's looking absolutely awesome in here. I mean, if we just don't look at my shulker mess, just ignore that. But anyway, we still have a ton details to add, and first things first, I wanted to do a wall with the lantern on top, kind of in front of this gate, just to help light up the area. And I also wanted to add a little bit of lighting beside the entrance of the keep, so let's do a trapdoor, we'll do a fence, a chain, and a lantern. I think that's looking good, and for even more decoration, maybe we can make a small table here using birch stairs and scaffolding, and then on top a lantern. Maybe this is where some guards would be sitting so they can keep an eye on who's coming in and out of the keep. It already is looking pretty good in here, but we do still have a bit of open space over on this side. So maybe we just keep it super simple and do like a barrel right there, another one maybe right there, we could do a stripped piece of wood right there, maybe even another barrel on top. And then I have been enjoying just kind of capping these off with some trapdoors. Oh, what's up, pig? Anyway, let's just throw a lantern right on top of this one, and there we go, a little bit of storage. And then to tie into that storage, maybe we add a small cart that would actually be moving the stuff around, so let's do some wheels like that. We'll need a couple on the other side, flip those up, and then we can go slab, slab, and trapdoor. On top of that, let's do a campfire, extinguish that, we can do trapdoor and trapdoor, and then just for some handles for the cart, let's do a gate just like that, open it, and there we go, looking good. Okay, but with that, I'm pretty happy with this upper area of the courtyard, so I think let's tackle this middle section next. And maybe let's just start by adding even more random storage. We could do like a barrel right there, a slab, and maybe a lantern right on top. And I just went ahead and added even more barrels over here, as well as a cart, but you know, just got to extinguish that campfire. Moving on, we have this entrance to the gatehouse right here, which is looking, you know, not too bad, but I was thinking we could add just a bit more detail by throwing a few campfires up here, and of course, extinguishing those as well. And right beside that, we could add even more barrels, you know, why not? Maybe one more right there, and a lantern to help light up this area. And I quite like how that table that we built came out earlier, so maybe we just add a couple more right here. So we'll start off with our chairs and then do a couple of tables just like that. And then to decorate this one, let's do a flower pot and an allium, and on this one, a pressure plate. And yeah, it'll look a whole lot better once we finally get rid of all of our shulker boxes, but for now, I think I'm happy to call this middle platform finished. And you know what that means? We just have this very bottom area to decorate. And since this area is right beside the entrance, maybe we can have just like a little bit of seating just in case somebody's, you know, waiting for somebody to come meet them. So let's do some campfires like that, a few trapdoors, and then we'll extinguish these. Same thing over here, let's do a couple of trapdoors and extinguish those. This is one of my favorite bench designs, I feel like it always works. Carrying right along, let's do a couple of barrels maybe just right here, and then on top of that a couple of trapdoors. And you know what, why not? Let's also add a bit of storage right beside the entrance of the barracks, but maybe we can switch this one up ever so slightly by also including a couple of campfires. It is starting to shape up in here, but we do have quite a large area right in the center, so I was thinking we could build a giant fountain. First things first, let's just dig out a bit of an area right here. I think a shape like this will be pretty good, so let's just fill this in with some mossy cobblestone. I got that in place, and then I just want to surround the entire thing with some regular andesite stairs as well as some polished andesite stairs. So something just like this. However, it is a bit of like a hard edge right here, so maybe we just smooth that out again just using some stairs. And this would also be a good chance for us to light up the center of the courtyard, so let's do a couple of walls like that, and on top a lantern. So we'll just do the exact same thing on this side as well, a couple of walls and a couple of lanterns. And we still need to add the actual fountain part in the center, but before we get to that, I think we should just fill in this entire bottom area just with some water. And it's going to be just slightly annoying as we have to waterlog all of these stairs. Alright, but sweet, I think we got that all filled in. And then to detail the water, I was thinking we could do some sea pickles as well as some seagrass. Now for the fun part, let's build the actual fountain, and just right in the center, I'm thinking we do a polished andesite block, and then we'll do a lodestone, another polished andesite, a lodestone, and one more andesite. Let's take a look at that. Ow, my legs. That's a good start, but let's also just do an upside down stair going all the way around. Okay, the next step is waterlogging each of these stairs. And that already creates a pretty cool effect, but I think it'll look even better if we add one more water right on top. And check that out, I think it's an awesome shape for our fountain. I just had one more idea though, and that's to scatter a few pots around the edge of the fountain. And inside of them, maybe we can just do a piece of bamboo, a couple of these mangrove propagules, and a cactus. Alright, but with that, I think I'm happy to call this fountain finished. But with that, I think it's about time that we clear away these shulker boxes and take a look at this courtyard with some shaders on. And I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. All I can say is that this is looking super epic. I honestly think it's been a few years since I've built a castle, but I had so much fun putting this together. It was a hard challenge, but definitely worth it in the end. And one of my favorite things about this castle is that it makes the perfect backdrop for our harbor expansion. So far, my cozy harbor has a warehouse containing my iron farm, a lumber mill for all of my wood storage, boats, cranes, and tons of houses and other details. However, there's still a huge empty section of the harbor, and that's exactly what I want to tackle in this video. My plan is to build even more houses, work on some of the interiors, and overall just make the area feel more alive and immersive than ever before. Last episode we built this castle, which is honestly just looking so epic, such a cool backdrop to our harbor, but anyways, right over here is the empty area that I want to tackle today. And check this out, I already have a bunch of materials all gathered up and ready to go, as I thought we could start this episode off with a bang and do some building. And let's just get started right away on this first house, and I was thinking we could make the foundation mainly out of cobblestone as well as gravel. And I'm thinking we have a bit of a jog over on this side just to make it a bit more interesting, and I've also started including a bit of this dead tube coral. I think it blends in really well. Alright, sweet, so I think the foundation is looking pretty good just like that, and then I wanted to fill in these holes right here just with some windows, and then we can keep it super simple and do a couple of trapdoors for some shutters. And then I also left this area open right here where we have a bit of an archway, and I was thinking we could fill that in with a door, and I want to use some pale oak here, which is, you know, a little bit different. So let's just do one more log right there. We'll hop down, do our door just like that, and then let's see, we're gonna have to get ourselves up here a little bit. We'll go plank, no, that's not a plank, a stripped log and a stripped log. And there we go, we got ourselves an entryway as well as some windows. And with the foundation done, I went ahead and built up the second floor using a combination of oak, birch, and jungle wood. After that, I capped the whole thing off with kind of a weird roof. I went for a diorite trim, and then on the inside I used copper as well as jungle wood. And just like that, this first house is finished. You know, it's a little bit of an out there block palette, but one of the most fun parts about this whole project has just been messing around with really kind of, you know, different block palettes, so I think I'm happy with it. Got some azalea bushes at the top, a small little alleyway kind of at the side, which we can, you know, eventually decorate, and have a bunch of stuff over here as well. Swinging around the back, you can see it's pretty much exactly the same as the front. As for this side, don't even look at that. I plan on building another house right here flush against it, so you know what, let's just build it up. I've been absolutely loving building houses that are right up against each other. I feel like it just creates such a cool effect. As I mentioned, I want to build 3 houses here, so for the second one, I went with smooth basalt and deep slate for the foundation, dark oak for the second floor, and even more deep slate for the roof. As for the third house, which, spoiler alert, I think is my favorite of the 3, I used tuff for the foundation, pale oak and some other white blocks for the second floor, and stone plus spruce wood for the roof. And there we go, we've got 3 brand new houses. I feel like they're all like so unique, but somehow all go together at the same time. As cool as they're looking though, I thought we could add a few more decorations, and I wanted to start with this house right here by creating a small cover just using some campfires. And then just to light this area up a bit, let's do a soul lantern. I think that cover's looking pretty good, but this wall here is a little bit plain, so maybe let's just make a planter box using some podzol and some of these super colorful crimson trapdoors. I think these look super sweet. As for what we're planting in here, let's just keep it super simple and use some bushes. As for this third house, I think it could also use some decorations, and maybe let's just start off by using some leaves to create a different type of bush. And then right beside that, let's make use of one of my favorite details, which is some hay bales. Maybe we can just do something like that, and then for a bit more detail, a couple of bamboo slabs. And let's also make a cover above this door, but let's switch this one up by doing some trapdoors, and then we can have that look supported by using a couple of gates, and I actually want to open those just like that, and yeah, pretty cool design. As for the left side of this house, we have this kind of like sticky outy bit, which is, you know, looking pretty decent already, but I thought we could add just a few more details. And maybe let's just start off by doing like 3 trapdoors like that. We can flip those open, just makes it look, you know, more detailed. And then something else that I've been experimenting with a little bit is using some signs to look like, you know, a different type of trim. So let's just do this last one right there if we can. A little bit tricky, take a step back, and yeah, I like that. But honestly, with that, I think I'm happy with these first 3 houses. Super cool block palettes, all these little details to bring the area to life. I could not be happier with this. Something I could be happier with though are the interiors. As you can see, they're just completely bare right now. And unfortunately, that same story is kind of true for like all of these houses right now. Like, look at this. This is this is kind of disgusting. And I would absolutely love to get all the interiors done eventually, but we have to start somewhere, and I was thinking we could start with some of these original houses that we have on the other side of the harbor. These are the first ones we ever built, and I think we should kind of start with our oldest oldest ones and work towards our newest ones, and the very first house that I want to build the interior for is this one right here. So let's just fly on over, try not to smack directly into the house. Boom, nailed it. But taking a look inside, you can see I also came super prepared for this one and gathered up all of the materials. As you can see, there are quite a few blocks for just one interior, as I want it to be super detailed, so I think let's just get started. So I think first things first, let's just tear out this grass so we can place in a proper floor. And it just looks absolutely cursed under here with all these slabs, as I mob-proofed the entire place just for our iron farm. Anyway, that's fine, let's just finish tearing out this grass. I got the entire floor teared out, and I can't get over how weird it looks down here, but anyways, let's just start placing in the floor using a bunch of jungle planks. And then I was thinking we could also mix in a little bit of these stripped logs, plus a bit of this brown mushroom block. I think will look pretty good. This is already looking so much better, however, I did leave a few sections, like right here for example, open. And that's just because I want the bottom of this house to be a bakery, which means we're definitely gonna need a kitchen, so I want to go for this like classic checkered look. I feel like that always looks good for a kitchen. Alright, this should be the last few blocks, and yeah, I think that's gonna work. As for this open area, I was thinking we could make a small rug just out of some blue wool as well as concrete powder, and then right on top for a bit more detail and texture we can do a bit of glow lichen. I think that's a pretty decent rug honestly, and we do have space for another one right here. However, I was thinking we could switch this one up by using some red terracotta as well as this glazed red terracotta, and then let's just finish it off with a bit of this red carpet as well as glow lichen. I think the floor is looking pretty solid now. We do however have these gaps like at the bottom of the wall, which looks, you know, pretty bad, so let's get these patched up just using some tough blocks. This should be the last few blocks, and there we go, looking much better now. This blob of tuff up here is our chimney, so I think it only makes sense to have a fireplace right below that. So I think let's start off with a couple of these chiseled tuff blocks on either side, and then right above those we'll have a stair just facing inwards, so we'll have one there and another one right there, and then in between those let's do a couple of upside down stairs, and then let's get rid of these logs right there, and then just fill those in with some tough bricks. For the actual fire, let's just go campfire and campfire, and then we can enclose that with a couple of acacia trapdoors. Above that, let's create a mantle using pale oak trapdoors, on top a couple of flower pots, and inside we can do an azure bluet and a torch flower. I think that's a pretty solid fireplace if I do say so myself, and moving right along, I thought we could create a bit of an indoor plant in this corner using an azalea and 2 azalea leaves. And since I want the bottom of this house to be a bakery, I was thinking we could create like a bit of a display for the cakes and stuff right here. So I just started off with a bit of glass, and right in front of that, let's do some signs. And then on this side, we can just stack up by 3 trapdoors, flip all of those of course, jump over to the other side, and we'll do the exact same thing, so 3 more trapdoors and flip those as well. In between the tops of those trapdoors, let's do 3 slabs, and then on front of those, 3 more signs. But I think with that, the actual like display table is finished, and just right on top, let's display a couple of cakes. And then I also had the super fun idea of using a daylight detector to kind of look like some cupcakes. I'm really not the best when it comes to decorating interiors, but I really do like how this turned out. And if this is a bakery, the customers are definitely going to need somewhere to sit, so let's just create a couple of tables using cherry stairs and scaffolding. And right on top of the tables, let's place a pressure plate, and we can do a flower pot to look like a bit of a cup. Moving right along, I want to create a bit of a pantry of sorts right here, so let's just start off with maybe a couple of slabs like that, and then we can go, how do we do this, door and door? Pretty straightforward design, and inside I was thinking we could do a few campfires just like that. And then I don't know how much sense it makes for a bakery, but I was thinking we could put some potatoes on here, maybe they can resemble like some type of bun or something like that. Anyway, let's just shut this door, we can keep that one open, and we can easily see what's inside. Right beside our pantry is where I want to have the staircase for our second floor, so let's just start off with some chiseled bookshelves just like that, and then right on top we'll do stair, 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 and stair. And then I brought a bunch of books that we can put inside of these chiseled bookshelves. I don't know, maybe there's just like a bunch of random books in here that people who are sitting at these tables could just, you know, grab, enjoy a piece of cake, read a book. I don't know, sounds pretty chill to me. Anyway, let's just throw maybe 2 more books in there, and there we go, that's looking good. Okay, let's maybe work on getting the ceiling patched up a little bit, and I just want to extend these logs going all the way across. I think that's a pretty solid start, and then for the rest of these areas, let's maybe just use some slabs just to create a little bit more depth. I got the ceiling all patched up and looking good, and I want to get started on the kitchen next, and I was thinking we could just begin by marking out a bit of a countertop using some dark oak wood. In between the wood, I want to do some trapdoors, so we'll do something like that, maybe a couple more just right here, and then I left this spot open as I wanted to do a lectern and inside a book and quill to look like a bit of a recipe book. And to make the counter look a little bit more enclosed, let's just use a few trapdoors. And then to make it look even fancier, we can maybe do a sign there, maybe a couple on this corner like that, and one more right about there. To get in and out of the kitchen, we can easily just flip that trapdoor just like that. But anyway, I thought we could put some cabinets just up here using some barrels. And then to look like some doors of the cabinets, we can maybe just do some trapdoors. And then I think I'll close all of these except for one, just to create, you know, a bit more variety. A bakery is of course going to need a bunch of ovens, so let's just create a really big one using some of these crafters. I also love how it looks like two handles right here, like you could open this. Oh, it looks so cool. Anyway, right beside that, let's just do a cauldron right here to look like a bit of a sink, and we can have a lever to look like some sort of like tap or something. And then maybe we can even detail this a little bit more using a trapdoor. Beside that, let's add yet another oven, on top a pressure plate for, you know, a bit more detail. And then beside that, we could do a cauldron with a tripwire hook to look like a different type of tap. And you know, you can never go wrong with having a bunch of flower pots all over the place, so let's do one right there. And I want to try bringing as much color into this area as possible, so let's do a few banners on this back wall to look like some type of wall art. And I still have one more cake on me, so let's do one right there. The customers are definitely going to want to know the prices of all of the different items, so let's just display that on some hanging signs. And I think we have some pretty good deals. We have a cake for 2 emeralds, a cupcake for 1 emerald, and bread for also 1 emerald. Let's maybe help light up this area a little bit just using a soul lantern right about there. And I feel like this wall here is still a little bit plain, so maybe let's just do a few paintings. So we can probably do like, I don't love that one. Maybe let's do, yeah, that one. And we could probably do, yeah, I like that one too. So let's just get rid of this dirt. It'll be looking a little bit better. But with those paintings in place, look how absolutely awesome this first floor of the bakery is looking. Oh, I could not be happier with this. This is so cool. I did just have one final detail that I wanted to add though, and that's some water right in this cauldron. And for this other cauldron, I want to put some powdered snow in there, which will kind of look like some soapy water, but I don't have any, so it's time for a little bit of an adventure. I'm pretty sure there's only 2 biomes where you can actually find this stuff, being the snowy slopes and the grove biomes, which I don't think I've ever spotted before, so hopefully we can find one. There's a bunch of snowy biomes over here though, so probably over in this area is our best bet. Maybe over in here. This looks promising. Let's see. Yes, okay, well, let's not fall in it though. Okay, awesome, powdered snow. That was honestly way easier than I thought it was gonna be, and let's just grab a couple of extra just in case. Alright, sweet, with that in hand, let's head back to the bakery. Just made it back to the bakery, and now that we finally have this powdered snow, let's go ahead and throw it in this cauldron. It's a small detail, but it does look like some soapy water, which is just such a fun detail for our kitchen. I feel like the first floor of our bakery is such a vibe now, but the second floor could definitely use some work. And my plan for up here is to have a few bedrooms. I think that'll be kind of a nice vibe of having like the shop on the first floor and then a few bedrooms up top. And I'm just getting started by marking out where I actually want the rooms to go using some of these stripped dark oak logs. So I'm thinking we'll have like one bedroom here. Maybe we can just get rid of this log and we'll have like a door right about here. And then same thing, we'll have another bedroom right about here. And I think we could divide this up into like 2 different areas. So maybe we have, I don't know, one more door right about there. And then we of course need to divide up these rooms. So maybe let's just go 2 more logs right there and then extend this one all the way over. And then I really do like the look of this dark oak, but I was thinking we could switch it up a little bit by doing some light gray terracotta above it. And it almost just creates like a really nice trim with the dark oak and then this accent of the terracotta. I don't know, I think it's a nice vibe. But anyways, let's get all of these walls in place and, you know, get the whole thing patched up and looking good. I'm pretty happy with how the walls are looking right now, so let's go door right there. We'll do another door for this smaller room and one final door right here. We have all of the rooms divided up now, which is great, but you know, what's not so great is this ceiling. It's looking pretty bad right now, so let's get this smoothed out using some stairs. And then at the very top, we can probably just use some full blocks. And then same thing on the other side, we'll just do some upside down stairs. I went ahead and got all of the ceilings patched up, so they're looking good now, and I did just want to add a bit of lighting, so maybe let's do a lantern there, maybe another one right here, and one more right about there. And I think with that, we're finally ready to start adding some decorations, and maybe let's just begin with a railing right around the stairs using a few of these bamboo trapdoors. I think I'm liking the look of that, and then maybe right in this corner we can do like a chiseled bookshelf and a regular bookshelf. And of course, we gotta throw a few books in here, and on top, let's maybe just add one of these amethyst buds for a little bit of color. And then last but not least, let's just throw down a decorated pot. Oh, and you know what? what? This wall right above the staircase is looking a little bit empty, so maybe let's just do a painting right there. Sure, that creeper one works. I like that. Alrighty, but let's get started on this first of the 3 bedrooms, and I was thinking we could just begin by throwing a few indoor plants in each of these corners. In between those, let's go barrel, and then in front we can do a bed and a second bed. I always love these jumbo beds, but anyways, let's just do a painting right about there. And then right over in this corner, let's do bookshelf, and on top another amethyst bud. And then we still have some room on this wall, so maybe let's just create a small shelf using pale oak trapdoors, do a couple of flower pots on top, and inside a mangrove propagule and a cherry sapling. But honestly, with that, I think this first bedroom is done. You know, it's pretty small in here, but I think we did pretty well for the space. Alright, but moving right along, let's just close this door and head over into the second room and decorate this one. And let's just begin by placing a purple bed in that corner, and then I wanted to break up some of this spruce by doing a large carpet, and we can just do a checkered design using cyan and light gray carpet. Over in this corner, I want to do another indoor plant, and I actually do have this flow pottery shard on this pot, which looks pretty sweet. But anyway, let's just finish this one off by going oak leaf and oak leaf. Over in this other corner, I wanted to create a bit of a desk, so let's just start off with a bunch of these spruce trapdoors. I just go like one more there, a second one right there, and then another trapdoor and flip that up. To decorate the actual desk, let's do an iron pressure plate, which to me looks like a piece of paper. And then right beside that, we can use a lever, which is kind of like maybe some type of pen or something. And you know, we need some color, so let's do a flower pot and a blue orchid. Above the desk, I want to do a painting, so let's just block this off with some dirt, do a painting just like that. I do not love that guy. I'm looking for, yeah, that's the one I want, Mr. Horsey. What the? My iron pressure plate just broke. What the heck? Let me put that back. And we can't have a desk without a chair, so let's just do a mangrove stair right there, and I think that should be looking pretty good. And then I did just want to add one more thing to this back wall, which is a shelf using some dark oak trapdoors. And then on top, let's do a dried ghast, which is honestly such a fun decoration. And then right beside that, a soul lantern just to light this area up a little bit more. But I think with that, I'm happy to call this second bedroom done. It's super cozy in here, so let's move on to the final bedroom. And as you can see, this one is almost double the size of the first 2 rooms, so we have a bunch of room to add a bunch of decorations. Anyway, I wanted to start off by adding a dresser to this back wall, and let's just do a couple of crafters at the very bottom. And then on top of those, let's do spruce door and spruce door. Right on top, we can do a couple of slabs, and then I just want to patch up the sides using some trapdoors, so we'll go like that, and then same thing on this side, go up by 3 trapdoors, flip those up, and boom. Honestly, pretty simple design, but it looks super cool. I like how it looks like you can like open this up at the bottom, and then you know, you can have like your clothes and whatnot inside there. I don't know, pretty solid design. On this wall beside the dresser, I want to make a small table, and let's just use some crimson stairs to look like some super colorful chairs. And then let's just stick to my classic design of using scaffolding for the table, and then we can do flower pot and an azure bluet. Right beside that, I want to create a small rug, so let's do gray carpet, and light gray carpet. And this wall right here is still looking a little bit plain, so let's just block this off with some dirt and do a painting right about there. Okay, I changed the painting because I didn't love that one, but there we go, got ourselves a painting. I feel like this half of the room is looking pretty good now, so let's get started on this other side by maybe just doing like a pot right there, and then we can do our oak leaves again to create that classic indoor plant. Right beside that, let's just throw down a chest for a bit of storage, and then on this back wall, I want to do a couple of paintings. So first things first, let's just block this off with a bit of dirt like that. We'll do the same thing right about there, and then we can do painting and painting. We've still got a bit of open space right beside the door here, so let's just throw down a slab, and on top of that, an armor stand. And then I created this super colorful blue leather armor, which honestly looks super cool, and is going to add a bunch of color to the area. Last but not least, let's do a magenta bed right there, and then above that, I thought we could do a dragon head. And something that I just found out a little while ago is that you can use a lever like this to make the mouth open and close, which is honestly so ridiculous. But anyway, I want to try to time it out so that the mouth is open. Let's see, let me get this. Yeah, I think that'll work. Then we should be able to just remove that lever. The mouth stays open, and it just looks so derpy, but also so cool at the same time. I'm definitely not the most confident when it comes to building interiors, but honestly, after seeing how this one turned out, I'm feeling way more motivated to continue building more of them throughout our world. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, there was just one more final detail that I wanted to add outside, and that's a hanging sign right above the entrance. And of course, we have to name this thing, and I think we can just call it the Cozy Bakery. I think that's going to be a pretty solid name and definitely ties into the theme of our world. But I think with that, we can finally call this build 110% complete. I am super happy with how it turned out. And to celebrate getting it done, let's take a second to check in on my cats. You already know what time it is. This is the part of the video where I shamelessly show you my cats in an attempt to guilt trip you into liking the video. For real though, just taking a quick second to like the video is one of the best ways to support this channel, so I greatly appreciate all of you taking the time to do it. Getting back to Minecraft, the next thing I want to get started on is decorating the interior of our lighthouse. This is one that I've been meaning to tackle for quite some time, and instead of just going for a purely aesthetic interior, I thought we could build a bit of a farm inside. And the actual farm that I want to build is a glow lichen farm. I feel like I'm using this stuff all the time, and it's kind of fitting for, a lighthouse. Anyway, there's really not a whole lot of room in here, so I'm thinking we're gonna have to do a bit of a basement. And yeah, it might be a little bit painful because it's also quite disgusting down here just because it's all slabbed up and whatnot, so let me get this sorted. Alright, a little bit of a progress update. I have the inside right here turned to dirt, and then I have a little bit of a chute right here where we can drop down, and then we now have a basement. It is super dark down here though, so maybe let's just go lantern and lantern, and then we definitely need a way to get up and down, so let's just throw a ladder maybe right about here. So that's perfect, we can easily just come up and down now, but we also have the issue of that we don't have a way to get up to the very top of the lighthouse. And instead of using ladders for this one, I thought we could keep it super simple and just use some slabs kind of in like a spiral just like this. So it's super easy to just walk up this, and let's just continue these slabs going all the way to the very top. And I don't know why, but for some reason I left all these holes when I originally built this thing, so let's just get these filled in. Okay, but now that we've made it to just right below where the actual light of the lighthouse is, I wanted to create a bit of a platform up here, maybe just using some trapdoors. And then just for a bit of a railing so people aren't falling down, let's do a couple of fences like that, and you know what, I think this is good enough. At least we have a way to get to the top of the lighthouse now, just in case it needs any maintenance or anything like that. I think it's nice to have. But anyway, let's head down into the basement and get started on the actual glow lichen farm. And we need to start off with the dispenser going like that, another one facing right here, and then we'll do two more facing upwards. And then we need to do an observer facing this direction, and then another one right beside it facing the other direction. Also, I should let you know this is definitely not my design. I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to redstone, so I'll leave the tutorial in the description. But anyway, I think we need a repeater right about there and another one right here, and then we simply just need to connect those using a bit of redstone. And it's freaking out, but I think that's correct. It is super loud though, so let me get the rest of this built up real quick. Okay, let's see, I should be able to put a lever right here and actually turn the farm off and on. Okay, there we go, I can finally hear myself think again. And I think I just missed one piece of redstone dust right there. Okay, perfect. And then I think I can just fill the rest of this in with some glow lichen. And this right here should be the farm fully functional. I'm just missing some shears as well as some bone meal. And one of the ways to make this farm extra efficient is to enchant the shears. So first things first, let's take a trip over to our villager trading hall. And I'm pretty much out of emeralds, so come over here guys, let me trade you some iron for some emeralds. Thank you very much. And I think this guy too also trades iron for emeralds. I'll take those. And this guy right here too, give me some emeralds. Thank you, thank you. And I still have a tiny bit of iron, so let's grab even more. Okay, but with some emeralds in hand, let's swing over to our librarian, and I think this guy has a mending trade, which he does. Awesome, let's grab one of those. And this guy right here should have an efficiency 5 trade, so let's pick up one of those as well. And last but not least, we just need to pick up one of these Unbreaking 3 books. And I think that should be all the books that I need, but I did just want to pick up a few more golden carrots. Since I'm currently down to my last 6, which is, a little bit embarrassing, I definitely don't want to die from hunger. Anyway, let's take a pit stop by our blacksmith and use the anvil. And I think the best way to do this is to combine the books first, and then we're of course going to add this book to our shears, but we can't just go with some basic names, so let's rename these. And since these are for our glow lichen farm, let's call these glowing shears. I think that'll be a fun name. Alright, but sweet, we got ourselves some awesome shears now. As I mentioned, we also need a bunch of bone meal, but I should have a bunch inside of our starter house. I should have a bunch of bone blocks in this barrel, and I do not. Where did they all go? Oh, maybe I put them in our secret underground storage room? I don't know, let's take a look. I forgot that I put a chest down here for bone blocks. Let's take a look. Okay, sweet, we have a full stack. And let's just head over to our crafting table and turn all of this into bone meal. How much does that get us? Okay, a lot. But now that we have some overpowered shears and a bunch of bone meal, let's head back to the lighthouse. Alright, so let's just head inside and of course head down into the basement where the actual farm is. And then all we should have to do is fill these dispensers with bone meal, and I'll probably just put like a stack and a half in each of them. So let's put some in here as well. We'll do a stack and a half. Bing and boom. Bing and bang. And the final dispenser, bing and bop. All of the dispensers are full of bone meal, so moment of truth, let's turn the farm on and see if it's working. Okay, I think it is. This is so loud. Oh my goodness, this is so loud. Okay, but we need to get ourselves in here. And then with these shears, we should be able to just insta-mine this and check out our inventory. It's just filling up with glow lichen. Okay, this is insane. This is actually insane. I'm not even kidding. It hasn't even been like 10 seconds and we already have, what is this, like 8 or 9 stacks? Holy, this is crazy. Holy, this farm is so efficient. We already went through all of our bone meal. That is insane. All right, sweet. I think we can say this farm definitely works. The only issue is that it eats through bone meal like crazy, so we're probably gonna have to build a bone meal farm at some point. Now that we have all this glow lichen though, I feel like we should use it for something, but don't worry, I have an idea. Last episode, we of course built this castle, and a bunch of these towers just have no lighting on them, so I was thinking we could dot a bit of this glow lichen on top just to stop mobs from spawning. So I got that tower all lit up. Let's also just do this one here, dot a bit of the glow lichen around. Another tower that could definitely use some lighting is this one with the giant flag on it, so let's dot some of the glow lichen around here as well. Okay, I think the last 2 towers are just the ones on our gatehouse, so let's get these in and then we should be good to go. We also have such a great view of our harbor from on top of the castle, and I think it's about time that we get back to work on it. At the start of the episode, we of course built these 3 houses here, which are looking even better than I remembered, but anyway, I want to get to work on building a bunch more over in this area. We're definitely going to need some materials to build the houses though, so let's get right to it. I started off by figuring out what I already had in my various storage rooms, collecting and crafting everything I was able to along the way. Each of the houses I want to build have really unique block palettes, so it ended up being an absurd amount of blocks I had to pick up. And after exhausting our current supplies, I still had to go out into the world to gather up everything else I was missing. I decided to start off with the wood materials first, so I cut down some dark oak trees, as well as birch, spruce, mangrove, and even pale oak. That takes care of all the wood we need, so next I took a trip over to a mesa biome and gathered up some terracotta. I then had to pick up a few different blocks from underground, those being calcite and a bunch of deep slate. The final material I needed was nether wart blocks, so you'll never guess, I went to the nether and harvested some up. You might be thinking that didn't take me very long, but trust me, I just watched like 10 episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh, this took so long, I think over like 3 hours. It took 9 shulker boxes to store everything, but as you can see, we now have a bunch of materials gathered up to build a bunch of houses. And you know what? There's no time to waste, so let's build up the first one. As for this first house, I went with a deep slate foundation, and then for the second floor, I created some kind of like framing of the house using oak and spruce, and then filled in the rest with light blue terracotta. And then for the roof, I kept it simple and used blackstone and dark oak wood. Okay, this next house is super cool, and for the foundation, I used tuff and then just mixed in a tiny bit of acacia wood for a bit more texture variation. But then the second floor is where it gets really crazy, as I used nether bricks, cherry logs, and brown terracotta mixed together to create this like really cool color that I've never tried before in a house. And as crazy as those walls are, I just kept the roof simple and went for 2 kind of pointed peaks using some deep slate. Okay, for this third house, I kind of wanted to contrast the darker colors of that last house, so I stuck with mainly cobblestone for the foundation and then created a really bright second floor using birch and bamboo. Carrying on with the idea of contrasting colors, this next house is definitely one of the craziest of them all, as I used some of the red netherwart bricks for like the very first time. And then to texture it, I used some other red blocks like wool, netherrack, and even some of those netherwart blocks that we got earlier. Okay, for this next house, I wanted to tone it back a little bit, so for the foundation, I just kept it simple and used cobblestone, stone, and dead coral blocks. And then for the second floor, I used oak and jungle wood, and then capped the whole thing off with a dark oak roof. I think I already lost count of what house we're on. I think it's number 6, but anyways, this one is definitely one of my favorites. I created these super colorful pink walls, which I absolutely love, and then I contrasted that with some blackstone, which just creates this like awesome combination. Moving right along, you already know we had to create a classic spruce house, and I thought that fit really nicely beside our pink one here, but I do really like the window designs on the front of this one, definitely my favorite thing about it. I've really been enjoying experimenting with pale oak lately, so for this next house, that's exactly what I used, and I just contrasted that with some dark oak, which created this really nice effect. It almost reminds me of like cookies and cream. I cannot believe it, but we're already on the final house, and for this one, I just used some mud and mud bricks for the foundation. And I couldn't help myself, so I went for red again for the second floor, but this one's a little bit more toned back than that other one, as I just used netherrack and some mangrove. My absolute favorite thing about these houses is how they're all clumped together, just creates this like super cool look, and honestly that was like the most challenging part about building these. But anyways, they felt a little bit disconnected from the rest of the harbor, so I went ahead and built a pathway around the area to get everything connected up. Oh yeah, and I also spent a little bit of time finally connecting a path to our castle. I kind of ran out of time to do that last episode, so I finally got around to it. Oh man, I am so happy with how these houses turned out that I can't help but take a look at them with some shaders on. I absolutely love all the colors that we were able to incorporate, like we have this blue right beside the red, and we have white over here. It all just looks so cool. And I didn't really point them out yet, but I did try to include a few decorations, like right here we have some kelp blocks underneath of this covered area. And then we of course have loads of flowers, it wouldn't be a crypto build without some flowers, that's for sure. And I also added these like signs to these shutters, which I've never tried before. I saw this in a Wombat video, so I had to give it a try. And here comes one of my favorite houses, this red one. Oh, this is so cool. I mean, I don't know, I feel like I might get some flack for this one as it's like a little bit of a weird block palette, but I really do like it. Even like this angle from the sides where we have, a few oak saplings up there and this little sticky outy bit with all of these like bushes and stuff surrounding it, just bringing a bit of vegetation into the area. Oh, it's a really cool vibe. And we of course have more decorations like this little hay bale. Oh hey, what's up cow? Moving around to the back, we have even more houses, and I just love how these are all like pressed up against each other. It just creates such a cool effect. Also, I just wanted to point out this window design. I think this is one of my favorite window designs ever, with using these like double trapdoors in the middle almost to create like a vertical slab of sorts. And it just has a lot of depth to it because these grates are like pushed back a couple of blocks. I don't know. Okay, why am I like getting so excited about this window? I don't know, but I like it, alright? All in all, just getting these new houses in has made this area feel so much more immersive, and just even taking a look at like our main island base on the other side, it just looks so cool. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the fact that we still have tons of space back here, and I built all of these pathways kind of connecting the area already, so we can just fill in these spaces and get the area feeling even more epic, even more immersive, and just, expand our world even more. I'm going to build a tavern in my hardcore Minecraft world that can brew every single type of potion possible in survival. It's also going to have one of the best interiors I've ever made, plus a secret automatic nether wart farm. Along with that, I'll be adding tons of extra details around the tavern itself to really bring this new area to life. I want to get started right away as this is going to be a pretty big build, and the good thing is I already have the perfect spot picked out for it in our new harbor expansion. And look at me being prepared for once. I already went ahead and got 10 shulker boxes worth of materials gathered up so we can build the exterior of the tavern. I got pretty lucky and had most of the stuff I needed already in my various storage rooms, but I did have to go out in the world to gather up the final bits and bobs like deep slate, as well as a variety of different leaves that I want to use to build some custom trees later. You already know I was out of spruce too, so I gathered a casual, like 7 stacks of stripped spruce logs. And there were a couple of other wood types I was running low on too, those being dark oak and regular oak, so I chopped down some of those trees as well. Last but not least, I grabbed some short grass using shears and ran around a nearby forest, picking up all of the leaf litter I could get my hands on. And that brings us back to the present day with all of our materials gathered up, so let's get straight to building. And let's just begin with the foundation. If this cow would get out of our way, get out of there, cow. As I was trying to say, let's just start off with some oak logs spaced about 5 blocks apart. And I already messed up, that is 4 blocks. I need to break that and place that back down here. So same thing, we'll skip another 5 blocks, do another oak log there, and then in between all of these, I want to do a combination of cobblestone as well as tuff. So something just like this is looking pretty good for ourselves, and I'm just going to continue this going all the way around the entire building. Alright, these should be the last few blocks right here, and with that, we have the entire perimeter of the building in place now. And just so that we can see the area that we're working with a little bit better, I want to remove all of these grass blocks kind of inside of the building. I think that helped quite a bit to gauge exactly how big this building is, but look at this, a wandering trader has already come to inspect our work. What do you think, does it pass inspection? Say yes? Alright, you're done for. You're done for. You didn't see anything, llamas. Get out of here. Distractions aside, I want to keep building up this foundation, and I think the next step is to build up these pillars, probably another like 5 blocks tall. And I'm just going to use a combination of both oak logs and stripped spruce logs just to give them a tiny bit of texture variation. There we go, got all of those pillars in place, and the next thing I want to get started on is filling in the gaps in between them, just using our same combination of tuff as well as cobblestone. However, as we start getting closer to the tops of the pillars, I also want to mix in some andesite as well as stone just to create like a bit of a gradient. If we take a step back, something just like that is looking very, very nice. And now that we have the block palette as well as the actual shape of the building figured out, I went ahead and built up the rest of the foundation. Already this thing is really shaping up, like check this out, look how much room we have inside to build later. Oh, this is so awesome. I also wanted to point out that for some of these walls I used wood instead of our regular, kind of stone texture, and I even started incorporating a bit of smooth sandstone just to switch it up even more. But anyway, we're definitely going to need a main entrance, for our tavern here, so I just wanted to go for one of my classic door designs. Like if you've seen seen one of my videos before, you've already seen me make a million of these, but they look so good. Just gotta flip all these trapdoors though, and then right here we can place down our actual door. And just for a bit of a smoother transition, let's do some slabs in front of these full blocks, just so we can easily walk up and down. That is much better. And I do have an idea on how to make this entrance a little bit fancier, so let's just start off with some spruce trapdoors. I think we need to come up like 5 blocks tall, and then we'll just flip those going all the way back down. And we'll do the exact same thing on the other side as well. And with those trapdoors in place, we can use some of these brand new shelves, which look absolutely awesome to make this look a little bit fancier. I'm in love with the texture of these shelves, and I like when you have them stacked like this, it almost creates this like slatted look going across, which is really cool. Before I get completely distracted talking about how cool these shelves are, let's throw a roof on this sucker, and I'm thinking we can just use some stairs kind of going all the way up to the very center, and then on top we can just do a slab, and then I'll carefully jump down here and we can repeat the exact same thing. And already our entrance is looking way more official, but I did just have one more idea to take it to the next level, and that's to add a chain plus a lantern to, you know, add a bit of light, makes it feel a bit more welcoming. I think that's our entrance done, but you might have noticed we do have another hole right here, and that's because I want to add a window. I want to do a fence kind of going right down the middle. If I can get that in place. Oh, I messed up. There we go. And then on both of the sides we can do some trapdoors just like that. And then from the inside of the build we should be able to just easily fill this in with some grates, and there we go. It definitely looks better from the outside though, that's for sure. Heading back inside and taking a look at the back of the build, you can see there's 3 more holes, and I want these 2 right here to be windows, and this one right here can be kind of a back entrance. I think let's start with the windows though, and let's just do a couple of trapdoors like that, and the same thing on this side. And then just like the other window, let's fill in the rest of the space with some grates. And these look quite a bit better from the outside as you have this like arch with the upside down stairs, but you know, there we go, a couple of windows. As for the back entrance, I want it to be a little bit more low-key than the main entrance, as I figure it would just be for the workers of the tavern. Anyway, let's just start off with a retaining wall. Maybe we can do like a couple of cobblestone like that, maybe another one right here, and a bit of andesite for texture variation. And then for a bit of a smoother transition to get down, let's do a couple of stairs. And then I thought this could be a perfect opportunity to use the new copper bars. Look at those look so good. And I also want to use one of the new copper lanterns, but we need somewhere to hang it from, so let's do a couple of campfires like that, and then we can do the lantern right there, and yeah, I'm really liking that. But of course we need the actual doors, so let's do one right there, another one right here, hop inside, and then we can do a couple of trapdoors just to cover up that gap. And there we go, the back entrance is done. It's a little bit of a tight squeeze to get inside, but you know, I kind of like that as it makes it feel cozy and hidden. You know what, before I forget, let's throw some torches in here. Once we get the roof built, I really don't want, you know, a bunch of creepers and stuff spawning in here and blowing up our build. That would really suck. But now that both of our entrances are in place, as well as all of our first floor windows, we really only have one place to go, and that's up. For the second floor, I stuck with a spruce and sandstone block palette, which created a really nice Tudor style. I also added a lot more windows to this level, which should make the interior feel way brighter. As for the roof, I used one of my all-time favorite block combinations, which is dark oak and deep slate. It was feeling a little bit blocky though, so I added some dormer type windows to break it up and introduce more natural light into the structure. Already our tavern is looking absolutely insane. One of the things that I think came out really nice are these windows right here, as I was able to stick them out about 2 blocks from the foundation, so it just added a lot of depth into the build. Swinging around the side, you can see we have even more windows up here, and for these ones on the very side, I was also able to stick them out by 2 blocks, so you know, a lot of depth, looking very nice. As for the back, big shocker, it is, you know, pretty much exactly the same as the front. Ow, what is hitting me? Oh, it's these Halloween mobs. Get out of here, skeleton, please. I kind of forgot that it was Halloween recently and we captured all of these mobs. I think we have one in here, right? Yeah, a zombie. What's up, dude? I'll figure out what to do with you later. Just stay in there for now. Thanks. Oh, what's up, cow? I'm getting completely distracted, but as I was trying to say, the back of the build is pretty much exactly the same as the front, but I really do like the vibe we're kind of getting back here just because we do have all of these houses. It is really shaping up. We're far from done though, and I just quickly wanted to hop back up onto the roof as there was a few more details that I wanted to add up here. First of which is a chimney, and you can see I already left a spot for it right here, so I think let's start off with a couple of cracked stone bricks, and then we can do like a mossy stone brick and a regular one right there. Maybe a couple more mossy right there, another regular stone brick right there, and I do want to transition into this just being 1 block wide, so let's do a stair right there. And then we can do regular, cracked, and mossy. And then to make the top of this look almost like charred, I was thinking we could do some packed mud, some mud bricks, a granite wall, and then a trapdoor right on top if I can. I don't think I can. Ow, my legs. Let me try this again. A trapdoor right there. And I'm not even gonna lie, I think this is one of my favorite chimney designs I've ever built. I just love that block palette. Anyway, moving on, there was one more thing I wanted to add up here, and that's a bit of greenery in the form of moss blocks and oak leaves. So maybe we do like one more right there, and then we can take this one step further by doing a bit of short grass on top of the moss blocks, which I think looks really, really good. And just to ensure nothing spawns on these blocks, we could just throw a bit of glow like in there, and boom, should be good to go. I liked that green patch so much that I added a few more of them scattered throughout the roof, some even hanging over the edge, which looks pretty cool, but overall, I feel like it just really helped break up all of the deep slate. I was noticing this corner of the tavern was looking a little bit empty, so I thought we could build a bit of a storage area, and I want it to have a cover, so let's just do some campfires coming all the way across. Just got to extinguish them all really quick though, don't want our tavern to catch on fire. I think that's a pretty good start, but just to make it look a little bit more supported, let's do a fence right here, and then maybe skip like 2 blocks, and we'll do another fence going all the way down to the ground. And then in between those, let's just do some gates. Another detail I thought we could add to this is a ladder, so let's just start off with some trapdoors like this, flip all of those, and then we can come over to this side and do a ladder on each of them. Not exactly sure why somebody would even really need to come up here in the first place, maybe to just, break in through the window, or maybe they're like repairing this or something, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep adding decorations, and I thought we could do a lantern right there, and then maybe in this spot we can do like a barrel, another barrel right here, and another one right on top. And then beside that, let's do a stack of hay bales, so maybe we'll do like a couple this way, maybe, I don't know, maybe a couple more right on top and one more right there. And I feel like this would be a pretty natural spot for people to drop off their horses that are visiting the tavern, so I wanted to create a bit of a water trough, maybe just doing a stair like this, and then we can turn it 90 degrees like that. And then if we come over to this side, we can do trapdoor, flip that up, another one right there, and then simply just fill this in with some water. And there we go, this little storage area is complete. I think we can say it looks a whole lot better than some blank corner, that's for sure. If you remember from earlier, we built this back entrance to the tavern, but the only issue right now is that it doesn't really connect to the rest of our pathway system, so I just want to dig out a bit of an area so we can place that in. I got the space all cleared out, and I'm just going to stick to the same exact block palette as we've been using for the rest of the pathways in this area, which is granite, rooted dirt, coarse dirt, packed mud, brown mushroom blocks, and regular dirt. And there we go, we got ourselves a brand new pathway leading all the way over to the back entrance of the build, which is, really nice, makes this thing feel a lot more integrated into the area. And I was thinking this open area right here could be a good rest point for the workers of the tavern, so maybe we can do like a couple of chairs like this, maybe skip a few blocks and do another one right here. And then for the tables, let's do some scaffolding, and on top of them we can do a pressure plate, and on this one, a lantern. I think that's looking pretty good, nice little rest area, and I did have another kind of decoration idea, which might be a little bit redundant. It's going to be pretty subtle, that's for sure. But anyway, that idea is to mix some moss blocks into this area just to kind of texture up the grass. It's going to be so like barely noticeable, but I think it will look pretty good. And honestly, I'm just going to do that for all of these sections around the entirety of the tavern. This might take me a few minutes, so let me get this all in place and I'll show you what it's looking like. This right here should be the last of the moss, and please tell me you can notice it. Please. Okay, seriously, it is like the most subtle thing ever, but we are going to add more to it, for example, some short grass, and I also want to add a bunch of flowers around, so maybe here we can do some rose bushes alongside some red tulips. And I feel like this corner right here could use a bunch of colors, so let's go absolutely crazy with these rose bushes, and I'll mix in more of the red tulips too. That looks a million times better, but we should start introducing some other types of flowers, so maybe over in this area we can do some of these orange tulips instead. And right beside these tables that we just built, let's do some of these azure bluets, and I have to be honest, these are probably like one of my top 3 flowers in this game. These ones look so good. These flowers added a lot to the area, but I've kind of been slacking on my short grass, so let's go back and place this all in, and I might mix this with some of these bushes as well. And let's get crazy with it and also include some of these firefly bushes. I feel like I always forget to use these things, but every time that I do, they always look amazing. Ignoring the rain, this area already looks so much better, so much more lush, but I did have another idea, and that's to include a few rocks, maybe a few boulders even, and I just want to accomplish that with some of these mossy cobblestone stairs. Pretty simple building technique, but it definitely works. As nice as these green spaces were looking, I felt like they still were missing something, so I went ahead and built 7 custom trees to take the area to the next level. No matter how many trees I make, I'm always completely shocked at how big of a difference it makes to the overall atmosphere and immersion of my builds. I am really glad that we added these. To add to that immersion factor even more, I wanted to dot some of this leaf litter all throughout the area. It's a little bit tedious to add, but it is going to make a really nice difference and just make the area look a little bit more realistic. And I really like locations like this where it's seeping onto the pathway, just kind of blends all of the different elements in this area together. Looks really, really cool. I feel like once it gets dark, these green patches are going to be super dark. It's going to be an absolute mob farm. So just to make our world a little bit safer, I want to dot some of this glow lichen around just to brighten up the area. You know what, I might even take it a step further and dot some along the pathway too, you know, can't hurt. And I feel like I should also light up the dock a little bit too. I haven't added any lighting down here yet. I'm even going to add a few lanterns on top of some of these logs. I feel like that should really help out. Also, just being on this dock, I noticed a bit of an issue, and that's that we don't have a single way to get from the dock platform up to this upper platform where our tavern is, which is, you know, not ideal. I have no idea why I didn't think of this when I was originally building the dock, but you know what, that's fine, let's build a staircase right now. I'll maybe just do like 3 more stone bricks right there, not stone bricks, tough bricks, and then we'll do another stair right there, and then I'll probably just get rid of like these 3 slabs. And yeah, there we go, got ourselves a little staircase that is much better. And while we're here, we might as well add a few decorations to the dock itself because, you know, it is looking a little bit plain right now, so maybe let's just start off with a pile of kelp blocks, maybe just like that. And then right beside the kelp, let's do a cartography table, a note block, and a couple of dark oak slabs. Moving right along, we can do some of the regular as well as, what are these? The waxed exposed copper grates. I feel like these kind of look like crab cages and definitely fit the vibe of a dock. Already these 3 decorations are making this area feel way more lively, but I did have one more idea for this spot right here, and that's a table. So let's do a couple of chairs using oak stairs, and then we can do a piece of scaffolding, and on top, a lantern. I'm really enjoying adding all of these decorations, and the good thing is we still have a bunch of space right in front of the tavern to add even more. And my first idea was to build a bench, so let's just create the legs using some shelves, which I think works perfectly. And then in between those, we can just do some slabs. And to make the whole thing a little bit fancier, we can do some carpets right on top. And then to create the actual back of the bench, let's do some trapdoors, just 3 like that, and flip those up. And already that is a very solid bench, but because these are shelves, we can display stuff in them, so I wanted to do some of these black stone buttons to kind of look like some like nails or rivets on the bench, which just looks so cool. Like, it is such a small detail, but I seriously think this is the best bench that we've ever built. You know, it's maybe a little bit big for the player scale, but you know what, that's fine. Right beside our bench, I want to create a large barrel, so let's just do, you know, barrels to create a barrel, kind of barrel inception here, but we'll do like that, and then we can do some trapdoors right on top. And then to look like some sort of band sort of holding the barrel together, we can do some ladders, and there we go. I love this barrel design, definitely one of my favorites. And then we still do have a bit of space right here, so let's create another type of barrel using a piece of stripped spruce wood. On top we can do a trapdoor maybe, and then right here another slab to look like an even smaller barrel, and there we go. I was noticing we had a pretty big open section right here, so I was thinking we could make a bit of a cart. So let's just start off with the wheels. Maybe we'll do like another one right there. Come over to this side, we'll do another one right here and right there. And then in between the wheels, we can do a couple of slabs. And then in between the slabs, we can do some trapdoors. To create the kind of chair where the driver would be sitting, let's do a couple of stairs, and then in the front we can do a gate and a gate right there. That's kind of where the horse would be pulling. And then I'm thinking we can just have the cart transporting some hay, as I feel like that always looks good. I will, however, add just a bit more depth to it using some bamboo slabs, which if you take a step back, kind of looks like some hay. And just to make the load look strapped down and secured, I was thinking we could surround the entire thing with trapdoors and ladders, just like that, looking pretty good. Considering this is a harbor, I want to go all out for this final exterior decoration and build a brand new boat over in this area right here. Since we have so much spruce in this area already, I wanted to contrast that a little bit, so I built pretty much the entire thing out of dark oak. I feel like I'm still very much learning how to build ships, as I always struggle with the scale as well as the shape, but overall I still think this one came out pretty good. Before calling this boat totally finished, I wanted to add a few more details, and the first of which is some gold nuggets in these shelves to look like some gold rivets. You can see I tried to add even more gold highlights using some of these bamboo buttons, you know, just to sell the effect a little bit more. But anyway, let's get these all placed in, and I'm even going to add some at the back right here. I think that'll look pretty good. Now that all of those gold highlights are in place, let's add some smaller details like a plank right here so that we can easily access the boat from the dock. Let's go ahead and add a bit of like a rod right in this area, so just gotta do some temporary dirt and then a couple of lightning rods like that, and then we can get rid of that one and do one of these new copper chains. Basically, my thought process is that a boat has a lot of ropes, so they could be wrapping it around this to hold stuff in place. Moving on to some other details, let's do a couple of barrels barrels, pretty standard for a boat I think. We can also do more copper grates to once again represent some crab cages, and I will just throw a soul lantern on top of this to help light up the area a little bit. And maybe just to look like some random junk, we can do a couple of campfires here and just extinguish those using our shovel. Last but not least, let's do a lectern right here to look like a bit of a wheel. Can't see anything from here, which is probably not ideal, but you know, should be fine. Alright, but with that, I think our brand new boat is done. I think it's about time to head inside of the tavern and get to work in here because as you can see, it is completely empty right now, so we have our work cut out for ourselves. But before we get completely carried away, let's go check in on my cats. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I am constantly using my two cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. Seriously though, just taking a quick second to like the video and maybe double checking if you're subscribed or not is such a big way to help out this channel, so I greatly appreciate it. Getting back to Minecraft, I wanted to get started on the interior, but we needed more materials, so I scavenged all of our storage rooms once again. And to my delight, I ended up having almost everything we needed already, which was a really nice surprise. However, there was one thing that I was completely out of, and that's spruce. You know, who would have guessed? But anyway, I chopped down some trees, and with that, we should be good to go. Back at our tavern, I got everything neatly organized into 6 shulker boxes, at least the best that I could, but anyway, let's get to building. Hang on, I just realized we missed a couple of items, let me go quickly grab them. The first thing I forgot about was some cakes that I wanted to use, so let's head into our barn and grab a bunch of milk from this cow, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure we also need some wheat, so let's just grab some from our wheat farm here, and I'll be super responsible and fill this back in. And hopefully I'm gonna have everything else that I need inside of our starter house, so let's head up here and over to this barrel, which one? This one right here, and I need some eggs. I'll just take these brown eggs, I guess. And then I also need some sugar. Do I have any sugar cane? Wow, that is super messy. Do I have any in here? Okay, I do. Let's just head over to our crafting table. I'll turn, I don't know, half of this into sugar. That is way more than I need. But anyways, with that, we should be able to make some cakes. Yeah, there we go. 1 cake, and I want to make a second one, 2 cakes. And then the very last thing we need is going to come from the nether, so let's hop through this portal. I'm not even exaggerating. I was not looking at my monitor. I was not paying attention at all. Oh my goodness. Oh man, okay, let me eat really quick. That was actually kind of close. Almost just popped our first totem. Oh my goodness. And he also took out our portal. That is not very nice, but I'm pretty sure I have some flint and steel at least inside of the shulker. Let's take a look. I do. Okay, perfect. Let's just light this back up and act like nothing happened. Heart attack aside, the whole reason that I came in here in the first place was to grab some soul sand, so let's see if we can find one of those soul sand valleys. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all, but here we go. Soul Sand Valley. Alright, sweet. Let's maybe just pick up like 2 or 3 stacks of this stuff, and then we should be good. You know what, though? I wouldn't mind decorating our tavern with some of the dried ghasts, so I just want to take a look around and see if we can find any. Here we go. Here's one. And a second one. Let's go. Whoa, full chainmail. This guy's dripped out. I just spotted a 3rd one over here. Let me pick this up super quick. There we go. A 4th one. I'll take it. Why not? Number 5. 6. 7? Are you serious? Let's go. That is so many. You know what? I think that is more than enough. Let's get out of here. Back to the overworld we go. And let's just quickly add this stuff to our mess of shulker boxes over here. All of this soul sand, the couple of cakes we made, as well as these dried ghasts. Okay, but with that, I'm feeling confident that we have everything that we need, so let's get to building for real this time. And I think the obvious spot to start is with the floor, and for this one, I'm thinking we can just do some stone bricks. However, if we use stone bricks for the entire thing, I think it might look a little bit boring, so I also want to mix in some stone, some of these cracked stone bricks, and also a little bit of this dead coral. I got that all in place, and I have to say a little bit of texture variation really does go a long way. You might have noticed a few gaps like right here for example, and I had a really cool idea for that, but first things first, we just need a bit of a water source, and then I just need to quickly dig these 1 block deeper, and then I can fill them in with some water. As you can see, I got these all filled in with water, so the next thing I want to do is place down some of this fire coral, which looks so cool, and since there's water underneath it, I'm hoping it won't dry out. And you might have already guessed, but I'm trying to make a carpet here, so let's just mix in some regular red carpet in with that coral, and that looks so cool. Moving right along, I want to build a bunch of tables in this area, considering it is a tavern, you know, I think that makes sense. And I think the shelves make some awesome legs for the table, but let's get the rest filled in using some spruce trapdoors. And then I'm going to do a mangrove slab right there and right there, which will make sense in just a second, but let's fill the rest of this in with some trapdoors again. And then my idea was to create like a runner along the middle of the table, and then if we do some banners kind of hanging off the edge there, it kind of sells the effect, I think. Like, look at that. That looks pretty good, right? And to decorate the table itself, let's maybe do a couple of cups, maybe some plates using some black stone pressure plates, and last but not least, one of the cakes that we made. That's already looking really good, but a table would not be complete without some chairs, so let's just create some using a slab and a couple of trapdoors just like that. And then to make them look a little bit fancier, let's place a banner on each of them. I went ahead and added some chairs to the other side as well, and I think this first table is looking absolutely awesome now. We still had a ton of empty space in this area though, so I added a ton more tables in varying sizes to get the space filled out. I'm really liking how this area is shaping up. All of these tables just really give it that tavern vibe, and as you can see I also added a bunch of paintings to the walls just to break up all of that gray. But there was one final detail I wanted to add over here, and that's a jukebox, you know, just so the people in here can listen to some music. And it should feel a lot more immersive once we add to the ceiling, but before we get to that, I want to finish detailing this side over here. And let's maybe just start off by doing a couple of indoor plants, so we'll do one right here, and then one more by the back entrance, and I'm just going for my classic design of a composter and some leaves. Moving right along, I want to create a bar in this area, so let's start off with the countertop just using some of this stripped dark oak wood. Already this is looking pretty good, but I just want to make it a bit fancier by including some of these mangrove shelves. And a bar would not be complete without some stools, so let's first add a lever in each of these holes. And then on top of those all, we can do a piston, the lever should activate it, and already it makes such a good stool. I think we can make them a tad bit fancier though, just by adding some brown carpet on top of them. To decorate the counter itself, let's add a bunch of plates and cups, you know, I think that's pretty fitting for a location like this. And let's also add a bunch of brewing stands, as this is where I plan on doing the actual brewing inside of our tavern. And that means this would also be a really good spot for storing the actual potions, and I just want to add a barrel for every single one. And just to make our lives easy, let's also add a sign to each of these so we can label them later. Another fun detail I thought we could add is some kegs over here, so let's just start off with some scaffolding. On top we can do a barrel, and then to look like the nozzle we can do a tripwire hook. I think that's a pretty solid looking keg. And we do have some space above that, so let's create a shelf using some of these pale oak trapdoors. And to decorate the shelf, let's do a dried ghast, an amethyst cluster, and a flower pot with a torch flower in it. I absolutely love shelves like that, and you know what, we do have some open space over here still, so maybe we can just do like a couple more shelves just like that. And I think we can just use some of the same decorations, which are of course our torch flowers, a couple of amethyst clusters, and one more dried ghast. That's looking pretty good, but moving along, we're gonna need a way to get to the second floor, so I was thinking we could just do a staircase right here made out of some oak. And then to make it look a little bit more reinforced, let's just do an upside down stair underneath all of those. Underneath the staircase itself, let's add a sink, because for making potions you need water bottles, so I think this will be a really convenient spot to make those. And you already know we gotta add some decorations, so let's do a shelf, and on top a lantern and a chest, and maybe one more chest right there. And with our bar more or less complete, I think it's about time to get started on the ceiling itself, and I just want to begin by doing some beams kind of going across using some spruce slabs. It maybe looks a tad bit chaotic right now, but let's trust the process and add more beams going in the other direction. Alright, I got all of those in place, so all that's left to do now is fill in the rest of the space just using some spruce slabs. We have so much space to build up here now, and my plan is to make some bedrooms because, you know, that's kind of fitting for a tavern, but before we can get to that, we have just a bit more work to do downstairs. First of which is to add some more official lighting now that we finally have somewhere to hang some lanterns off of. That completely changed the vibe down here, and I think we can finally get rid of all of these temporary torches. Oh, it is so much more like moody. I like this. Oh, I missed one right here. You might have noticed I left a hole in this corner, and that was on purpose as I want to dig out a cellar down here where we can hide a nether wart farm. Before we get too carried away though, let's just add a railing using some copper bars so nobody falls down there on accident. But with that safety concern taken care of, let's dig out a big spot for this nether wart farm. I got a little carried away and spent like 20 minutes digging, but as you can see, we have a decent sized room now. As I mentioned, I want to put a nether wart farm down here, so let's just start off by adding some lighting using some glowstone. That should hopefully keep it bright enough down here, but anyway, the next step is to cover the entire floor with the soul sand we got earlier. Alright, perfect, I got all that in place, and then for the collection system, let's do a double chest right here, and then we just need to do some hoppers feeding right into that. On the opposite side of the farm, we just need to do a row of trapdoors, and I'm going to use some warped ones as I think they look pretty sweet. And then we simply just need to fill all of this in with some water. And just to make it look a little bit cleaner, let's patch this up using some of the warped shelves. Alright, and then to activate all of these trapdoors, we're going to need a redstone line going all the way down. And we should probably add a repeater as well, because I'm pretty sure the redstone line will die otherwise. Alright, and then it'll end right there, and I'm kind of trapped, I just need to break that block for now. And then all we got to do is just patch this up and then add a lever. And then the idea is that whenever we want to harvest our nether wart, all we got to do is just flick that lever, and then the water will wash it all the way into these hoppers, and then it'll end up right in this chest. And just to stop the nether wart from going all over the place, I am going to add a row of trapdoors right here. And it does seem like everything's working, so let's plant our nether wart. I just realized I missed a couple of glowstone. That was a close one. Okay, but with that, I think our farm is fully functional. All we got to do now is wait for it to grow, and then we can do our first official harvest. I'm super happy we got this farm built up. It was pretty easy to make, and the nice thing is it's completely hidden in the cellar of our tavern. But with that taken care of, all that's left to detail is the very top floor, and you know what? There's no time to waste, so let's get to building. It took me almost an hour to get this whole floor detailed, but I think it was definitely worth the time and effort as everything just came together super well. And I know I went through that super quick, so let me give you a bit of a tour. Right when you reach the top of the staircase, you're greeted with this cozy fireplace, and then right beside that is even more seating, and I also included this little bench by the window. I can just imagine myself reading a book here, sounds so chill. But anyway, to tie the whole room together, I added a large rug right in the center, and then on this wall over here we have another shelf with more flower pots on it, and I also added a bunch of bushes to add even more greenery. But taking this tiny staircase brings us into this larger room over here where we have a ton of windows and a lot of natural light. Over here is a bookshelf, and above more shelves with even more decorations, just to, liven up the area a little bit. And on either side of the room are a bunch of tables, but I do imagine that this area would be a little bit quieter, just because down this hallway are a ton of bedrooms. Even the hallway itself is looking super sweet with these arch designs. I was able to include more of the shelves. I've been having so much fun with these. But as you can see, every single one of these bedrooms are decorated. They are kind of basic, but I feel like they have everything that's needed, a bed, a crafting table, a bookshelf over here, a bit of storage. And I gotta make sure I close all of these doors. I just left them open, so we could easily take a look. And as you can see, for some of these, I did include 2 beds, just so the visitors do have some options. And there's 6 bedrooms in total. I was thinking of making 7, but I did want an even number, just so everything would feel balanced. But now that the interior is fully furnished and decorated, there's only one more thing I want to do, and that's brew every single potion in the game and see exactly what they do. And the good news is we pretty much have every single ingredient that we need already to brew all the potions, but we are missing a few things, for example, a rabbit's foot, so I'm out here in the desert to see if we can find one. I'm sorry, little bunny, but you gotta go. No, don't hurt yourself on the cactus. I mean, you might as well, you're gonna die anyways. I think from what I saw, it's a 1 in 10 chance, so it is kinda low, but maybe this guy will give us one. Nope. Come over here, bunny. I need a foot, please. Yes! Wait, did we get one? Did we get one? Yes, rabbit's foot. Okay, let's go. Another ingredient we need is a cobweb, but luckily there's a bunch in this abandoned mine shaft. And then I'm pretty sure the very last thing that I'm missing is a turtle shell, so let's see if we can find any turtles over by this ocean. Oh, I just spotted a couple. I've never done anything with turtles before, but I'm pretty sure we need some seagrass. And then if I give this to you guys, are you gonna breed? You are, let's go. Are you gonna give us some turtle eggs? That's what I really want. I don't know if I did something wrong, but these turtles are not giving me a single egg. I found 2 different turtles. Hopefully these guys will be a bit nicer to me. There you go, have some seagrass. Maybe they need a bit of help. There you go, do your thing, please. Yes, keep doing that. That's good, I think. Yes, look at this. He gave us some turtle eggs. That is perfect. I think we can break these and bring them back with us. I hope. No. Why are they breaking? Oh, I stepped on it. My bad. Despite breaking one on accident, we still got 3, so that should be enough. I don't want a single thing happening to our turtles, so I think I'm going to be extra cautious and hatch them right inside of our tavern. So we got ourselves a fenced off area, so I think I should be able to just place the eggs down right there, and it's just a matter of waiting now. I just went through all of my storage rooms to get together the rest of the ingredients that we need, but I just realized we're missing one other thing, and that's a breeze rod. So I guess it's time for one more adventure in a trial chamber to try and get one. These are the wrong mobs though, I need a breeze. Poisonous spiders, you are not what I want, I'm looking for a breeze. Oh, there's a breeze over here, please drop a rod. Oh, you're going crazy. Yes, a rod, okay, perfect. But with that breeze rod, we should have every single ingredient that we need now, just minus the turtle shells. We're still waiting for those. I guess there is one thing that we need, and that's some nether wart, and check this out, our farm is fully grown. That is awesome. I guess now it's time for the moment of truth. Let's flick that lever, and hopefully it works. It looks like it is. Hopefully it should all be ending up right in this chest, and it is. Okay, perfect. Let's just grab some of that. Anyway, I labeled all of these barrels, and I think let's just start with the very first one, and that is night vision. And for pretty much all of these potions, we just gotta start with some water bottles, and then we can head over to one of our brewing stands and just throw those in there. And then we'll do some blaze powder, and then throw some nether wart in there to make an awkward potion. And by adding a golden carrot to those awkward potions, we should get ourselves a night vision potion. Let's see. There we go, night vision. And let's see, I'm pretty sure it's dark right now. It is. Okay, that gives us the perfect opportunity to try this out. Let's take a drink, and whoa, that looks a little bit trippy. It definitely is brighter though, so I'll give it that. Next up on our list is invisibility, and this one is a little bit unique as we need to combine our already existing night vision potions with a fermented spider eye to make them. And I guess the easiest way to check this one out is to get naked. Bottoms up, let's see what happens. We're gone, where did we go? Also, look at this, I just noticed our turtles hatched. They are so small, that is so cute. I think we need to wait for them to grow up though before we can get the turtle shells, but that is totally fine. I am so happy just having these cute little guys here. I just tried putting the armor on and I'm still invisible, that looks so weird. But next up on our list is leaping, so it's time to use the rabbit's foot that we got. Just put that through our brewing stand, and there we go, we got ourselves 3 potions of leaping. And let's see, with this one, can we jump up 2 blocks? Wait, we can't even jump up 2 blocks with this? No way. Hang on, I think we gotta combine it with some glowstone to make it stronger. It now says jump boost 2, so let's give this a try. Alright, bottoms up again. If I'm not able to jump up 2 blocks now, this thing is a total scam. Let's check this out. Okay, there we go. If that didn't work, I was about to roast the heck out of this potion, but check this out, we are a jumpy boy now. That is pretty cool. Next up on our list is one of the most useful potions in the game, and that's fire resistance, which you just make using some magma cream. And this one's pretty self-explanatory. If you drink that and walk into like fire or lava, you don't take any damage. Super useful, especially in the nether. The next one on our list is swiftness, which I've never tried making before, but the recipe is pretty simple, just gotta throw some sugar in here. Also, these are awkward potions, I already went ahead and made a bunch of them. So this is our normal walking speed, this is sprinting. Let's take the potion and see how fast we are. This is our new walking speed, and this is sprinting. I guess it is faster, not by like a whole lot, but you know, maybe if you added glowstone and made it a bit stronger, it would be better. The next potion is gonna have the complete opposite effect though, which is slowness, and to make that, we just combine a fermented spider eye with one of our swiftness potions. Let's take a drink and see how slow we are. Oh wow, that is really slow. What? That is annoying. Obviously, this one isn't really intended to be consumed by the player, more for like, you know, damaging other people or for like PvP stuff, but wow, this is really annoying. Next up on our list is Turtle Master, but unfortunately, we're still waiting for our turtles to grow up, so let's just move on to the next one, which is water breathing. This is another one of my favorites, and luckily it's pretty easy to make, just need a pufferfish. It's a little bit dark outside, but that's fine, let's take a drink. And just for some style points, let's jump right off our boat and see what happens. Oh my goodness, there's a bunch of drowns down here. But as you can see, the bubbles on our hotbar are not going down, so we can stay under the water as long as we have the effect. No way, look at this, the turtles grew up and I see some of the turtle shells there, let's go. Wait a minute, I just realized that gave us turtle scute, but that is not what we need. What we do need is this turtle shell, which we need 5 of these, so I am too short, that is so annoying. At least we have turtles now, so come on guys, you gotta breed again and give me more eggs. I think we got eggs, but the turtles are crushing them. No, turtles, get out of there, please. I gotta be honest, I'm about to do something bad. Nobody watch this. I'm so sorry. They were destroying my tables, I had no choice. I guess it's back to waiting, which is a little bit annoying, but the good thing is we still have a bunch of other potions to make. For example, a healing potion, which you can just make using a glistening melon slice. There we go, 3 potions of healing. And I guess the best way to check out this one is to take some damage first, so let's take our feather falling boots off. And with those off, we can just jump off of our building here and ow, down to just like 4 or 5 hearts, but let's drink this and see what happens. Okay, that was like 2 hearts. That's pretty trash. I guess it's better than nothing though. Let's move on to the next potion. Next up on our list is harming, and to make this one, we take a potion of healing and then add a fermented spider eye to that. Let's drink it and see what happens. Ow, what was that, like a heart and a half? That's not too bad, I guess. We're over halfway through the potions now, but as you can see, next up is poison. And this one has a super simple recipe, just an awkward potion plus a spider eye. And I feel like this one is going to be kind of annoying, but let's drink it, and yeah, that is very annoying. How long does that last for? 40 seconds of poison? No way. This is exactly why I brought some milk with me, let's get rid of that. Right next to poison is regeneration, so let's head over to one of our brewing stands again and throw a gas tier in here. You can see these are already awkward potions, so just gotta wait. And let's just do what we did before and take off our feather falling boots, but this time I'll drink the potion first. Let's jump off and see what this does now. Owie, but okay, no, just owie. Okay, I guess we are getting our hearts back quite a bit faster, that's pretty good then. Check it out though, 3 more baby turtles, we are super close to getting our turtle shell. Alright, but next up is a strength potion, and to make this one, we just gotta use some blaze powder. And maybe to try out this one, we can just like punch this spider. Let's see, am I stronger now? Oh wait, that only took like 5 hits or something. Pretty strong. On the other hand, you have a weakness potion, and this one is a little bit different as you just use a regular water bottle and not an awkward potion. But anyway, all we gotta do is throw in a fermented spider eye and wait. And there's no more spiders around here, so maybe we just drink this and try to punch this cow. Wait a minute, can you not punch animals, or is this because of the potion? I can't punch this guy, look at this, I can't punch him. The potion is about to run out, and then we can see if that's actually what's causing that to happen. Okay, the buff is gone, can I punch you now? I can, I was too weak to punch a cow, are you serious? Next up is a pretty fun one, slow falling, and to make these you just need a phantom membrane. So let's just head over here and throw that in. Thank you very much. Back up on the roof once again, let's take a drink and see what happens. Alright, are we gonna fall? Okay, we are, but very slowly, very slowly. This is such a trippy one, it feels like I have an elytra on, even though you can see I have my chest plate equipped. Next up, we have one of the newest potions in the game, wind charging. So I guess it's time to use the only breeze rod I have to my name to make them. And this one's really unique as you have to die to see the effects, and because this is hardcore, I'm not doing it to myself, so let's add some gunpowder to make this a splash potion. Alright, let's see if we can get this cow and the sheep at the same time. I think I did. Let's see what happens when I kill the sheep. Oh, wait, what? It's a little bit delayed, I think, so if we kill this guy, a second happens, and then boom. I'm not smart enough to know when this potion would be useful, but it is interesting. This next potion, Weaving, I had no idea existed until I started making this video. And you might have already guessed, but to make this one, you gotta use a cobweb. And this is also a good one to turn into a splash potion. Before we check this one out though, look at this, the turtles grew up, please tell me you got us some more turtle shells. Yes, okay, we have 6. And I totally just called them turtle shells again, the turtle scutes, but now that we have these, we can finally make the actual turtle shell. I have never made one of these before, and check this out, you can even wear it, and it gives you water breathing, that is so cool. I look so goofy wearing it though, it's covering my eyes, I can't see anything. I'm not gonna lie, I really want to keep this thing, but we gotta use it to make our potions later. I think let's save that one for the very end though. In the meantime, let's try out this weaving potion. I want to affect both myself and this cow, there we go. And I think this one has 2 effects where you can walk through cobwebs faster. Okay, it's still kinda slow, but it is faster I guess. And then the other thing is if you die while having the effect, it should spawn some cobwebs. So let's try it out. And look at that, it did 2 cobwebs, that is really cool. Let's maybe try jumping in one. Okay, still pretty slow, but it is faster than normal for sure. Let's get rid of the buff and then we can compare. Wait, that is way slower. Okay, that potion's actually pretty good then for cobwebs. I have no idea why I'd want to walk through cobwebs faster, but hey, I guess I can if I want to. Including Turtle Master, we have just 3 more potions to go. And next up is the potion of oozing, and to make this one, we just gotta do a slime block. There we go, but once again, I'm gonna make this into a splash potion. And this is another one that has an effect upon death, so let's just infect this cow and kill him, see what happens. Yeah, look at that, 2 slimes spawned, that is so cool. Well, it's cool, but also kind of annoying, get out of here, slimes. Next up is infestation, and to make this one, it is super simple, just a stone block. And big shocker, making another splash potion. And unlike some of the other potions that we've tried out, this one causes an effect not upon death, but upon damage, so let's maybe just infect this cow right here. And if we punch this guy, he should make some silverfish, but I'm not seeing any yet. I think it's not a 100% chance of happening, so let's just keep punching him, and he's dead. Oh man, I think I maybe ran out of test subjects around here. I've killed like everybody except for the Halloween mobs. Alright, Happy Ghast, come over here. I'm kidding, I would never. Here we go, found ourselves another test subject. Boop. Alright, let's keep punching this guy, see if anything happens. Oh, there we go, okay, silverfish. Ow. Wow, 4 silverfish? That is crazy. That was pretty cool, honestly, and I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure you can use that to make some pretty powerful XP farms. Also, little side note, look at this view of our harbor expansion, that is absolutely beautiful. We have gone through every single one of these now except for the Turtle Master potion, so let's do it. So it's time to say goodbye to the only turtle shell I've ever had in survival, let alone hardcore. But you know what, it's for the greater good. And what's really unique about this potion is that it's the only one that gives you 2 different effects, those being slowness and resistance, and as you can see they're almost up already. I will say the slowness is really slow, oh man. This must be like a super situational potion because I have absolutely no idea when I would use this. But with that, we have officially brewed and checked out every single potion in the game. Cozy houses are my absolute favorite thing to build in Minecraft, so today I'm challenging myself to make 20 of them. Along with that, I'll be doing some much needed upgrades to my world, such as building an AFK platform for my gunpowder farm, and finally setting up a proper nether hub. 20 houses is a lot though, so we better get started and build our first one. And the good thing is, I already have the perfect spot picked out back here inside of our harbor expansion. And check this out, I already got together 6 shulker boxes worth of materials, which combined are gonna allow us to make the first 5 houses. Anyway, let's get to building, and for this first one, I thought we could make the foundation out of this dead tube coral and cobblestone, which makes an awesome combination. There we go, I got all that in place. I built it up about like 5 blocks tall, and you can see I left a bunch of holes for some windows as well as a door. And maybe let's just start off with the door by doing a couple of trapdoors at the top, and then we can do our actual doors below that. And since we have some upside down stairs here, it just creates that really nice archway design. As for this little hole right there, let's hop inside, and I want to do an oak trapdoor for the actual window itself. And then back on the outside, let's just do a trapdoor to create a shutter. That's looking pretty good, I think, and we have these other holes at the back of the house, and I was thinking we could switch these ones up by doing some copper grates. So we'll do the exact same thing for this one, just some copper grates again, and we can even get extra crazy with it, tear a couple of these out and replace them with these exposed copper grates just to add a tiny bit of texture variation. And since these grates are inset by 1 block, we can place some flower pots on these ledges, and I want to fill them in with some cornflowers. I feel like the contrasting color of the blue and like the orange from the grates just looks really nice. And I think that's pretty much the first floor done, so let's get started on the second floor by first doing some upside down stairs, and in between those, some slabs. And we can do pretty much the exact same thing on the side, a couple of stairs and 3 slabs. And to bring a lot of color into this one, I want to try building up the rest of the second floor walls with a bunch of yellow blocks in the form of concrete powder, bamboo, and wool. And with that block palette figured out, I built up the rest of the walls, added a few windows, and capped the whole thing off with a deep slate roof. And check this thing out, for our first house of this video, I think we are absolutely cooking. Also, if you're noticing all this weird stuff around me, I have a bunch of Halloween mobs trapped in here, like we have Sir Bobbington over here. What's up, dude? Not very nice of you to steal my dirt block. I guess I'm gonna have to patch this back up with some moss. Also, we definitely have to dedicate one of these houses to Sir Bobbington, you know, build him a proper interior, but that'll be later in this video. As for right now, I just wanted to add one final detail to this first house, and that's some leaves on top of the roof. As you can see, I did something very similar to our tavern that we built in the last video, so I thought we could do the same thing for this one. And I think just the combination of the oak leaves plus moss looks really good, and the nice thing about the moss is that you can place some shortgrass on top, which just adds a bit more detail. But with that, I'm finally happy to call this first house done, so let's get started on the second one, which I want to build right here. For this one, I went with mud bricks and packed mud for the foundation, and then for the second floor, I used a block that I always forget to use, and that's acacia, but in this case, I think it actually looked really good. However, I didn't want the block palette to get too crazy, so for the roof, I just went with some good old spruce. I am absolutely loving this house already, but I just wanted to add a few final details, for example, some red mushrooms in front of the windows. And you might have also noticed this large hole in the wall, and that's because I want to add a door here, and I thought this could be a perfect opportunity to use some of the new shelves. Usually I just use trapdoors, but you can see these shelves have a slightly different texture, which just makes it a little bit more interesting. I mean, these pillagers must think it's pretty interesting if they decided to join the party. Get out of here, guys. Let me build in peace, please. You guys too, get in the water. Get out of here, get in the water. Goodbye. Even this Halloween skeleton's giving me a hard time. Please, let me build. Getting back to it though, there was just one more thing I wanted to add, and that's a chimney, and I think we can make a pretty simple one just using some tough and mossy cobblestone. So let's just come up a little bit higher, probably right here is good, and then we can do a tough wall and a flower pot to cap the whole thing off. And there we go, I think I'm pretty happy with that chimney design. Also, just ignore this massive hole in the wall. That's on purpose, as I want all of these houses to be side by side, so building it like this is gonna allow us to build the next one flush up against it. But already, just having 2 houses in here is making this area feel so much more immersive, like it just frames our tavern there as well. Aw, this is so cool. And just think, we have 18 more houses to build. This entire region over here is going to be completely unrecognizable by the end of this video. I guess that means we should get back to work then, so let's build up house number 3. And since the first 2 houses we made were kind of on the smaller side, I decided to go all out for this next one and make it quite a bit bigger. As for the block palette, I think it's a super fun one. The foundation is made out of deep slate and smooth basalt. The walls, I went for pink using cherry, concrete powder, and terracotta. And then for the roof, I went with one of my favorite block palettes, dark oak. I really like how these first 2 houses came out, but I'm not gonna lie, this third one might be my favorite so far. There was a few more things I wanted to do to spice it up though, the first of which is adding some kind of trapdoors around these windows just to make them look a little bit fancier. So I'll do the exact same thing over here, a couple of spruce trapdoors and then some dark oak ones on the inside. Also, I just had to point out that for this door, I used more of the shelves, this time the dark oak ones, but the backside of them just looks so good for this door texture. Oh, I'm so in love with it. And taking a look at the back of the build, I added this really intricate window design. It's a little bit hard to see, so let me just place down some scaffolding. I used a bunch of the pale oak, which looks really good, and then for the windows themselves, I just used more of the oak trapdoors, but I just wanted to hop on here and add a few flower pots, and then let's just fill those in with some of the warped fungus. And there we go, that's a pretty nice window design if I do say so myself. I still feel like this back wall is a little bit flat though, so I thought we could add a bit more depth to it by including a chimney, and just to switch it up a little bit from this one that we have over here, let's use some granite mixed with bricks. I might even get a bit of the polished granite in here too, you know, why not? And then to cap the whole thing off, let's do an upside down granite stair, break this block, and then we can do an upside down brick stair. Let's just take a step back, and yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And as you can see, I have definitely used this shape before to build a chimney in my world, but you know what? It looks good, so why not use it again? I gotta be real for a second though, these Halloween mobs are driving me absolutely crazy. I just want to see if I can get them a little bit further away from our build site so they'll stop shooting me. Let's also try to get these guys a little bit further away if I can too. Hopefully he doesn't kill my zombie. I think he might. Oh, he's not? Okay, that's good. Looking like an absolute pincushion right now, but as you can see, we're pretty far away from the build site now, so hopefully these guys won't be bothering us anytime soon. Well, it looks like I missed one skeleton. Come over here, Mr. Skelly. I wouldn't mind getting this guy into the water. Can you... No, the lead broke. Alright, I have another strategy. Give me my lead back first though. I'm gonna attach that on, and then I'll pillar up using some of this granite if I can without him pushing me off. Okay, come on, we can do this. Please don't push me off again, please, please. Alright, I think we're good. Now if we do one jump, are you gonna come into the water? Yes, perfect. Alright, give me my lead back. You can now be the protector of this massive wall. Thank you, Skelly. Leave me alone, please. And don't ask me why, but I also have some turtles over here, so let's get these guys moved over as well. Oh, why is he getting hurt? Why is he getting hurt? No, 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 turtle, get out, get out, get out. Oh, what? Oh, okay, I think we're good now. Let's get these guys moved over. And you know what? I'm just gonna bring these guys inside of the houses we just made. At least they'll be safe and out of our way. The only guy left to deal with now is Sir Bobbington. As you can see, this guy is extra special because I'm trying to look at his eyes. Where are your eyes? See, his eyes are glowing, which makes him like super rare. So that's why I want to build a proper house for him, but I want to get the interior set up before I move him. Well, I just got completely distracted moving all of those guys, but now that they're out of our way and we can build in peace, let's finally get to work on house number 4. For the first floor on this one, I went with one of my favorite blocks at the moment, which is tuff, and then for the second floor, I used dark oak and sandstone. I also included a brick chimney, and then for the roof, I used blackstone, which is honestly such an underrated block, especially for roofs. It looks so good. Right beside the main entrance is this window where we still have a little bit of room, so I thought we could do a couple of flower pots and inside some dark oak saplings. This corner over here is also kind of plain, so maybe we can just do like a few barrels and on top a lantern to light up the area. We've pretty much filled in this entire area already, but there is just a little bit more open space right here, so let's try to build one more house. And I just started this one off by creating the foundation out of stone bricks and regular stone. Moving up to the second floor, I went with a really weird block palette consisting of brown wool, netherrack, and mangrove, but somehow it all kind of blends together to create this really nice red looking color. And there we go, the 5th house is in place. I can't really believe though that this is only house number 5, like we're only a quarter done. Once we build the rest of them, this area is gonna look so insane. I was noticing though that we have this sort of like back alley almost between these houses, so I want to tear out all of this grass and place in a proper pathway. And I guess we should have a proper pathway in front of the houses as well, so just while we're at it, let me dig this out too. I was just finishing clearing out the space for the pathways, but I noticed something. Look at this. I missed 2 stairs in our roof. No way. I gotta fix this right now or it's gonna drive me absolutely insane. And there we go. It's all fixed up, looking much better now. And it might be a little bit hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure I have all of the space cleared out for building up the actual pathways, but I just need some, materials to build them, so let's swing by our starter house and go grab those. I'm really hoping I'll have everything that I need in here, but first things first, let's just hop down into our secret storage room. Now that we're down here, we can first grab some brown mushroom blocks. I'll just probably need like, I don't know, maybe 4 stacks. And then what else? I'm also gonna need some granite, which I should have over here. Perfect, just gonna grab a few stacks of this as well. Heading over to the other side of our storage room, let's pick up some coarse dirt. I have a decent amount, I'll just grab like a few stacks as well. And then I'm also gonna need a bunch of regular dirt, perfect. And then I'm pretty sure the very last thing I need is some packed mud, and I have 2. I guess we're gonna need to make some more packed mud then, but just before I do that, let's drop some of this into a shulker box just to free up our inventory a little bit. Alright, perfect. Now that we have a bit of space, let's see, do I have any mud in here? I do. Okay, that's a good start at least. And then down at the bottom here, I do have a chest for wheat, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, okay, I have 12 wheat. That is not gonna cut it. All good, we have a big wheat farm right in front of our house, so let's harvest this up. And I wouldn't want to lose my good farmer status, so let me plant this all back in. I got that all filled back in, so let's combine this wheat with the mud that we grabbed earlier to make a bunch of packed mud. But with that, we should have everything that we need, so let's go place in the actual pathway. And big shocker, I just went for the exact same building technique as all of the other pathways in this area, but I think that's a good idea just so that everything looks connected and cohesive. Now that we have these pathways in place, we can start detailing some of these smaller areas like right here for example, just using some shortgrass and bushes. Over here is another good spot, maybe I'll just keep this one super simple and just use shortgrass. However, to make it a tad bit safer, I will just add a bit of glow lichen to light up the area. This is also a good opportunity to introduce more color into the area, so let's dot a few of these cornflowers around. As I mentioned earlier, we sort of have this like back alley area now, which is already looking super cozy just with the pathway in place, but I do want to start adding some smaller decorations, and maybe we can just begin by doing a stack of hay over here. I think that's looking pretty good, and I did notice that this section right here is kind of empty, so let's create a table using a couple of birch stairs, a piece of scaffolding, and on top let's do a lantern. I'm a little bit worried though that one lantern isn't going to be enough to brighten up this whole area, so let's do a couple trapdoors right here and hang another lantern off of that. And with that in place, let's mark out some locations where we can have some planter boxes. And normally I would surround these with trapdoors, but now that we have shelves I want to use them, and those look so good. What? Those look really good. As for what we're planting in them, I thought we could do some of these sweet berries and then mix those in with bushes, and once these grow it should kind of sell the effect of some tomato plants, which is, you know, kind of a vibe. I'm not 100% sure how realistic of a spot this is for like a garden, you know, having all of these houses around it would probably be blocking a lot of the sunlight, but I think it looks cozy and cool, so let's roll with it. We still do have a little bit of space back here, so let's create a different type of planter box, this time using grass blocks and acacia trapdoors, and then on top we can plant some dark oak saplings, which is maybe just some like basil or some type of plant like that. And I cannot help myself, so let's take a little stroll through this alley, and it is such a vibe back here. This is honestly like one of my favorite locations in our entire world now, I think. Moving right along, we still have a bit of space right here, so let's just create another table using the exact same design, which is of course a couple of birch stairs, a piece of scaffolding, and on top let's do another lantern. And then right in front of this orange house, we have like a pretty decent sized green space, so let's just start by detailing it with some short grass. I think this is already looking pretty good, and I also mixed in a few ferns as well. But anyway, my plan for this area is to build some custom trees, so just in preparation, I am gonna dot a bit of this leaf litter around just to kind of make it look a little bit more realistic. But with that leaf litter in place, I was happy with the level of detail on the ground, so I went ahead and built up a few small spruce trees. I feel like I always say this, but just a couple of trees can completely transform an area. But anyway, I had just one more decoration idea for this area, and that's a lamppost, so let's just start off with a wall and get ourselves a little bit higher. And then on top of that wall we can do 3 fences, a slab, and a trapdoor. And then last but not least, a lantern to finish it off, and there we go, pretty nice lamppost design. Right beside our yellow house, I was noticing it was a little bit plain still, so maybe let's just dot a few of these rose bushes around, and maybe I'll even mix in some of these red tulips as well. We don't really have too many light sources in this area, so maybe we can do another lamppost right here, but I might switch this design up just a little bit. Not by much though, I'm just gonna do 3 fences again, another slab, but this time I'll have a trapdoor on either side if I can reach, there we go. And this is a good time to see the difference it's gonna make, but let's add a couple of lanterns, and there we go, really helps light up the area. And if we just ignore the box for Sir Bobbington, this first kind of block of houses that we made is looking absolutely awesome now. I could not be happier with how this turned out. And I want to get started on gathering up all the materials to build the rest of the houses over here, but before we can do that, we need to solve a serious problem that we have. Taking a look in our inventory, you can see I have just 4 rockets left, which is, you know, not very good. That is going to make it very difficult to get around our world. And usually I would just grab some extra rockets from this shulker, that's where I keep all of my, you know, extras, but it is completely empty right now. I guess let's take a look inside of our starter house, see if I have any gunpowder in here, and I do not. Are you starting to realize the issue yet? I am cooked. I guess let's use one of our 4 final rockets to fly over to the desert so we can check our gunpowder farm. A few episodes ago we built this pyramid and hit a gunpowder farm in it, but I'm not really in this area a whole lot, so I'm not hopeful that there's any in here. That is not good, and that is, oh, we got 5! Okay, that's something. But let's be real, for a nearly 2,000 day hardcore Minecraft world, only having 5 gunpowder is a little bit embarrassing. Like, let's swing over to our sugarcane farm, grab some sugarcane from here, and see exactly how many rockets this is gonna make. Just turn that into some paper so we can go boom, and that gives us 18 rockets in total. Wow. I think our creeper farm will be a lot more efficient if we build an AFK platform high above it. That way the caves and stuff won't be loaded in, and hopefully we'll get more creeper spawns. But before we get to that, I just want to double check that all of our cats are like still in place and the farm is working properly. It's a little bit hard to navigate down here, but I think we can just pillar up and this will get us kind of to where the actual farm is. Oh man, why are there a bunch of spiders back here? What is going on? Maybe let's just throw a few more torches back here just to like double ensure that nothing else is going to be spawning. I am very scared to dig in here. There might be some creepers, but we gotta do it. Alright, kitty, are you good there? You seem okay. Let's just maybe close those for now. This cat looks good too. Alright. I just want to make sure that these guys aren't going to get knocked around though, as I think that's going to break the farm, so I'm just going to surround them with some trapdoors. So you as well, kitty, just going to surround you with some trapdoors. I'm sorry, but it's for your own good. I think the first layer of the farm is looking okay at least, so let's check layer number 2. This cat seems fine, just gonna surround him with some trapdoors again. There you go, little guy. Well, look on this side though, this cat is completely out of place. That is not good. We need to knock him back onto the carpet. Get onto the carpet. There you go. And we can just surround this guy with some trapdoors as well. Alright, but that's layer number 2 all fixed up, so let's check the third and final layer. This cat is a little bit out of place. Oh, this is Kirby. Kirby, what's up? Get back on the carpet, Kirby. Oh man, for some reason, having like a named cat in this farm just seems kind of wrong for some reason, but that's okay. Stay in the box. And this cat is also out of place. No way. Get back on the carpet, please. But I think all of our layers are looking okay now, so let's get out of here before any creepers spawn. And let me also place this copper back in before I forget, but there we go, the farm is all patched up again. But you know what, dealing with those cats just reminded me of something. We need to go check in on my real life cats. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I like to use my 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. Is it a little bit shameless? Maybe. Am I gonna keep doing it every single video? You bet that I am. Seriously though, just taking a quick second to like the video and maybe double checking if you're subscribed or not is such a big way to support this channel, so I really do appreciate it. Alright, but getting back to Minecraft, let's get to work on building up this AFK platform so we can really take this gunpowder farm to the next level. We're just gonna need a few materials to build it though, so let's quickly swing back to the base. And our first pit stop is over at our lumber mill, where upstairs we have all of our wood storage. And I'm thinking we can go for kind of like a hot air balloon, so I just want to grab some of this spruce wood, and I'm also going to grab some of this pale oak. And then I'll turn that into a few different things like some fences, shelves, and trapdoors. Moving right along, we're also going to need to grab a few materials from our secret storage room. First of which is some diorite. I'm going to grab maybe a couple of stacks, and I will turn one of these stacks into some stairs. And then the very last thing we need is some white wool. Do I have any in here? I actually do. Okay, let's grab I'll just grab all of this, why not? With that, we should have everything that we need, so let's head back to the actual gunpowder farm. Alright, here we are. And I want this thing to be like really high above this pyramid, so let's just start by placing down a bunch of scaffolding. Holy, look at this thing. That has gotta be high enough, right? I don't know why, but my palms are a little bit sweaty up here, but we do have an awesome view of our desert city, and you can even see our castle a little bit from here. That is super cool. Alright, but enough stalling, let's finally build up this AFK platform. Believe it or not, I have never made a hot air balloon before, so I had a really fun time putting this one together, and for my first one, I honestly think it came out pretty decent. It's a little bit hard to see from down here, but there's just one last thing to do, and that's take down the scaffolding. Alright, the scaffolding is all gone, and I took a step back so we can see it, and check that out. Our hot air balloon looks so cool. But as cool as it looks, I want to see how efficient this farm is if we actually use the platform, so let's take out all of this gunpowder and do a test. And then now's the tricky part. I need to fly all the way up there and try to land on it. Come on, I can do this. My elytra flying skills are terrible. Let's try this again. I can do it. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna AFK for maybe like 10 or 20 minutes, and then we can see how much gunpowder we get. Alright, I AFK'd for about 2. Oh my goodness! Wait, what? Look at this, so many creepers. Okay, this is working out for sure. Holy, I was not expecting that. How much gunpowder do we have? A stack in there and 2 stacks in here. That is crazy. Yeah, this was about 2 days of AFKing, so this farm is finally working now. The AFK platform definitely was a good idea. You know what? I cannot help myself. Let's grab some sugarcane and make a bunch of rockets right now. So I'll first make a bunch of paper using the sugarcane, and then we can make a bunch of rockets. And I think it's about time that we make ourselves a dedicated shulker box for rockets, so let's dye one white. And then we can just place this down and put all of our spare rockets in it. Alright, sweet, and then we can just throw the shulker box inside of our ender chest, and finally we don't have to worry about rockets for a while. And now that we can fly around our world without stressing too much, I think it's about time to gather up all the materials to build the rest of the houses. And I think let's start off with the wood materials first, and I am gonna need some dark oak, so let's just head over to this dark oak forest and chop some of these down. And I also want some of the strip logs too, so I'm just gonna do that right now to save us some time later when we're actually building. I got a little bit carried away and crafted all of the smaller bits and bobs that we need, so let's throw this all into a shulker box to stay organized. And let's also be a good tree chopper and replant some of these dark oak trees so we can harvest them again in the future. But with all of those dark oak blocks gathered up, let's move on to the next wood type that we need, which is jungle. I don't think I need nearly as much of this stuff though, so I'm just gonna chop down a few trees and then we should be good to go. Jungle trees have been chopped, and just like earlier, I got a tad bit carried away and crafted everything too, so let's throw this in the shulker box as well. Moving right along, we're also going to need a bunch of oak, so let's chop down a few of these trees too. And I know, big shocker, I also need a lot more spruce, so I'm gonna chop down some of these trees too. And I think the very last wood material we need is cherry, and I don't really want to destroy the very small cherry forest that I kind of have behind my base, so I'm just gonna manually plant some of these, and because I'm impatient, just gonna grow them with some bone meal. And can't forget the most important step, let's cut them down. But this pretty much takes care of all of our wood materials, so I decided to lock in and run around our various storage rooms, crafting and gathering up the rest of the blocks that we're going to need. I'm not even gonna lie, I've been crafting for the past like 2 hours, maybe even a little bit longer, but I think I got most of the stuff that we need, probably like 95%, but there is just a few more things that we need to gather up. First of which is some deep slate, which we can of course grab from underground, and look at this, I have already dug out so much space just gathering deep slate, but I guess let's make this hole a little bit bigger and gather up some more. No way, some diamonds? Let's see, how many do we get? 1, 2... Okay, maybe just 2 diamonds? No, it's 3 diamonds. Let's go. Just 3 diamonds, but I do have fortune on this pick, so let's see, 8 diamonds out of that. That is a nice little bonus. Thank you, game. Alright, but shiny blue diamond distraction aside, let's get back to mining some deep slate. Several stacks of deep slate have been obtained, so let's turn some into these, what are these called? The deep slate brick stairs. I think I just need about 3 stacks, and then I'll also just make some of the regular deep slate bricks. Something else I need are some weathered trapdoors, and I did place a bunch down here in our secret storage room so they can age, and look at this, one of them is ready at least. Let's wax that and pick it up. But unfortunately, a lot of these are, you know, still aging. There's another one over here though, so I'll wax this guy, and thank you very much. I think that was the last one that was ready though, so while we continue to wait for the rest of these to age, let's go set up the nether hub that I talked about at the start of this video. And I'm pretty sure I already have everything that we're gonna need to set this up except for obsidian to build the actual portals, so let me just gather some of this up and then we can get to it. As you can see, I got almost 2 stacks of obsidian plus everything else that we're gonna need, so let's head into the nether. And I'm planning on setting up new portals on the nether roof, so our first step is to break all of our old ones. And I don't really have too many important portals set up, maybe just like 3 or 4, so this should only take a minute. Now that all of those are taken care of, the next step is to get ourselves onto the nether roof, which I've never done before, but you know, we'll give it a try, see if we can make it work. Also, digging straight up in the nether with no fire res is probably like one of the dumbest things that I've done, but should be fine, right? Now that we're up at bedrock, we need to find a piece that goes like very high. This one actually right here might work. I think this piece of bedrock should work, so let's just place down some ladders. Alright, now I think all we have to do is look at this block right here and throw an ender pearl and... Wait, it's that easy? It is that easy, that is so cool, what? Alright, we're on the nether roof, let's go. Alright, so let's first set up our home base portal again, so I'll come up, what do I need to come up, like 4 blocks I think? You really think I would know how to make a portal by now. Anyway, let's just mob proof this by placing down some trapdoors. Alright, now the moment of truth, if I light this up and hop through, are we gonna go home? I really hope so. Yes, that brought us back home, that is perfect. And let's also make sure this works from the overworld side. If I hop through, we should hopefully end up on the roof. And there we go, we ended up on the roof again, that is perfect. Before we get carried away setting up the rest of the portals, I do want to try to break a piece of bedrock just so that we can go up and down into the actual nether if we need to. And this is also something that I have never done before, so I'm really hoping that it's gonna work. I think we just need to do a trapdoor right here and a lever right above that. I don't know why I'm so nervous right now, let me just double check. I do have my chest plate on, okay, I think we should be good. Alright, this is so scary, but we gotta flick this lever, ignite the TNT, oh my goodness, I gotta get under here, and then spam click pistons. Okay, I failed. Well, that's kind of annoying, but I did bring materials for 2 more tries, so let's give this another go. Alright, attempt number 2, I'm so scared. Okay, I can do this, please. Wait, I think we did it. I think we did it. All we gotta do is break this piston, and yes, we broke bedrock. What? We actually just broke bedrock so we can go up and down now. That is so insane. But now that we're no longer, you know, trapped up here on the nether roof, let's set up the rest of the portals. Alright, so if my coordinates are correct, we're gonna have another one right here, and my hope is that this one will bring us to the stronghold. And just to kind of tie into that theme, let's do some endstone at the top here so we can remember. But let's hop through and hopefully it's gonna work. And sweet, that brought us straight to the stronghold, so we can easily just, oh, silverfish, get out of here, double silverfish, what? As I was trying to say, now we can easily just hop into the end, you know, repair our gear and stuff, and then hop back through, and hopefully this will bring us back to the nether roof. Oh my goodness, a silverfish followed us, get out of here, dude. 2 silverfish again, what is going on? Okay, but sweet, we now have our stronghold portal, and then just off in the distance is our home base portal, so it's gonna be a really easy travel in between the two. And let's carry on and set up the next portal. This one right here is gonna take us to the ocean where our raid farm is. I mean, that's if it works though. Let's light this up and hop through. This is so awesome. We haven't had a single issue with any of these portals yet. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but as you can see, our raid farm is just over there in the distance. Alright, but with that, let's head back through, and we have just one more portal to set up. And if my coordinates are correct, the very final one should go right here. And I'm feeling pretty confident that this one should take us to the swamp, but let's double check. And check us out, we got all 4 portals linked up first try. That is so awesome. As you can see though, we have a regular swamp over here as well as a mangrove swamp on the other side. And while we're here, I actually do need to grab a few materials for our houses, the first of which is some mangrove wood. You might be wondering why I need all this mangrove, and I just want to turn it into some mangrove stairs. And then the other thing I wanted to grab while we're out here are some of these blue orchids. If you didn't know, this is my absolute favorite flower in the game, and they're kind of hard to get because you can only get them in the swamp. But I brought a lot of bone meal with me, so we can just use that to get a bunch of them. But with some blue orchids and mangrove wood obtained, let's head back to the nether roof. And you know what, let's do a little test. How long does it take us to go from our swamp portal over to our home base portal? A couple of rockets and maybe like 10 seconds. That is honestly so convenient. But anyway, let's head back home. Home sweet home, and I can't believe it, but there's only one more material that we need to build all of our houses, and that's the rest of the trapdoors down here, and hopefully they've aged. Okay, sweet, we got a couple of them that have aged at least. That is very, very good. And there's a couple more kind of hidden over by our water elevator, so let's grab these 2. So we have 6 right now, so this one right here will be 7, 6, 7, I guess. And honestly, I think 7 should be enough, so let's just get rid of the rest of these. And I already brought the rest of the materials over to the build site, but let's just add these to maybe the shulker box right here, and with that, we have all the materials we need to build 15 more houses. I'm super excited to get these all in place though, so let's get to building. For the first house, I went with a bit of a smaller size, and for the block palette, I just used packed mud and mud bricks for the foundation, spruce and oak for the second floor, and deep slate for the roof. Jumping right into the next one, I wanted to go for something a lot more colorful, so I tried mixing crimson with purple terracotta, which works surprisingly well. And moving right along to the next one, this house is super special, as this is where I plan on building the interior for Sir Bobbington. As for the exterior though, I created a whitewashed look using pale oak and calcite, and then capped the whole thing off with some of the mangrove that we got. And before we build the interior, I just want to build one more house, and for this one, I used stone and stone bricks for the foundation, jungle and oak for the second floor, and dark oak for the roof. I gotta say, these first 4 houses though are looking super awesome. They all complement each other really well and just kind of fit together perfectly. And of course it's raining now, but that's all good, as we're gonna head inside and work on the interior for Sir Bobbington. And I think let's just begin by tearing out the floor so we can place in a proper one. And for the floor itself, I think we can just go for some of these tough bricks mixed with tuff. That always looks good. There we go, the floor is all in place, so let's work on the ceiling next. And I just want to go from one of my classic designs, which begins with building a horizontal beam across the top. And then with that in place, let's just fill in the rest with some upside down spruce stairs. And we're definitely going to need some lighting in here, so let's start off with some chains. And then you guessed it, we're going to hang some lanterns right off of those, so boop and boop. And then let's give this guy the Minecraft essentials, which are of course a bed, a crafting table, furnace, and chest. And then I really don't want him to escape, so let's just enclose this area with some glass. Guess I should leave a bit of a hole though, just so we can get him in here. But now all that's left to do is bring this guy inside. This might be a little bit tricky to get him inside. I'm just gonna take some damage. Owie, owie, owie. I'm trapped in here. Let me out, dude. Let me out, let me out, let me out. All right, let's put this glass back and then very carefully try to break this boat. And check out this pro move that I'm gonna do to get the boat back. Look at this, boop, and then we're back out. I hope you enjoy your new house, Sir Bobbington. Rent is 5,000 emeralds a month. If it's late, I'm doubling it. And while Sir Bobbington settles into his new home, let's get back to work as we have so many more houses to build. And these next 3 houses are pretty tucked away, so I'm just gonna go ahead and build them up, and then I can show you them in a bit closer detail from the ground. Dude, this looks so cool now with all of these new houses in place. It's like so immersive just walking down this pathway. I absolutely love it. And I've really been pushing myself to make every single one of these houses unique, so you can see we have a red one here, another wood one, but this time using some jungle wood. And next to that, I even tried to create some green walls, which I don't think I've ever tried before, but honestly pretty happy with the result. Overall though, just super cozy and immersive to walk through this area. And this brings us up to 10 houses total, but the last time I checked, 10 does not equal 20, so let's get back to work and build up a couple more. And there we go, we got ourselves 2 brand new houses, and this is pretty prime real estate right at the end of the block. I want to add just a few more details though to take the area to the next level, and I was thinking we could do some leaves right here to kind of look like a vine growing up the wall. And right past that, we have this sort of nook in between 2 of the houses, so I thought we could create a bit of a cover using some campfires, and let's just extinguish those of course, don't want the houses catching on fire. But anyway, let's make it look a little bit more supported with some gates, and then at the bottom we can do some barrels, maybe just like that, and a lantern to light up the area. Moving right along, we have this open spot right here, so I thought we could just make use of our leaves again to kind of cover it up and make it look a little bit nicer. Already that's looking a whole lot better, but let's take it even one step further by dotting a bit of short grass around, and I also want to include some of these orange tulips, which should add a bit of color. Something I love about this area is that in between the 2 houses we have this hidden spot, which is super fun. And we should be able to make it a little bit more hidden using some pale moss, and to help with that effect even more, I'll turn some of this short grass into tall grass. 99% of people walking by would have no idea, but of course we know that we can come inside of here to find the secret spot. And I already know exactly what I want to put in there, just need to borrow this guy. Come on, you can't tell me this isn't the perfect spot for another one of our Halloween mobs, and look at this, I have the perfect name for him. Maybe I should have thought this one out. I'm just gonna get sniped now every single time I walk by this area, but you know what, that's fine. That's enough distractions though, we still have so many more houses to build over on this side, so let's lock back in and get to it. The awesome thing about these next few houses is that they all have waterside views. The really tricky part was just trying to get them to line up correctly since they're flush with the houses beside and behind them. I think we did a pretty good job though, if I do say so myself, and it's a little bit hard to believe, but this brings us up to 19 houses. That means we have just one more to build at the very end here. Before we get completely carried away though, patching up the end of the block, I had just one more detail that I wanted to add over here. And my idea was that since we have this covered area in between 2 of the houses, we can do some weeping vines, hanging roots, and glowberries. And we can of course stop these from growing all the way using some shears. And along with that, I'll also bone meal a few of these to add a bit of lighting. I love how lush that is, and right below it, I was thinking we could make a table. Shelves make great legs, and I'm just capping it off with some trapdoors. And you can't have a table without chairs, so let's just create some simple ones using birch stairs. We already have this massive retaining wall in front of these houses that we just built, but it's kind of plain at the moment, so I want to go ahead and build up some docks. And I kept the design pretty simple for this one, just used some oak logs and a bunch of spruce wood. This is super fun now though, you can just take this staircase right down to the dock where there's a bunch of details like some crab cages, a bunch of barrels, and at the very end I even put some kelp. There was just one more thing that I wanted to add, and that's some boats. Alright, but with this dock all finished up, I think it's about time to lock in and build up the final house. I cannot believe we are already on house 20, but for this final one, I decided to go for a dark purple theme, which looks super sweet. But now that every single house is built, I can't help myself any longer. I want to take a look at these with some shaders on. And honestly, it is just such a vibe walking through here now. I have always wanted to make a dense neighborhood like this that you can just, walk through and feel immersed, and I'm super glad that we finally did it. In this video, I'm going to build an underground treasure room for Minecraft's rarest items. I've been playing in this hardcore world for nearly 2,000 days, yet all of my goodies are hidden away in a random barrel inside of my starter house. So it's about time we make a dedicated spot for all of our music discs, armor trims, mob heads, and other collectibles. And I think the best place to put this thing is going to be in the castle we built a few episodes ago. This is easily one of my favorite builds in our entire world, and I'd love to have more reasons to visit it. And I kind of forgot how big this castle is, so I've been thinking quite a bit about where I want the actual entrance to the treasure room to be, and I'm thinking up here in the keep is going to be the perfect spot. So we can just hop through these double doors right here into this totally finished interior. Yeah, this is still a work in progress. But anyway, we can probably do like a spiral staircase right here going all the way down, and then that's where the entrance will be. Even the staircase itself though is going to have to be pretty big, so I think our best bet is to set up a beacon just to speed up the digging process a little bit. So let's just dig straight down and hope we don't fall into any lava. This should be low enough, so let's dig out a bit of a spot for the actual beacon, and look at this, there's a bit of a cave too, so this should speed up the process a little bit. I think that should be good enough, so next up, let's place down all of our blocks of iron. Got ourselves a fancy pyramid made out of iron now, so let's throw our beacon right on top. I think the roof of the castle though is blocking the beacon from seeing the sky, so let's see, can we, oh wow, that was actually perfect, wow. Yeah, I was gonna say, let's see if we can break a block of the roof, and then I think we should be good. Let's see, it should be this one right here, I think. That is very bright, but the beacon beam is here, so that's a very good sign. Let's head back down. Back down at the bottom, let's head over to our actual beacon, throw an iron ingot in there, and then we can get ourselves the haste to effect. Now that that's set up, we should be able to dig super duper fast, so let's get to work on digging out the staircase. I got the whole base shape of the staircase dug out now, so let's go back and place down some actual stairs just to make it, a little bit easier to get up and down. And I think I'm fine with this staircase being pretty basic, but maybe just to spice it up a little bit, we can add a tiny bit of texture variation using some stone bricks, as well as some cobblestone. I went ahead and got the entire staircase textured up, definitely not the biggest change in the world, but I think it does look better than just the basic stone. There is a couple more details I want to add though, but for those we're going to need to grab some materials. So first up, let's take a little pit stop over at our lumber mill where we have all of our wood storage. And the wood I'm after this time is some mangrove, please. Please tell me I have some mangrove. I was looking for logs so we can make some of the new shelves, but I already have some in here, so I'll just grab these. And then the other thing I wanted to use was some trapdoors, so let's grab those planks, head over to our crafting table, and make up a bunch of them. A little bit dark out now, but that's fine. Let's swing over to our starter house next. I'm on the hunt for some levers. Let's check my redstone chest. Any levers? I have 3. Okay, I'm gonna need a few more than that, so let's head upstairs. Do I have any sticks in here? I do, I'll grab some of those. And then we can of course just combine those with some cobblestone to make more levers. One of the other things I want to use is a bunch of candles, and perfect, I already have a bunch of string. Let's check our wax supply. I have 9. I think I'm gonna need a little bit more than that, so let's head over to our greenhouse here where I have a bit of a bee farm. Give me some wax, please. Thank you very much. And now that we have both wax and string, we can make a bunch of candles. However, I don't just want to use some regular boring old candles, so let's head into our secret storage room and grab some dye. And I'm thinking for this one, we can use some green dye, so let's see. Okay, I have a bunch of this stuff. So we can just throw that in here, do our candles, and boom, 27 green candles. That should be everything though, so let's head back over to the castle. Back at the castle, let's first use these mangrove shelves to make a railing around the stairs. And my original plan was to include some of the trapdoors as well, but I did end up finding more mangrove inside of our starter house, so I think I'm going to use just the shelves. Anyway, I think that looks pretty good for a railing, so let's move on to adding our candles. And I already have a torch here, so let's get rid of that, place down a temporary dirt block, and then we can probably do like 3 candles, I'm thinking. But let's light this bad boy up with some flint and steel, and then we can get rid of the dirt. And then to make it look supported, let's do a lever, and I think that is such a cool design. Anyway, there's a decent amount of these that I want to place in, so let me get these all in place, and then I'll show you what it's looking like. Alright, this should be the last one right here, there we go. With that, the entry point to our treasure room is complete. It's nicely textured, there's lighting, all of that good stuff, so I think it's about time to get started on digging out a massive area for the actual treasure room over in this area. I've built my fair share of these kind of underground type of builds, but I'm pretty sure this one takes the cake as being the biggest of them all. And even with being able to insta-mine, it still took me over 2.5 hours to mine the whole thing out. Alright, that was way bigger of a grind than I thought it was going to be, but the whole thing's cleared out now. It is like a little bit rough around the edges still, but we'll get this all patched up and looking a whole lot better super soon. As you can see though, we got a bunch of shulker boxes full of stone and cobblestone, and I mean, this is probably only like a quarter of it anyways. I let so much of it despawn, but I just couldn't be bothered to pick it all up. As you can see from my hotbar though, I went through all of our pickaxes. Like, these don't have any durability left at all, so I think it's about time to head over to our XP farm to repair everything. So let's first head into the Nether, and then we can make our way over to our stronghold portal. Boom, nailed it. And then let's be smart and set our respawn point here and then head through the end portal. And this place looks awesome with shaders on. I don't usually play with shaders on, but I don't know, I kind of felt like it today, so I am. But okay, let me lock in here and land on the bridge. Boom, nailed it again. Okay, but now that we're here, let's throw our pickaxe in our offhand, punch these endermen, or I should say, you know, hit them with our sword, and repair all of our gear. I also really need to add a thing that just shoots these pearls into the void, because look at my inventory right now, it's just full of the ender pearls. Real talk, I'll probably procrastinate doing that for like 6 months, but you know what, that's fine. Oh, I just dropped my pickaxe. No, give me my pick back, please. Give me my pick back. Okay, there we go. What are you doing out here? How did you get here, Enderman? Tell me how. If you're not gonna say anything, then goodbye. Alright, all of our pickaxes have been repaired, so let's just quickly yeet all of these pearls into the void manually. Why are they getting back in my inventory? Go away. Alright, we should be good to go though. Let's head back to the overworld. And can I nail this? Can I nail it? Yes, I nailed it. And because we were smart, we respawned right where our bed is, so we can grab that, head back to our portal. And because we're a 67 IQ player and set up all of our portals on the roof, it is super easy to head back to our base, so just gotta hop through here and then we should be good. Okay, completely unrelated note, I've been sleeping less in my world, and it's just so cool seeing all of our builds in the dark because I usually don't see it like this. However, I am noticing we gotta add more lights to some of our builds. Like over here, that's pretty good, but over on this side, yeah, that is... Oh my goodness, what? Yeah, see, I'm telling you, I've been sleeping less. There's phantoms. Get out of here. Come on, phantoms. I have full netherite. You can't do anything. Anyway, I think my main point is that as we continue to play in this world, I definitely want to add more lights to our builds so we can, you know, sleep less, but it'll still be safe. And before we get to work on our treasure room, there's just one thing I quickly want to do. One of the things I want to display inside of our treasure room is mob heads, and to get those, I think you need charged creepers, and to get a charged creeper, you gotta use a trident. Not just any trident though, we gotta get channeling on this bad boy so we can strike the creeper with lightning to turn it into a charged creeper. And I already have a bunch of levels, so let's try enchanting it. Guess I'm gonna need some lapis though. Where's my lapis at? Not there. It is. Okay, it's right here. It's actually been so long since I've enchanted something, I feel like I just have like all the gear that I need and I don't really have to bother with it too much. Anyway, this is just Unbreaking 3, but we can lock it in. Maybe we can get something else. Loyalty 3, not what we're looking for. Okay, no worries, we still have 49 levels, so let's put this through our grindstone and give it another shot. Come on, channeling please. That is Riptide, that is not what we want. Maybe I'll just save XP, I'll do the lowest one here. We can go back to our grindstone, throw that in there, unenchant it, come back to here. Come on, come on. Bruh. Let's give this yet another try. Unbreaking 3 again. Okay, maybe. Okay, sweet, we got it. Channeling, Loyalty 3, and Unbreaking 3. I honestly never use tridents. I'm not even sure if there's anything else that this is missing besides mending. I just looked it up, and I guess I'm missing Impaling, but I do have a second trident here, so maybe we can get Impaling on that one, and then combine the two to make the perfect trident. So let's see, can we get lucky first try? Impaling, Loyalty 3, that is not what we want, but maybe we can get it too? Aw, come on, Impaling 4, you could have just given me Impaling 5, like, come on, don't be stingy. You know what, Impaling 4 is fine for the time being. Let's combine these two. It's gonna be cheaper this way. It is not. Okay, let's go like that. 22 levels, we'll combine that, and there we go. Channeling, Impaling 4, Loyalty 3, and Unbreaking 3. Let's lock it in. However, I do still want to add mending to this thing. Do I have a mending book in here? I don't. No worries, that gives us an excuse to head over to our villager trading hall and check in on our villagers. Where is our mending villager? I think it's this guy right here, right? It sure is. Let's grab one of those. Thank you very much. And you know what? While we're here, we might as well talk to our Mr. Farmer guy and buy more golden carrots, since this is kind of my only food source. And I'm a little bit worried that this is going to be quite expensive to add to our trident, but let's take a look. No way, only 3 levels to add mending? That is not bad at all. Let's lock that in right now. And I guess I should have enchanted this thing before heading to our XP farm because it's pretty low on durability, so I'm going to quickly go back and repair this thing. And just like that, it is fully repaired. Now that our trident is fully enchanted and repaired though, let's head over to our chicken coop and try this thing out. Why my chicken coop, you might ask? I don't know. I feel kinda bad now. At least we got an advancement though, kinda gaming. Okay, jokes aside, all we gotta do now is wait for a thunderstorm so that we can use the channeling enchant on this bad boy to strike a creeper with lightning, and then hopefully we can get some mob heads for our treasure room. It's good that we're prepared though, so that when the thunderstorm actually comes, we'll be ready. But you know what, all of our pickaxes are repaired, you know, we're good to go, so let's get back to work on this treasure room. And the next thing I want to get started on is patching up all of these walls because they look pretty ugly right now. As you can see from my inventory, I already got a lot of blocks ready to go, like tough bricks, regular tough, and cobblestone. It is a little bit lonely down here though, you know, in this big stone box, so just to keep us company while we build, I want to try making my first ever copper golem, so I think we just gotta do a copper block and a pumpkin on top. And then what, we just gotta shear this, right? Yes, look at that, copper golem, so cool. Yeah, I don't know what you're looking for, there's not really any chests to put items away in, but you can just hang out. And you know what, he looks kind of lonely, let's make a few more of these guys, maybe just 3 more here, boom, boom, and boom. Oh yeah, copper golems. Wait, where did these seeds come from? What? Oh, from the pumpkin. I'm tripping. Now that we have some super cool copper golem friends, let's get to work on these walls. And I think I just want to start off with like the tough bricks kind of at the bottom, and then we can do the regular tough, and then we'll work that into some of the cobble. Super simple design, but I quite like that gradient. I think I'm just going to go ahead and build another one of these columns right beside it, and then in between them we can do some upside down stairs to create a bit of an arch. Still got to get like the back of this filled in as well as like up here and everything, but I think for the overall kind of shape and design of this archway I'm happy with it. Now that we have this design figured out though, I want to go ahead and repeat it for all of these different compartments kind of going around the entire treasure room, so you know what, let's get to it. There we go, I think that's looking a whole lot better, and it's quite a bit easier to see where the actual sections are now. You know what though, this beacon beam right in the center of our treasure room is kinda starting to drive me a little bit crazy, so let's get rid of it. Plus, I'm pretty sure we have all the space cleared out that we need to anyway, so it's about time. Also, let me patch up this hole in the roof of our castle, or I will 100% forget. Also, these copper golems just hate me and decided to come upstairs. They don't want to hang out with me down here. I'm kinda depressed. Anyway, now that that beacon beam is out of the way, I want to get started on the floor, and I'm thinking we can go for just like a super simple design of polished andesite mixed with regular andesite, so I'm going to go ahead and get this all placed in. And there we go, I got the floor all in place. I did leave a big spot over here open, as well as the same thing on this side right here, and that's because I want to add some large rugs later, but we'll get to that after. For now, I think I want to tackle this staircase right here. It's looking pretty blocky right now, so let's fix that. And maybe we can make it look a little bit fancier by doing some polished andesite on the edges, and then in the middle, we'll just do our regular stone. And there we go, that's looking pretty good. While we're down here though, I did want to create a few more arches since we do have some at the top, but these ones will be a little bit smaller, just a couple of stairs and a slab. And we can probably just use regular stone mixed with the andesite, you know, just for a bit of texture variation. It looks a little bit cursed right now because it's a little bit, you know, unfinished, but just trust the process. In the end, I think it'll be looking good. In order to keep working on this thing though, we're going to need more materials, so let's go grab them. And I feel like watching me dig through a bunch of chests isn't the most interesting thing in the entire world, so while you watch me do that, let's do a bit of Minecraft trivia. Let's start off with an easy question first. What enchantment allows you to mine blocks faster underwater? Is it A, Aqua Infinity, B, Respiration, or C, Depth Strider? Think about it, lock in your answer. Okay, here we go. The answer, A, Aqua Infinity. Okay, question 2, let's make this one a little bit harder. What year did Minecraft Pocket Edition come out? Was it A, 2010, B, 2011, or C, 2012? I'll give you a few seconds to think about it, lock in your answer, and the answer, B, 2011. Let's do one more question. Question number 3, which flower can you use to breed rabbits? Is it A, poppies, B, cornflowers, or C, dandelions? Lock in your answer. The answer, C, dandelions. Let me know how many questions you got right, and if you lie to me, I will haunt you in your sleep. Okay, seriously though, I was pretty productive during that little trivia session. We now have 7 shulker boxes worth of materials that we can use to keep building this treasure room. However, there's still more stuff I gotta grab. This was just what I had like in my storage rooms already. I still gotta go out into the world and gather even more materials. For example, I need 2 stacks of item frames, so first things first, let's gather up all of this wheat. And then with a bunch of wheat in hand, we can do one of my favorite activities of all time, which is of course, breeding the cows. I'll probably try to breed these guys like 1 or 2 more times though before, you know, slaughtering them for all of their leather, so in the meantime, let's keep gathering more materials. Next up, let's take a little pit stop at our iron farm here inside of Golem's Harbor. Just gotta come right through this door, hop down into this trapdoor, and then this is where the collection system is. Fingers crossed it's not completely overflowing. Come on, moment of truth. Okay, not bad. I'll grab a bunch of this iron, and how's this other chest here? This is where all the poppies are. Oh my goodness, it's broken. It is broken. I can't with this iron farm. You know what? Oh my goodness, wait, I have so much iron in here. What? Okay, you know what? I'm getting distracted. I'm gonna fix that later. Let's carry on. My plan for this iron though is to trade it with some villagers. So let's swing by our villager trading hall once again. Of course though, just gotta turn these blocks of iron into iron ingots. And then come over here, Mr. Villager. I will take some emeralds. Thank you very much. You as well, please. Give me some more emeralds. Thank you. And same thing for all of you guys. I just need as many emeralds as possible. And then I want to trade these emeralds for a bunch of bookshelves. However, it's not the actual bookshelves that I'm after, it's the books that you can get from them, so let's just quickly break these down. I got over a stack of books. I think that should be plenty. Something else we're gonna need is a bunch of deep slate, but before we go down underground and grab that stuff, let's breed the cows once again. Cows have been bred, so let's head into our mine entrance. This lever right here turns on a beacon down there, and let's head down. And I don't really need a whole lot of this stuff, I think only like 5 stacks, so this should only take me a few minutes. That was easy enough. However, I don't just want this to be regular old deep slate, I want to turn it into polished deep slate, but we can do that right now, don't even need a crafting table. That's all we should need from down here for the time being though, so let's head back up to the surface. Gotta remember to turn our beacon off though, boop. Okay, next let's hop down into our secret storage room once again. And what I'm after this time is a bunch of terracotta. Hopefully I have some. Okay, I do. I'm gonna grab literally as much as I can. Okay, maybe not that much. I'll put like 2 stacks back. I don't want this to be regular terracotta though, so let's head upstairs and grab some dye. So 7 stacks of this stuff I want to be black terracotta, and I think I have, yeah, okay, I have a bunch of wither roses in here that we can use for dye. So let's head over to our crafting table, turn all of this into dye, and then we can go boom, and then we'll do black terracotta. I don't need that much though. I think if I do like that, is that going to give me 7 stacks? Maybe? Yeah, wait, it did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. My inventory is a disaster right now though, so let me throw these books in here for now, as well as this deep slate. And I want this black terracotta to actually be glazed terracotta, so let's grab a bunch of coal. And then we can swing by our blacksmith, because in the basement we have our super smelter. So let's just throw all of the black terracotta into this top chest right here. Look at that, it's getting loaded up super duper fast. And then our fuel, which is of course our coal, needs to go into this chest. And then all we gotta do is flick this lever and watch it do its thing. I feel like I'm all over the place right now, but that just reminded me that there's something else that I wanted to smelt, so let's head back down into our secret storage room for yet another time. And that's because I want to smelt down a bunch of copper, so let's grab, okay, hopefully this will be enough here. Okay, back at our super smelter though, we can turn these blocks of raw copper into the actual just like regular raw copper, and then I'll throw that all into the input chest as well. And maybe I'll just add a little bit more fuel just in case. As for the rest of the terracotta that we have in our inventory, I want to turn it into gray terracotta, so let's head upstairs again and try to make some of that dye. And I'm not sure what the best way to make this stuff is. Can't you turn these into gray dye? I guess there's only one way to find out. Azure Bluets, do you give gray dye? That is light gray dye, not what we're after. Okay, let me just look it up. Gray dye, how can you make this stuff? With black and white dye, or with these eye blossoms? Okay. I guess we'll try combining the white and the black dyes together, so let's grab more of these wither roses, and then I'll come over to here and grab a bunch of these bones. We can then make a bunch more black dye, and then turn the bones into bone meal, and then we can turn the bone meal into, yeah, white dye. And then finally, we can make a bunch of this gray dye. And then I need to convert all of this terracotta, so hopefully this is going to be enough dye, and it is. Okay, nice. Okay, sweet. That's another material that we can cross off the list, so let's throw it into the shulker box as well. Something else I forgot to craft while we were doing our trivia was some armor stands, so let's head down here once again and first grab some of this smooth stone. We can then turn that into a bunch of slabs, and then over at our lumber mill again, let's grab some of these logs, head over to our crafting table and turn those into planks, and then we can make ourselves a bunch of sticks, and then last but not least, make a bunch of armor stands. I have never had so many armor stands inside of my inventory. I don't even have space for these inside of the shulker. Okay, that's fine. I should have more inside of my ender chest. I do. Let's grab one of these, place that down, and put the armor stands in here. It's been a little while though since we started smelting all of this stuff, so let's head down to our super smelter and check, and okay, it looks like everything is ready, and yeah, okay, there we go. Got ourselves a bunch of black glazed terracotta and a bunch of these copper ingots. Don't need to do anything with the terracotta, of course, but as for the copper, I want to turn these all into trapdoors. I'm pretty sure I need 3.5 stacks of these trapdoors though, and I don't even have 2 right now, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. I might have a few though in storage already. Let's take a look. Okay, I have 34 there, so that gets us to a little over 2 stacks. That's good. And then let's see, do I have any more copper we can smelt? I actually do have a lot. Okay, let's grab this. Mr. Zombie, can't you tell I'm locked in on this material gathering right now? Like, dude, come on. Hey, Asteroid Destroyer, do we need to have a talk? I kind of need you to guard our house a little bit better, alright? Okay, I'm getting distracted though. Let's do one more smelting session of this new copper that we just grabbed, and then we should be good. In the meantime, let's go check in on our cows again. I'll just quickly breed them one last time because, you know, why not? And then I'm really hoping, oh my goodness, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I was trying to say, oh no, I'm getting the sheep too, dude, why am I so bad at this game? I'm trying to say, oh, okay, wait, what am I, okay, wait, just take a second here. What I'm trying to say is that I'm really hoping we can get 2 stacks of leather, but I'm not sure if this is going to be enough cows. Oh man, I just killed all of the cows on accident except for one, so now I can't even breed these guys in the future. And to make matters worse, I only got a little over a stack of leather when I wanted 2 stacks, so we're kind of screwed here. Let me try to quickly find a cow so we can repopulate our barn. Hopefully there'll be some just over here in this grassy area. And there we go, there's one right here. This might go poorly, but I'm gonna try to lead this guy and then just fly with my rocket. Are you with me, cow? He's not. Okay, whatever, I'm not that far away. I'm just gonna bring him over the old-fashioned way. Are you still with me, cow? Okay, we're looking good. Okay, we now have 2 of these guys in here. Why is he sniffing his butt? That was kind of weird. Okay, but yeah, we now have 2 of these guys, so we can breed them and, you know, bring our cow population up again. I don't really feel like waiting around to breed these guys again though, so I think I'm just gonna fly around and hunt down some cows, as I think it'll be faster. Already got our first victim, goodbye. Same goes to you, goodbye. Yo, cow. Hey, you know what else gives leather? Nah, I'm not gonna do it. Come on, cows, I just need 2 stacks of leather, that's all. It's so weird how mobs always go to like the tops of hills. Like, look at the top of this hill, there's so many mobs up here, what the heck? So many mobs, yet only like 1 cow, are you serious? Okay, fine, there's 2 cows. We just need 4 more leather, and there's 2 cows here, so come on, dude, give me some leather, thank you. Okay, just 1 more. Surely this cow gives us some leather, right? Come on. Okay, there we go, 2 stacks perfectly, let's go. And now that we have this leather, we can finally make the 2 stacks of item frames that we need. With that taken care of, let's quickly grab our second batch of copper, and then we can make the rest of the trapdoors that we need. Quickly just throw this into a shulker box to, you know, stay organized. But with that, there's just 1 more block that we need to get. And unfortunately, the last block that I saved for ourselves is probably going to be the most tedious, as we need 9 stacks of glowstone. I'm pretty sure you can barter gold with piglins to get glowstone, but I don't have that much gold, and I also don't have a bartering farm, so I'm just going to go with the old school way of getting it from the nether straight up. So gotta leave the safety of our nether roof and, you know, head into the actual nether. Let's just quickly game though. Boom. Is that a music disc for our treasure room that I see? Nice. Okay, I'm getting distracted though. That's what we're on the hunt for. Dude. Okay, I know I joke around a lot and stuff, but I actually just had a heart attack. Like I can't breathe. I'm not even kidding, my life just flashed before my eyes. Why did that do so much damage? It was this guy here, right? Yeah, what is this sword that he has? Oh, I might have been okay because I have a totem, but we almost just died. Okay, that was a good reminder as to why we should have a chest plate in our hotbar, and, you know, probably should be wearing gold in the nether, but you know what? That's okay. Okay, I was not expecting that. Let's lock in, try to get this glowstone. And as I mentioned, we need 9 stacks of this stuff, so hopefully it's not going to take, you know, a million years, but anyways, I'm going to lock in and mine up a bunch of it. That actually didn't take too terribly long, only about half an hour, but as you can see, we now have a little over 9 stacks of glowstone. And that should be all we need, so let's head back home. Back in our treasure room, let's add these final materials we just gathered to our shulker monster over here. Maybe just throw our glowstone in this one for now, but I think we're finally ready to get to building. And maybe let's just begin with our gray terracotta, so let's grab all of that. And then my plan is to use this stuff to fill in these kind of like back sections in between all of these archways. Should be, you know, pretty straightforward to get in place, so let's do that right now. Here's a look at the first one all filled in. Looks pretty good, I think, so let's just go ahead and fill in the rest of these like 15 sections. I got all of those filled in that I wanted to, and I think I'm happy with it now. You probably noticed though that I left quite a few gaps, and that's because I want to fill these in with some glowstone. Something just like that, but I want to cover this up with a painting, so let's try to do, I don't want that one, I want the other one, yeah, this one. Adds a bit of color from the painting, but also adds some lighting with the actual glowstone. Anyway, let's get the rest of these filled in and, add more paintings as well. This side is looking pretty good, so let's repeat more or less the same design over on this side too. And there we go, this side is looking good now too, pretty much the exact same design as over there, just minus that row of glowstone at the bottom. And unfortunately, there's only 2 different paintings in this size, so I had to kind of repeat it a few different times, but I think that's okay. I also left a small gap at the bottom of these sections beside the main staircase, so let's add yet another row of glowstone, and above that we can do some upside down spruce stairs to create a bit of like a table or a counter. And then hiding behind our massive shulker monster is even more of these gaps, so once again, more glowstone and more stairs. Moving right along, I want to fill in this gap above the archways next. So first things first, let's just use a bit of scaffolding to get ourselves up there. And then I think we can keep it super simple by doing a row of dark oak planks, and then above that, a row of dark oak logs. Can't get much more complicated than that, so let's get this design wrapped all the way around the entire treasure room. And now that we have that nice looking trim in place, the next thing I want to get started on is the actual ceiling. We're going to need quite a few materials for it though, like more glowstone, a bunch of these copper trapdoors, and all of this glazed terracotta. And that's not even all, we're also going to need all of this deep slate, 2 entire stacks of smithing tables, kinda crazy, as well as these dark oak trapdoors and these dark oak slabs. And last but not least, some polished deep slate stairs. You know what though, this is probably going to be pretty tricky to build, so just to make our lives a tad bit easier, let's make a bit more scaffolding. But with that, we had everything that we needed, so I went ahead and built up what is easily one of the most complicated ceiling designs that I've ever come up with. I gotta get rid of the scaffolding so we can see it properly, but I think we might have cooked here. Also, breaking scaffolding like this easily has to be like top 10 most satisfying things in the game. The scaffolding has all been cleared away, ready for the big reveal. Boom. This thing looks insane. I am so happy with how this came out. We have like the glazed terracotta up there. This kind of reddish brown color is actually the bottom of these smithing tables. Like if I was to place one just right here so I can kind of show you, it's this texture right here. Also, it feels so weird to me that you can't break this like super fast with the pickaxe. It's actually the axe you have to break it with. I don't know, it doesn't feel right. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I really do love like all the light this has brought into the build though, definitely a big improvement. Also, there is a ring of our trapdoors up here, but they aren't waxed, so eventually they will age down into that greenish kind of blue color. Anyway, that'll happen over time. For now, let's keep building. And I want to keep adding more light into the build, so let's just do a few scaffolding right here, get ourselves on top, and then we can do trapdoor and trapdoor. And then right below that, let's do a couple of chains on each side, and then right below the chains, we can do some lanterns. Super straightforward design, but I like it, so let's repeat it in front of all of these columns. So bing bing, boom boom, bing bang, bing bong. I got that in place on both sides and it's looking pretty good now. I'm not done yet though, as I want to keep adding even more lighting, so let's do a few more scaffolding right here and then just do a simple lantern right at the top. And I'll do the same thing right over here, so a few scaffolding just so I can reach, and then boop, a lantern. As for these 3 sections right here, they're quite a bit bigger, so I want to go for some different type of lighting. Anyway, let's start with maybe this one right here. Just like before though, gotta do a few scaffolding so we can actually reach. Let's come in 1, 2, 3, and 4 blocks, and then we'll do a grindstone. And then right below that, an acacia fence, a copper chain, and a copper lantern. I think that's a pretty nice design for some lighting, especially because the copper and the acacia blend together perfectly. And you know what? I like that one so much, I'm gonna repeat it in this section right here. So another grindstone, another fence, a chain, and a lantern. Now that that's in place, I want to get to work on adding some lighting in this largest section right here in the center. This one's going to be pretty similar, but I kind of want to go for more of like a chandelier design, so let's do more fences going off in each direction. And then just like before, we can do a chain underneath all of those, and underneath of the chains, more lanterns. And check it out, I think that definitely gives the vibe of a chandelier, so I'm happy with it. Moving right along, let's finally tackle these large gaps in the floor. I think I already mentioned that I wanted to do some rugs here, and that's still the plan, so let's start off with a ring out of blue concrete powder. Next up, we gotta fill in the rest of the space with torches. Maybe it doesn't make too much sense right now, but just trust the process. Let's just ignore how insane that looks and cover these all up with some carpet. If you didn't know, there's certain blocks in Minecraft that light can travel through, and carpet is one of those, so if we hide this under here, it's actually really gonna help light up this kind of central area of the treasure room. Alright, there we go, this is the last carpet right there, and yeah, nice rug design. And since we have some hidden lighting under there, we can finally get rid of some of these temporary torches. Pretty happy with how that turned out though, so let's repeat the exact same design over on this side of the treasure room too. And there we go, we now have a big blue rug over here and the same thing over on this side. Another block that light can shine through is composters, so let's create an indoor plant using one of those and some acacia leaves. And I mean, our treasure room is a perfect square, so we might as well just put one of these in each of the corners. This is the last one right there, and yeah, plant here, a plant over in that corner, over there, and over there too. We still have a completely open section right here and another one over on that side, so let's fill them in with some bookshelves. And let's just use the actual bookshelves alongside some chiseled bookshelves for a bit more variety. I got that all filled in and I think it's looking pretty good, and I can't help myself, so let's add even a bit more glowstone right here at the bottom. Ooh, some scaffolding, thank you. And I think it would also be a good idea to add some ladders so people can actually reach the books at the very top. And speaking of books, we can use some of the ones that we got earlier to fill in some of the chiseled bookshelves. Just kind of doing it wherever it feels natural, so maybe I'll do like a couple over here, maybe one right there, maybe another one right here too. Maybe this is where they keep the history of the people who lived in this castle. I don't know, it's kind of fun to think about. Anyway, I'm quite pleased with how that turned out, so let's repeat more or less the same design in this section right here. Just placing in a few final books, and with that, this second bookshelf is done. Carrying right along, let's create some braziers using soul sand and oak trapdoors, just like so. And then we can do some flint and steel on top to create the actual fire, and that just creates such a cool vibe. I got 4 of those in place on that side, and they are looking absolutely awesome. Since the whole idea of this treasure room is to store Minecraft's rarest items, we're of course going to need somewhere to, actually store items, so let's add some barrels. Super simple, but I like that. Let's also add a few more over on this side too. And my plan for this side is to store music discs over here, so let's also add some jukeboxes. And then so we can actually display what music discs are going to be inside of each of these barrels, let's do some item frames. However, I will add the actual music discs a little bit later in this video. This section right here is still super empty, so let's use some spruce trapdoors to create some shelves where we can store more treasure. Once again though, gonna add the actual treasure a little bit later. We also have these open sections beside the staircase, so I think this will be a good spot for more shelves too. Yeah, something like that, 3 shelves where we can store more items. I think I'm gonna do that for all of these sections. And there we go, got ourselves a bunch of shelves now. I think besides adding the actual treasure, this upper level is complete, so I want to get started down here, but before we do, there's something super important we gotta take care of. That's right, gotta check in on my cats. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I am constantly using my 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. It's a pretty shameless guilt trip, I know, but it goes such a long way in supporting the channel if you can take a quick second to like the video and maybe double check if you're subscribed or not. I really do appreciate all the support, but let's get back to Minecraft. Alrighty, getting started on this lower section of our treasure room, I think the obvious spot to start is with the floor. And for this one, I just want to use dark oak, and to texture it, we can do some dark oak logs and stripped dark oak logs. There we go, pretty happy with that, and just like this upper tier, I left a couple of spots for some rugs. And it's a little bit unconventional, but to build this rug, we're gonna have to start with some water. So let's just quickly get this converted all to water sources. And the reason for doing this is so that we can include some of this fire coral into our rug. Like, come on, you can't tell me that's not the perfect texture for a rug, and since there's water under there, this won't dry out. Anyway, let's use our same trick as before of placing down some torches, and then I'll cover these ones up with some red carpet to blend in perfectly with the fire coral. I absolutely love that as a rug design. Let's repeat the exact same thing over here. So once again, we'll do our water, more of our fire coral, even more torches, and of course, more red carpet. Got ourselves 2 red rugs now, and I think that really helps break up all of this dark oak. There is like a bit of a channel though, kind of going around the perimeter of this room, and I just want to dig it a little bit lower so we can place some glowstone here. Now that this is a bit lower, we can do our actual glowstone, and then to cover up all of this glowstone, let's make use of more of our copper trapdoors. This area is already really shaping up, but just to help break up all of this stone, let's do some spruce pillars. I got a few of those in place and I'm liking how it's looking, so let's add more going all the way around. All of the pillars are in and looking good, and just like we did above, I think let's use more of our gray terracotta to fill in the back of these arches. Pretty straightforward, let's get this all placed in. And my plan for down here is to store all of our armor trims, so let's add some barrels. And on top of each of those, let's do an armor stand. And then so we can display which armor trims go where, let's do an item frame on each of these barrels. I'm going to add the actual armor trims later. For now, let's add some lighting using more of the copper chains and copper lanterns. Maybe one more of these bad boys right here, why not? And let's just keep everything nicely balanced and repeat the same thing over here. The lanterns are in and looking good, and we do have a bit of space on this back wall, so let's add a crafting table and a smithing table. And then we can make this look a little bit more enclosed by doing some spruce trapdoors. There's also quite a bit of open space beside this staircase, so maybe let's add some barrels. And it's always handy to have an ender chest nearby, so let's add one here. I added more barrels on this side too, and it's a little bit unnecessary, but might as well add a second ender chest, you know, why not? I feel like some greenery would take this area to the next level, so let's create another indoor plant. And maybe even some smaller ones using a pot, an azalea, and a leaf on top. I got plants going all the way around now, and that really took this area to the next level. I think we definitely need a railing though, so we're not falling down here on accident, so let's start off with some stripped mangrove wood. And then to make those all a little bit fancier, let's add a trapdoor on the sides of them. And then for the actual railing, let's use more of our shelves. This is already looking so good, but for just one final detail, let's add some lanterns. And in pretty much no time at all, this area for our armor trims has really come together. With that set up though, I think it's about time that we get started on filling up all of these shelves and getting some of the items in place. And we already do have some of the items that I want to display in the shulker boxes, so let's place in what we can and then we'll have to go get the rest of the items. Let's just start with these two shelves right here. On the bottom shelf, let's do a dragon head and 4 of the dried ghasts. And then on the top shelf, we can do 3 of these amethyst clusters and 2 of the medium-sized ones. Yeah, that looks awesome. I am very happy with that. So that side over there is all filled in, and we do have more shelves over on this side too, but this is actually where I want to put some of our mob heads, but I'm still waiting for a thunderstorm so we can actually use our trident and get charged creepers. I guess in the meantime, I'll just do a dragon head and we'll try to get the rest of it filled in later. Moving right along, I want to try displaying every single ore type in the game inside of our treasure room, so I already did grab what I have in storage, but we're definitely gonna have to go out in the world and gather up the rest. Maybe let's start with this shelf over here, so we'll do a full block of lapis, we'll do a lapis ore, and then a deep slate lapis ore. That looks awesome, and if we have that for like every single ore type, it's gonna look super epic. Anyway, on this shelf here, I'll do some netherrack, some of this nether quartz ore, and then I do want to do some of the gold kind of netherrack ore, but I don't have any. We'll get that later though for sure. Let's move on. This shelf here can be for coal, but I am missing the deep slate coal ore. Again, that's another one we'll have to go get. At least for this next one, which is for gold, I'm not missing anything, so we can get this all placed in. And then the shelf below that can be for copper, but once again, I'm missing the deep slate variant. Another one I have everything for is iron, so let's get this placed in. Up here, we can do our nice shiny blue diamonds. And I know they're not ores, but for some reason, I want to put a slime block and a honey block here. I don't know, I feel like it fits in for some reason. Also, I just realized I've been a little inconsistent. Like right here, I used the raw copper, but then here I used the actual gold. So I think I want to get rid of this one and then replace that with the raw gold. Oh man, my gold almost just fell into the fire. That would have been gone. Anyway, I think that looks a little bit better. So let's do the same thing for the iron, get rid of that one, and place in some raw iron. Another item I thought would be fun to display is a conduit, so let's place that right there. Oh yeah, and I also want to do this shelf right here for redstone. I only have a redstone block right now, still gotta grab the ores. And then this empty shelf right here will be for emeralds, but I also gotta grab those too. Still got a bit of work cut out for ourselves, but before we get too carried away with all of that, I want to grab all of our armor trims and all of our music discs and bring them down here. So let's quickly swing by our starter house. As I showed you guys in the intro of this video, all of my goodies are hidden in this barrel right here. I've got a decent amount of stuff though, a bunch of music discs, as well as a bunch of armor trims. And something else I want to grab is our dragon egg, as well as all of my pottery sherds, which I have right in this barrel. Alright, but with that stuff in hand, let's head back to the treasure room. Now that we're here, let's throw our dragon egg right on top of the shelf. I think that'll be a good spot for it. And then we can throw all of our armor trims inside of these item frames. And then any duplicates we can throw in the barrels. Okay, and then this wall right here is going to be for all of our music discs, and I can't lie, I really thought I had more than 3 different music discs, but I guess not. But anyway, we can throw all the extras into here as well, so we'll throw those in there, and then we have an extra one of these, so we'll throw that in there too. Yeah, we still have a lot of these to collect, but once we get this more filled in, it's going to be looking super sweet. Anyway, I want this opposing wall right here to be for our pottery sherds, so let's place these in. There's actually 23 different pottery sherd designs, so we still have a lot to collect, but I do have 3 more that we can quickly craft. So let's head over to our crafting table right here, and then we can do our pottery sherd right there, and then 3 bricks like that, and then, yeah, there we go. We got the, what is this one? The shelter pottery sherd. Let's go. And then we'll do the same thing for the snort pottery sherd, as well as the angler pottery sherd. Let's quickly add these to our collection. I think my favorite out of these is this one right here. I'm pretty sure that's the Snort pottery sherd. That one looks super cool. Yeah, that's only 5 out of 23 though, so we still have what, like 17 more of these to collect? That is going to be super fun. And I almost forgot, any extras we can just throw in the barrels. As cool as these armor trims look in the item frames, I do want to display what they actually look like on some armor, so I'm going to grab everything we need to duplicate these trims, as well as grab some actual armor itself, and then I'll be right back. You know what though, there is something I should show you, and that's me breaking down all of this diamond ore, because we're going to need a bunch of diamonds to duplicate all of these trims. So I think let's just go with the classic method of making a giant pillar. This right here is 2 stacks of diamond ore. Let's see how much this gets us. Alright, take your bets now. With Fortune 3, how many diamonds are we going to get from 2 stacks of diamond ore? Just breaking the last few, and I'm pretty curious for myself. Check that out, almost 4.5 stacks of diamonds. That is awesome. We should have everything that we need now, so let's duplicate these trims. For this spire trim, we have to use purple to duplicate it, so let's get ourselves, I guess we need like 4 of them, right? I guess 5, so we have an extra. Okay, next we have the dune trim. I already have 2 of these, so we just got to make 3 more copies. And to duplicate this one, we got to use some sandstone. Next up is the eye armor trim, and to duplicate this one, we use endstone. Okay, next we have this rib armor trim. I think I have some extras. Yeah, I have 2 extras. That means we just need 2 more copies, and to duplicate this one, we use netherrack. Okay, just 2 more I have to duplicate. This is the snout armor trim. Do I have any extras? I do not. No worries, let's quickly duplicate this one, and for this one, we use blackstone. Last but not least, we have this bolt armor trim, and to duplicate this one, we gotta use some copper. Just like that, we have 5 copies of each armor trim, so let's put the originals back. And let's also put away the blocks that we can use to duplicate these, just so if we ever want to, make more of these in the future, we can. Okay, but moving along, we're going to need a bunch of armor, and I think I'm just going to keep it simple and use some iron armor. However, I did bring a bunch of different minerals with me, so we can do some different colors. So maybe let's start off with this dune armor trim, and for this one, maybe we can do like a gold highlight. That might look cool. So let's do our helmet, we'll do our chest plate, our leggings, and our boots. Let's throw this right on the armor stand, and we now have our first armor trim on display. Okay, next up is this eye armor trim. For this one, maybe let's do diamonds. So we'll do our helmet again, another chest plate, more leggings, and more boots. Throw that on here too, right beside our dune one. Let's see how that looks. That looks awesome. I like that. Next up is the spire armor trim, and for this one, maybe let's do redstone. I'm excited to see what this one's gonna look like. Come on, let's throw this on here. Oh yeah, wait, actually, I like that. That might be my new favorite. Next up, we have this bolt armor trim, and for this one, let's do some lapis for a nice blue color. Once again, throw this on the armor stand, and that is looking super sweet. I like the kneecaps here. It's just like 1 dot on the kneecap. That is kind of funny. The snout armor trim is up next, and for this one, maybe we can do our amethyst. So let's get ourselves a helmet, a chest plate, leggings, and our boots. I always forget that you can use amethyst for armor trims, but it looks so good. The last trim we have is this rib armor trim, and I kind of want to try doing iron on iron. Let's see how this looks. I've never tried doing iron on iron. Let's see how this looks, and actually pretty good. There we go, we now have all 6 of our armor trims on display, and I could not be happier with that. I'm pretty sure there's 18 armor trims in total though, so we'll continue to get this area more filled out as we find more armor trims in this world. Same goes for all of our music discs, as well as all of our pottery sherds. Instead of getting all of them all in one go though, I think it's going to be a lot more fun to just kind of slowly obtain them as we continue to play in this world, since I plan on playing in this world for a long time. We still have these 3 big open sections over here though, and for these, I want to try filling them in with a bunch of like diamonds and gold and lapis and all of that stuff, but I'm starting to get quite low on a lot of that stuff, so I think it's time to do a bit of a mining session. I maybe got a tad bit carried away during that little montage you just watched, but as you can see, we now have a bunch of new items to work with. And something I'm super happy about is we got 3 brand new music discs. So let's go right ahead and use these to expand our collection. And we still haven't gotten a thunderstorm, which really sucks, but I did grab a couple of wither skeleton skulls that we can use in the meantime. Maybe let's just do one right there and another one right here. I wish I could control the weather, but I can't. It's been like 30 or 40 days, still no thunderstorm, but this looks pretty good at least for now. Anyway, while we were mining, I was able to get a few more ores, so let's add these to our collection. For example, I was able to get a redstone ore and a deep slate redstone ore. As for this empty shelf right here, I want it to be for emeralds, so I did grab an emerald block from our villagers, but we're missing the actual ores still. I don't even know where a mountain is in our world though, so I'm not even sure where to get those from. Anyway, something else I picked up was a block of resin, and I think that'll blend in perfectly with our slime block and honey block. And we were missing the deep slate copper ore, but I was able to pick one of those up, so let's add it to our collection. Sadly, we're still missing the deep slate coal ore, but that's a pretty rare one. I thought it might also be fun to store all of the different weapons in here, so I made a sword, a crossbow, and a regular bow. And let's just add these right inside of these item frames. Eventually, I'd also like to display the mace as well as the spear. As I mentioned, I want to fill in this back section with a bunch of golden stuff, and as you can see, we still have a bunch of it right in here, so let's grab this and then get to filling in those sections. Since this is a treasure room, it makes sense for there to be, you know, actual treasure, plus it's a bit of a flex and looks pretty cool. This looks so sweet, especially right as you come down the stairs, you can just see it perfectly. Oh, I really like this. And you can't see it, but I did add some glowstone actually behind the ores, and yeah, these are not filled in at all, but you know, nobody has to know that. From this side, it looks totally filled in, right? Yeah, maybe a little bit of a cheapskate, but even doing it this way, this still was pretty expensive. And I know some of you might be a little bit disappointed that I'm not getting every single music disc and every single armor trim all in this one video, but I think it's going to be a lot more fun just for my overall enjoyment of playing in this world. If we can continue to just play stuff as we get it, it's going to make adventuring and just kind of collecting stuff a lot more rewarding as we continue to play in this world. One of the biggest projects that I've been working on in my year-old hardcore Minecraft world is this harbor. It features multiple boats, a tavern, lumber mill, iron farm, and over 50 houses. That's not all, as overlooking the harbor is a giant castle where we keep all of the rare items that we find in this world. However, there's still one empty section in front of the castle, so my goal for this video is to get it completely filled in with builds. There's no time to waste since this area is pretty big, and the first thing I want to do is build a vineyard on this hillside. My first idea was to build some trees, but I really don't want them to block the view of the castle. And I've actually already built a vineyard in this world, I think all the way back on episode like 2 or 3. This thing is pretty small though, this new one that we're going to be making is way bigger. However, I do quite like the style of this one, so I want to go for something kind of similar. And the main kind of block that I used, I was trying to say that the main kind of block that I used to break up the different sections was podzol, so let's go see if we have any of that. That means it's time to take a little swing over to our starter house. Then we can press our little button over here and drop down into our secret storage room. And my chest for podzol is just over here. I don't think I have that much. No, I have a stack plus 25. I'm pretty sure we're going to need at least like a shulker box full of this stuff, so let's grab one of those and then head back up to the surface. And then if we head over to a taiga biome, there should be a bunch of the stuff there. Podzol located. Also, I guess I was chopping trees down here earlier. There's like a bunch of saplings. Okay, nice. Oh, a spear. Okay. I totally forgot that I just updated my game. Look at this. We can craft ourselves a spear. Let's go. I've never tried using one of these with the elytra. We gotta give it a try. Okay, I just spotted a pig. Come on. Is it gonna get it? Oh, okay, we got it. Wait a minute, what the heck? That was kind of broken. I'm getting completely distracted though. We gotta gather up a bunch of this podzol. 5 or so minutes later, I've got an inventory full of podzol, but low-key, I'm kind of worried this isn't gonna be enough, so let's grab another shulker box out of our ender chest and fill this one up as well. So back to the grind we go. It's been another few minutes, so let's fill up the rest of this one, and then we can throw the rest into here. And I think that should be all the podzol that we need, which is sweet, but just while we're here, I do want to grab our hoe, as I want to grab some leaves. Anyway, let's quickly fly to the top of one of these trees and then gather up a bunch of spruce leaves. And of course it's raining now, but that's fine, we only need a few stacks of this stuff. Guess we should also just like cut down the trees as well, because these random trunks don't look very good. And now that I'm thinking about it, we could probably use this spruce to make fences, and then we can use those to create the branches in our vineyard. So let's first make some sticks, and then we can make the actual fences. I think that's everything that we should need from here, so let's pack this stuff up and then head back home. Back at our base, let's quickly swing by our lumber mill. That's because I also want to use some warped fences as branches, so let's first grab some of these logs, turn those into planks, and then make the actual fences. And I think pretty much everything else that we need we should have in our starter house. For example, some other leaf types like azalea and birch, as well as some short grass, dead bushes, regular bushes, and ferns. Last but not least, let's quickly grab some coarse dirt from our secret storage room. And with that, we should have everything that we need, so let's get to building up this vineyard. I thought for sure this was going to be a super quick build, but it ended up taking me almost 2 entire hours. Anyway, I started off by creating some rows out of our podzol and coarse dirt, and then once all of those were in place, I created the actual kind of like vineyard bushes out of fences and leaves. I cannot get over how crazy this thing looks. It's kind of satisfying though with like all the rows, but really it did help so much with filling out this space. And I guess I should give you a bit of a closer look from the ground as well. As you can see, we have all these neat rows, so the workers or whatever could be just walking down these, picking all the berries and stuff to make the wine. I also tried mixing in some of these warped fences instead of just using spruce for everything, but I quite like how it looks. I also still want to add some grass and other vegetation in some of these empty spaces, but overall I'm really happy with how this area is shaping up. However, there's still one detail that I want to add to the actual kind of vineyard bushes themselves, and that's some resin clumps. It'll probably just be easier to show you what I'm talking about, so let's swing by our desert city as I'm pretty sure I used the technique there. This house right here, for example, has this vine growing up the wall, and as you can see, I put some of the resin right on the leaves, which looks like some type of berry. I would love to add this berry look to our vineyard, but the only issue is that I'm completely out of this stuff. The good news is, I think I have some creaking hearts inside of our starter house, so we should be able to use them to make a farm for this stuff. If I'm remembering correctly, I put them in this barrel right here, and let's go, okay, I have 3 of them. Also, I guess I do have a little bit of resin. I have 34 of the clumps, but honestly, that's still not going to be enough for how big this vineyard is. I think it'd be fun to hide our resin farm inside of a building, so I went ahead and gathered up some materials so we can build a brand new vineyard house. And I think somewhere just right here in the hillside will work out pretty nicely for ourselves, so let's start out with the foundation, and for this one, I want to use the tough bricks, regular tough, and we can also mix in a bit of this mossy cobblestone. I went ahead and built up the rest of the foundation, and I think something like this will work out pretty nicely for ourselves. We're of course going to need a door though, so let's get that in place. And there is a little bit of a gap right here above the door, so let's just fill that in with some trapdoors. Speaking of trapdoors, we can also do some right above this thing, and then below that, I want to do some gates. And the reason I left a hole here is for a window, so let's just create that out of some copper grates. I also left a couple of holes on this side here, so once again, let's fill these in with some copper grates. That is not how you place a copper grate. Let me try that again. Boom. And then to create some shutters for these windows, let's use some of these spruce trapdoors. We can even make this other one look like it's open by first placing down some temporary blocks and then doing the trapdoors on this side. And then if we remove these temporary blocks and then do a sign right here and another one right there, I think that's a really nice open shutter design. Moving right along, let's hop onto the foundation and place down some stripped jungle logs to create kind of like a divide between the first and the second floors. So we'll do the same thing right here, hop onto this other side and go bing, bang, and boom. Now that that's in place, let's do a few upside down stairs, and then we can fill in the rest of the space with slabs. So same thing at the back, more upside down stairs, and of course, more slabs. And since this building is going to be for a resin farm, I thought it'd be fun to give it an orange theme, so let's create the second floor walls out of acacia wood. I feel like acacia wood kind of gets a bad rep and is hated on by a lot of Minecraft players, but honestly, I think this looks pretty good. Still gotta get a roof on this thing though, and maybe let's start with this little sticky outy bit right here. Can I maybe just fly on that with my elytra? Am I gaming right now? Holy, I'm actually gaming. Okay, but let's start off with some spruce stairs going all the way across, and then let's switch over to our slabs just going all the way up to the very center. And then we can simply just follow that roofline design and fill in the rest of this. Let's take a step back, and yeah, I think I like that, but I do just want to add a lantern right here and right here. We still need to do the main roof as well, but I think I'll switch this one up a little bit by creating a neat looking trim out of alternating slabs and trapdoors. And with that in place, let's get the rest of the roofline in. We can also place in the roof peak just using some slabs, and something that I just realized is that it's day 1999, meaning tomorrow is day 2000. I'm trying to think of something cool that we can do to celebrate on day 2000, but while I continue to think about that, let's get the rest of this roof filled in using dark oak. I got that all filled in, but you might have noticed we have this kind of like tough part sticking out of the roof, and that's because I was thinking we could make a small tower. So let's get started by doing a couple of stairs on all of the sides, and then in between all of those we can do some slabs. Next, let's do a plank in each of these corners, and then even more stairs just to kind of round it out, and then more planks, even more stairs, and then at the very center let's do a couple of planks, a wall, and to cap it off at the very top, a fence. Pretty straightforward tower design, but I feel like it really does help break up the shape of the house. If you take a look behind me though, you can see that the sun is setting. That means after we sleep right now, it's officially going to be day 2000. This is by far the longest I have ever played in a Minecraft world, let alone in hardcore. Let's see, can we celebrate with a firework? Is this gonna explode? No. Hang on, we gotta go make a proper firework. Let's quickly grab some gunpowder. We'll also need some dyes, so let's grab some lapis, a little bit of paper, and some glowstone dust. Okay, then if we convert this lapis into dye, I think we can combine that with some gunpowder to, yeah, make ourselves a fireworks star. Wait a minute, I think I wanted to add my glowstone dust to that first. Oh no, I messed it up. Okay, let me try this again. We'll get our blue dye, and then we'll go like that, do our gunpowder, and then we can also add this glowstone. And then these ones are gonna have the twinkle effect. And then we gotta combine these with more paper and more gunpowder to get the actual fireworks. Alright, let's give these ones a try. They should hopefully look a little bit cooler. Come on, do something cool this time. Boom, let's go. Alright, let's just set off the rest. Let's set off the rest. Boom, day 2000, let's go. And you know what? To celebrate this milestone even more, I think we should go check in on my cats. I've been using my two cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip you into liking the videos all the way since episode 1. Seriously though, taking a second to like the video and maybe subscribing if you haven't already is such a big way to support this channel, so I really do appreciate it. Getting back to Minecraft, let's get started on the interior of our tavern house. And just while we're at it, I also want to get the entrance of this thing connected up to our pathway. Can keep it super simple, just some coarse dirt and a couple of granite slabs. Alrighty, but heading inside, let's tear out all of this grass so we can place in a proper floor. And I'm thinking we can just go for a super simple design of polished and cobbled deep slate. Next up, let's get the ceiling in place, and for this one, I just want to go for one of my favorite designs, which is alternating slabs and trapdoors. It's already looking so much better in here, but just for a bit more detail, let's add a couple of barrels, a crafting table, and a lantern. You might have noticed I left a hole in the floor, and that's because I want to add a staircase down to a cellar, and that's also how we'll access the resin farm. And of course I just bumped into some like random cave down here, so let me light this thing up just so that nothing's spawning. Little progress update, we've now got ourselves a little cellar, super simple down here, just a deep slate trim going around the bottom, spruce at the top, and then the walls are made out of stone and stone bricks. And I'm kind of imagining this is where they'd age the wine before delivering it to the castle or loading it onto some boats over at the docks, so let's place down a bunch of barrels. Definitely doesn't need to be anything fancy, I think something just like this is pretty good, plus it gives us the space to place down some lanterns so we can finally get rid of this temporary torch. But of course, the whole reason for building this thing in the first place was to have somewhere to hide our resin farm, but the only issue is that we need to go even deeper underground so that the creakings don't spawn on the surface. I think this right here should be deep enough. Let's just place down some ladders so we can get in and out of here. Can cover this up with a trapdoor and it's pretty much like it's not even here. Down at the bottom though, let's get to work digging out a large room so we can build up the actual farm. This took me like 20 minutes to dig out because for some reason I decided not to set up a beacon, but anyways, we should be ready to start building the farm now. Although I do keep hearing a zombie like over in this direction and it's kind of starting to drive me insane. Where are you, zombie? What the? There's a mineshaft here? Where's my sword at? Probably need my sword, right? Get out of here, zombie, you're annoying me. Alrighty, let's light this thing up so that no more mobs are spawning. There's even a loot chest over here. Does it have anything cool? Not really. I'll take the name tag, I guess. Anyway, this thing should be more or less lit up now, so let's get back to work on the farm. We're gonna have 3 creaking hearts in each of these locations making resin for us, but first things first, let's make the collection system starting with some water. And then because the water stopped right here, we'll have to dig down so that it'll keep flowing. Alright, sweet, that's causing all of these blocks to go right in the middle, which is a very good sign, but let's tear this out so that we can add some hoppers. I want the items to funnel this way, so let's start on this side and do our hoppers going all the way across. So the hoppers go in this direction, and then we need a room where the creakings are gonna go, so let's dig out maybe just like a 3x3 hole here going down 3 blocks. Something just like that, perfect. Got some trapdoors, so let's do these going all the way around the edge. Basically mobs see these as like full blocks, so if the creaking comes here, it's just gonna drop right down. But now that we're down here, we should be able to find that hopper. Is it right here? It is. Okay, let's go. Let's just place down a barrel right here, and all of our drops will funnel into there. And then we of course need a way to get in and out of here, so let's just dig a bit of like a hallway going in this direction. And then we can break this stone block right here and go ladder, ladder, and ladder. That should be our collection system done now, so it's just time to do the actual redstone part. And we just gotta begin with a pale oak log, then we can do our creaking heart and another log right on top. And no way, that gave us an advancement called heart transplanter, kinda gaming. Moving along, let's do a temporary block right here and an observer facing into that. And then we probably gotta do some more temporary blocks because I need a sticky piston facing into this block. So let's just go bing, bang, and then can I go boom? Okay, this is where it's starting to get crazy, but let's jump back up here, get rid of that block, get rid of this one, and that one, and that one. Okay, and then on top of this one, we gotta do redstone dust and redstone dust. And then let's see, I think it's just a slab right here, and then a slab on top of this one. I'm not 100% sure if I did this right because I'm a bit of a redstone noob, but once it's nighttime, I guess we'll see. Anyway, while we continue to wait till night, let's build up 2 more of these in this spot and right here. Just finished building this third and final redstone contraption. Let's go see if it's getting dark out. Okay, not too bad at all. I think it's only going to be like 2 more minutes until the sun sets. Okay, once the sun sets, the creakings should spawn, and then we gotta lure them into this hole. Oh my goodness, okay, they're here right now. Okay, so if I come like this, and then I look the other way, are they gonna... Yeah, okay, he fell down there. Ah, these guys as well. Oh my goodness, why are these guys so creepy? Okay, if I stare at them, they don't come after me. Okay, then I'm gonna turn my back and then hopefully they're gonna fall in there, maybe? Nope. Okay, let's try this again. Can you please go down there? Yes, okay. Okay, it's a little bit hard to see, but we have 3 creakings in this hole now. Basically, when we punch these guys, it causes the resin to form on these logs, and then once some forms where the observer is facing, it's going to activate that piston, and then the resin will drop down into our collection system. There's definitely like way more overpowered resin farms that you can make, but for our needs, I think this is going to work perfectly. And these guys are going to despawn once it's morning, so I'm just going to keep punching them until that happens, and then we can see how much resin that we get. Oh, okay, they just despawned. And I haven't checked this thing at all yet, so let's see how much we got. Okay, over 5 stacks from just one night of farming is not too bad at all. Best of all though, this should be enough resin to decorate our entire vineyard, so let's get to it. As I was saying before, this just kind of makes it look like the bushes have some berries growing on them, and even though it's a pretty subtle effect, I really like how it looks. Just walking through here now is so much more colorful, I absolutely love this. I might come back through here and add a few more details later on, but for now, I think I'm happy to call our vineyard finished. If you're familiar with my world, you might have noticed that this bridge right here crossing the river is looking a little bit different, and that's because I actually tore down the old one and built a brand new one. I mainly just wanted to make it a little bit wider and taller so that some small boats could come through here and dock at the harbor. I think I did a decent job, but we now have a different issue, and that's that our pathway on this side of the river no longer connects to the bridge. So while we're kind of working in this area, let's tear out this old pathway and get a new one in place. After tearing out the old pathway, I went ahead and patched it in with grass, and then since I got a bunch of materials back from, tearing out that old pathway, I could just go right on ahead and build up the new one. Okay, yeah, this is way better. We now have a nice pathway leading over to the bridge, and then you can follow this and either go down into the harbor or up the hill over to the castle. While I was working on this pathway, I noticed this box over here, and for a second I couldn't remember what it was. But then I took a look inside and I was like, oh yeah, it's one of our Halloween mobs. Even though this guy's being super mean to me and shooting me, I kind of want to give him a better home. Well, maybe a home isn't the best word to use, but I was thinking we could at least bring him over to the harbor. How many arrows do I have in me right now though? This is kind of nuts. Okay, Skelly, I think you can just chill over here by the end of the dock. You can just hang out here, alright? I think he's at least far enough away from the bridge where he's not going to be annoying us. And we did find that name tag in that mine shaft that we found, so we should name this guy. Just gotta go take a pit stop over at our anvil. Okay, hold on, watch these flying skills, boom. Oh, wait, where's my anvil? Dude, I could have sworn I had an anvil here, it must have broken. You know what, that's fine, let's just use the one inside of our house. Oh man, what should we name this guy though? I just got the perfect name for this guy, Calcium Carl. Can we hit this guy with the flyby? Watch this. Oh, no, I missed him. I thought I was gaming there, but apparently not. Boom, there we go, Calcium Carl. Please protect our harbor from pirates, alright, Carl? Dude, I'm not a pirate, don't shoot me. Oh man, this guy is such a jerk, I'm out of here. My shovel got pretty low while doing all that terraforming for the new pathways, so let's go swing by our XP farm and repair it. Hang on, let me lock in for a second. I'm really not trying to fall off this bridge. Okay, nailed it. I really need to make like a garbage disposal system for all of these ender pearls because this chest is completely full and it's overflowing into my inventory too. I've already been procrastinating that for like a million years though, so we might as well wait a little bit longer. Oh, you're kidding me. I was just trying to get rid of my pearls and I threw my sword in here on accident. It's like really hard to see because of all of these particles, but you can see my sword is in there. Oh man, you're kidding me. I'm crouching, but I still can't fit through here. This might be a really bad idea, but I'm gonna break this slab here. Can I get in now? I can. Where's my sword? Oh my goodness, dude, look at this. What is going on? Oh my gosh, I just want to get my sword and get out of here. Please give me my sword. Okay, there we go. Get me out of here. Get me out. Can I patch this back up? Boom. Oh! Dude. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that was way too close for comfort. I'm just gonna try to fly really far away. Hopefully those guys all despawn. Okay, by the looks of it, we're okay, but we gotta get this slab back in place. Please let me put this back. Please. Okay, maybe I... Oh! Dude! Oh, dude. I think let's try wearing a carved pumpkin. That should hopefully make us a little bit safer. Let's place this bad boy down and shear it. Now we should be able to put this on our head and hopefully the endermen aren't gonna get mad at us. Maybe I should wait until we get there though to put it on. I can't see anything right now. You know what? Maybe not. This is kind of trippy, but also kind of fun. Alright, we're back in the end. How? Dude, how is this guy mad at me? Actually, what is going on? How is this guy still mad at me? Leave me alone. I just had an idea. Let's turn our render distance all the way down and hopefully that'll lower how many endermen are spawning in our farm. Oh man, this is kind of scary though, not being able to see anything. It feels like I'm going right down into the void. I'm really hoping this works though. I'm seriously starting to get stressed out. Dude, I am spamming right click so hard right now, but there's too many endermen in the way. I cannot get this slab in place. Okay, yeah, this is definitely not going to work, but I just had an idea. Maybe if I put some water here, that'll kind of stop the endermen from going on that block and then I can place the slab. I found my shulker box. I think I have some water in here. Okay, I do. Let's go. Oh man, the amount of endermen here are actually just making me nauseous. Can I please place down some water here? Oh my goodness. Bro, what's going on? Yes, place the slab. Yes! Oh my goodness, it worked. It actually worked. Oh man, that was so stressful, but I think we're finally good now. I'm gonna finish repairing all of our gear and then get out of here as soon as possible. Just finished repairing all of our tools, as well as the extras inside of the shulker box, so let's pick this up and our ender chest and get out of here. I'm glad our tools are all fixed up, but we do have another issue, and that's that we're down to just 9 rockets, and I usually keep all my extras in here, but this box is completely empty. I think I maybe have a tiny bit of gunpowder in here. Let's see, I have just 19. Yeah, that's really not going to be enough. Let's go quickly swing by our gunpowder farm. Made it over to our desert city. Let's go down here and check if we have any gunpowder inside of our output chest. We have 2 here and 10. That's also not very much, but you know what? Let's just quickly go up to our hot air balloon if I can nail this first try. Come on, first try. Yes, first try. I'm in like the middle of a cloud right now, which is kind of weird, but you know what? That's fine. Let's just AFK here for maybe 5-10 minutes, see how much gunpowder we get. It's been a few minutes and the sun is starting to set, so I'm going to take that as my cue to hop back down to the ground. Alright, let's see though, a bunch of creepers, that's a good sign. How much gunpowder do we have here? 49, nice, and in this one, a stack plus 16. That is quite a bit, which is very nice, so let's go grab some papers so we can make the actual rockets. Pretty sure our sugarcane farm here is overflowing, so it shouldn't be much of an issue. Yeah, we have a bunch of this stuff. Can jump over to our crafting table, turn all of the sugarcane into paper, and then we can combine that with our gunpowder to make a bunch of rockets. Sadly, it's still not enough to fill our entire rocket shulker box, but you know what, this will keep us going for at least a while. But now that our tools are repaired and we have more rockets, I think it's about time to get to work on filling out the rest of this empty space. I started off by creating 3 stone walls for some brand new crop fields. The first one I filled with wheat and carrots, the second one I used pitcher pods and lilacs, and then I filled the third and final walled off area with rose bushes and torch flowers. I was actually live streaming while building these, and after getting them in place, my chat convinced me to jump from build height limit all the way down to bedrock to get the caves and cliffs advancement. And that wasn't the only crazy thing to happen during the stream, because while trying to get some mob heads during a thunderstorm for our treasure room, I popped my very first totem in this world. It's safe to say that almost gave me a heart attack, so I got back to some much more peaceful building by creating 2 brand new houses near the crop farms we made earlier. And I couldn't resist, so I also added a few small boulders to spice up the terrain a little. Speaking of spicing up the terrain, I wanted to take it to the next level, so I locked in and built over 50 custom trees. Not only did I build some in this new area that we're working on, but I also added some wrapping all the way around the entire castle. This area is really starting to come together. We have our 2 new houses right here, which are looking really nice. And then we of course have all of our crop farms over here, which are just feeling like really immersive with all of these trees around them. We do have a bit of an issue right now though, and that's that there's not really like a pathway to get to these new crop farms or to these houses here. So I think let's go grab some materials so we can build more pathways. So you know what that means, time for another trip down to our storage room. The good news is I should have most of the materials that we need already, for example dirt, and then we're also going to need a bunch of this coarse dirt, and I'll also take some of this packed mud, and then the very last thing we need is just some granite. However, I will turn like 2 stacks of these into slabs. I want to build up these pathways, but I just noticed something. Look at this view when we leave our starter house now, like that is looking so epic. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. We got all the materials that we need, so let's get to building these pathways. I had to do a tiny bit of terraforming just to ensure everything was going to connect up nicely, but besides that, it was pretty straightforward to just get the path in place. This already looks and feels so much better, like these 2 houses right here for example actually feel connected into the area and not just like in some random field. Anyway, we can take this pathway even further up the hill, and then this will take us to all 3 of our different crop fields. I guess we still do have one small issue, and that's that I never really made like a proper way to get into these crop fields, so I think we should just dig like a little bit of a hole so we can actually access these things. Really doesn't need to be anything too fancy. Maybe I will just get rid of this cobblestone though. Oh, that's water. Hold on, I know. We can just cover that up with a granite slab. Boom, it's like it's not even there. But yeah, now we can actually walk into this thing and see all the pretty flowers. Oh, this looks so nice. We of course still have the same problem for the other 2 fields though. Where do we want the entrance on this one to be? Maybe just like right here? And there is like a bit of a step up on this one, so maybe we can just do some slabs like that and we can easily walk into this now. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that, so that just leaves us with one more wall right here to fix. So let's see, we can probably just tear out like these blocks right here, get rid of that leaf, get rid of that one too, and then probably like this row right here. And then just like we did with that last one, let's place down some slabs for a smooth transition. All these fields turned out so nice though, like the— oh no, I just broke my carrot. Give me my hoe please, thank you. Let me till that, ditch these leaves, give me my carrots back, and boom, it's fixed. Alright, you know what, enough yapping, let's just get out of here before I break anything else. I don't think a farming area would be complete without a couple of carts, so let's create one here by first placing down a hopper. And then for some wheels we can do some oak trapdoors on either side, and then for a handle let's use a spruce gate. I can't tell if this cart is just like derpy because it's so small, but it's kind of cute. I don't know, I kind of like it. Let's create a wheelbarrow beside this thing using a composter, a fence gate, and on this side we can do a grindstone. It kind of looks like you could hold on to this as, you know, the handles and then use this as the wheel to push it along. And then to make it look like it actually has some stuff in it, let's just throw some moss in here like that, and yeah, that's looking good. Something else I wanted to add to this area was a small little farmer shed, so that's why I built this little pathway section here, as I thought this would be the perfect spot. Anyway, let's start off by creating a spruce pillar right here, just coming up 4 blocks. Then we can hop down and do the same thing right here, and then let's just connect those up using some spruce slabs. And I've been looking for like any excuse at all to use the new shelf blocks. Let's just cover up the back of this thing. Oh, I totally misplaced one, but let's just cover up the back of this thing if I can, like that, and boom. Okay, wait, I'm gaming. I was trying to say though, I've been loving this new shelf block, so I've been trying to include it in builds whenever I can. I've also really been enjoying mixing the different shelf types together, like the spruce and the oak ones here go really well together. And I think for these oak shelves right here, we can give them a little bit more depth by adding some trapdoors to the backs of them. This farmer shed is really shaping up, but let's continue the roof by adding a couple more rows of slabs. And then for a bit of a slope, let's add a row of stairs. And I think it'd look really nice if we add a small overhang using campfires. And then for some final details, let's add a couple of lanterns. And then in this very back section, let's place down a couple of barrels and then create some shelves using trapdoors. I'm quite happy with how this little farmer shed turned out though, definitely a nice addition to the area. What do you think, Mr. Happy Gas? Do you like our new shed? Tell me that you like it, please. Please. Let's continue detailing this area, maybe just by adding a few hay bales. Maybe some over here by this wall too, why not? And I still have a couple more left over, so let's just go bing and boom. I feel like pumpkins are also a nice detail for a farming area, so let's just dot some on this hillside. And we can make some of them extra detailed by placing some sea pickles on top of them to look like some large stems. I'm just going to add a little bit of shortgrass to any of these other kind of like empty sections to make the area look a little bit more detailed, but besides that, I think this farming area is finished. We're getting closer and closer to getting this project finished, but we're not quite done yet, as we still have this massive open area right here to fill in with builds. At the moment, we have this pathway right in the middle, dividing the section into 2 different halves. So I think my plan is to do just a few more houses on this side, and then on this other side, we can do a bunch of market stalls. Also, I just remembered, is our Boner guy over here? Boner, are you here? Yeah, Boner's here, we're good. Okay, just checking. Anyway, I think I'm gonna gather up all the materials for building those houses, and then we can get to it. I just spent like 20 or 30 minutes digging through all of my storage rooms, but I got super lucky and I had all the materials that I needed already. In these shulker boxes, we have enough materials to build 3 brand new houses, so you know what, let's just jump right on in and get to building. For this first house, I created the foundation out of deep slate and the roof out of black stone, and then to contrast those darker colors, I created the second floor walls out of cherry wood. Moving right on to the second house, I created a super simple foundation out of cobblestone and regular stone. For the rest of the house, I used a lot of different wood types like birch, dark oak, and spruce. For the third and final house, I created the foundation out of mossy cobblestone, the second floors out of oak, and the roof out of granite and jungle wood. All 3 of these houses came out great, if I do say so myself, and I really love how you can kind of see the castle peeking out from behind them. Especially like this sightline right here, as you're walking up this path, you have like a really nice view of the castle there. Oh, that looks so cool. There were still just a couple more details that I wanted to add to these houses though, and that's some flowers. Well, I guess these ones here are saplings, but you know what I mean. And for this pink house right here, let's do some azaleas. Okay, but with that, the 3 houses are officially done, which means we just have this section right here to tackle. And since my plan for this area is to build some market stalls, I first want to tear out this grass so we can place in a proper stone patio. All the grass is removed, so let's get this in place, and I'm thinking we can use tough blocks, some of these tough bricks mixed with gravel and cobblestone. Pretty simple block palette, but I'm going to get this all in place and then I'll show you what it's looking like. I got that all in place and I think it's looking pretty good, but we got a bit of an intruder here, so you know, might as well just get rid of this guy and get rid of the llamas too. Alrighty, I think the stone patio is looking pretty good now. The only thing that I don't love is that it's a bit of a harsh transition. So just to kind of blend this out, I want to use a bunch of the short grass. I'd also like to use some of these bushes, but I'm down to my last 2. I do have some bone meal on me though, so let's just spam this so we can get a bunch more. And the nice thing is, we don't even need shears to pick these things back up, we can just use our silk touch pick. Anyway, let's just place these back down in a bit of a more thought out way, and we can also place more of our short grass too. This already looks so much better, but let's also just add a few flowers into the area to add a bit of color. Maybe a few more tulips over here, some azure bluets, I think that's looking pretty good. And with the patio and vegetation in place, I went ahead and built up 5 market stalls in varying sizes and colors to bring this area to life. These market stalls are already looking awesome, however they are pretty empty, so let's just add some lighting and then we can decorate them. I was thinking this one right here could be selling some amethyst, so let's start off with, some amethyst blocks, and then we can make it look way more detailed by throwing a bunch of these amethyst buds around. Make sure we get some at the back here too, but already this is looking super cool. Moving right along, I thought this yellow market stall could be selling some cakes. So let's begin by creating some tables out of dark oak stairs. It's a little bit tricky, but if we go in a circle like that, it creates a really nice table design. And then on top of these, let's do some cakes as well as an acacia pressure plate. And then maybe for just one final detail, we can create a few smaller tables using scaffolding. Moving right along, I thought this orange stall could be selling books. So let's just begin with a few bookshelves, of course. And then we can also add a chiseled bookshelf and a couple of lecterns. And then for a bit more detail, let's throw a book and quill in each of these, and then we can also fill this chiseled bookshelf with some actual books. It's a pretty simple stall, but I quite like it, just 2 more to go. Let's maybe do this one next, and I thought it could be selling flowers, so let's first add a bunch of flower pots and decorated pots. But with that, all that's left to do is add the actual flowers, so I got some blue orchids here, some oxeye daisies, some pink tulips, as well as these super beautiful lilies of the valley. That leaves us with just 1 more of these to decorate, and I thought it could be a fisherman's stall. Let's just begin with some barrels, and to make these a tad bit more detailed, let's throw a trapdoor on top. There's just 1 more thing that I want to add to the stall, but I didn't have it in storage. Let's go out into the world and collect it. And my hope is that we'll be able to get it from this Badlands biome. What I'm on the hunt for is some cobwebs, but I see some over here. Gimme, thank you very much. There's someone here. There's also a bat. I'm a little bit scared, but let's grab this one too. Oh, there's a bunch over here, but there's also like some poisonous spiders. I don't like this. I don't like this at all, actually. Dude, these poisonous spiders are following me. Leave me alone. Oh man, the things that I put myself through for some cobwebs, it's no joke. I'm just gonna try to grab these cobwebs and get out. Okay, come on. Oh, a bunch of spiders just spawned. Okay, hopefully that's enough cobwebs. Let's get out of here. Gotta use our imagination a little bit, but I'm picturing that these are some fishing nets for sale. But with that, I think I'm happy to call this little market stall area finished. I think it turned out pretty cool. I'm honestly really happy with how these market stalls turned out, and it kind of got me thinking that it might be nice to build a few more in this open space right here. So you know what, honestly, I think I'm just gonna do it. Let's lock in and build up a few more of these. I went ahead and got these fully decorated, and for this white one right here, I tried to make it look like it's selling fish. Anyway, for this next stall right here, this red one, I kept it super simple and it's just selling some kelp. And then I made 1 more stall over here out of crimson wood, which is selling pumpkins and melons. Pretty simple market stalls for sure, but it definitely helped fill out the space. And now that our harbor is fully decorated, I want to go update our world map. All the way back on episode 10, I built this giant map room right into the hillside. As you can see, I left a bunch of spots in here so that we can continue to update our map as we play in this world. We're in here at such a good time too, it looks so epic with the sun setting. Oh, dude, why did that zombie scare me so bad? I thought it was a creeper and it was going to blow up our map room. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm sleeping. I'm scared. I'm sleeping. Also, I've been playing a lot of days today. Another zombie. This is kind of nuts though. The last time that we updated this was in September of last year, and there's just like barely anything on this island, so I'm so excited to see what this is going to look like. Anyway, enough yapping. Let's go grab our maps and get to work. It's been a while since I last did this, but if I'm remembering correctly, I left all of the maps in this chest inside of our starter house. Oh man, look at these maps. Oh, everything's just loading in. That looks so sick. That is so satisfying. Anyway, I'm gonna get all of these maps updated and duplicated, and then we can put them inside of our map room. Oh man, it took way too long to get these maps updated, but finally it's done. That was definitely worth it though, because check this thing out. Our map is looking absolutely awesome. You can see our castle up here. Those are the 3 crop farms that we made, and then this right here is all those market stalls. This is such an awesome milestone though, like having this whole island filled with builds now. I'm so happy about that. And if we compare this to what it looked like on episode 10, you can see we've built so much stuff. My original plan was to update the map every 10 episodes, but I figured hitting day 2000 as well as an entire real-life year played in this world was also a good enough excuse. I guess I should show you the desert city as well. It's basically just this section right here that we added. If you compare it to the old map right here from episode 10, that entire area is empty. Last time we added this little marker at the bottom, so I did the same thing for here. It is episode 18 right now, January 16th, 2026. And I of course added the same marker to this map as well. As always, if you want to explore this world for yourself, you can get the world download on my Patreon or by joining as a tier 2 member right here on my YouTube channel. We've already done so much crazy stuff in this world, and I can't wait to see what we get up to in the future. Thank you so much for watching, happy building, and I'll see all of you in the next video.